Hello, you lovely people. Who's ready for a stream? What's up, Calvin? What's up, Marauders? Pretzel King, thank you for becoming a new member. That's very kind of you. Artist, how's it going? Thrungle, love to have you. Thrungle's a great name. What's up, Luxia? What's up, Yazakan? How's it going, buddy? Abdal, welcome back. Pretzel King, that was applause. That a little applause was for you. It came late because I don't know why OBS does everything so late, but that was for you. Just so you know. Oh my god, we should get started. Right? Hello! Hello, you glorious... You crazy, glorious creatures, you. Oh my god, the tip jar's going fucking crazy. Calm down there, buddy. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we are here to review some D&D Homebrew submitted by our members. Now, I did a funny thing. I made a mistake earlier today. I made a mistake just now, too. 1 second, I'll be right back. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry. I had to plug a light in. Anyway, I made a silly mistake before stream started today. But I've decided, instead of making that someone else's problem, I'll make it mine. When I first posted the member review form, I posted it publicly, which means that it could go out to anybody, and I realized it like 5 minutes later. So I deleted it, but in the time that it took for me to post it to delete it, one person who was not a member sent in some homebrew, but they didn't know. So we're not going to punish them for my mistake. So I'm going to say this to you specifically, because I think you're here today. Calvin, I'm keeping you on the wheel because I fucked up and you got something cool out of it. So that's on me, buddy. I'm keeping you on the wheel. Relevant audience, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, man, listen. If you make a mistake, I shouldn't have to deal with it. You know? So when I make a mistake, you shouldn't have to deal with it. Or at least you shouldn't have to, like, be extra punished by it. I do not see the world in shades of gray, but I do see the world in a much more limited color spectrum than you do. I am very colorblind, but I don't see, I don't see him black. It's not that I see him black and white. It's more like, it's hard to explain, but it's sort of like, I guess it's probably, honestly, if you saw the world that I saw it probably would just look very muted. That's my guess. My guess is it would look mostly very muted. The easiest way to explain how my colorblindness works is that I do not see the color red. But we don't live in a world of a crayon box. So to not see a whole color, or really not see a color very well enough to the point that you basically don't see it, that affects the way you see almost everything. Because there is red in most things. And I don't know if that's the extent of it or not, because there are some times that I can't tell the difference between colors that I would not have expected have anything to do with red. So I think that it would just look like everything was a little bit grayer. But I do also have a cool superpower because of it. I actually have two pretty cool superpowers because of the type of color blindness I have. The first cool superpower that I have is that I am very, very good at seeing in the dark. Because I have so much of one type of cell missing in my eye, it has been replaced with another type of cell. And the way you take in sight is color and light, and they sort of have different receptors. So I have a lot more dim light receptors. So I'm much more comfortable in dim light and darkness. The other reason for it is because all of you become colorblind in the dark. Like, darkness is you losing the color spectrum. So I also think that I just spend more of my time in a world where I'm looking at things based off of, like, brightness. So I'm much more comfortable looking at things based on brightness. And that's most colorblind people have that. It's not... I'm not going to say that's all colorblind people, but if you have anyone that's extremely colorblind, they're better at seeing in the dark. And I don't know if this other one is true, but apparently we have better peripheral vision too, because the same types of receptors that take in dim light are the motion ones. So they're the things that like see on things on your peripheral. The other superpower that I have that is very specific to the type of colorblindness that I have, that isn't really a superpower so much as just a cool thing that my brain does, is that because I know what things are supposed to be red sometimes, I do see red sometimes in those things. I don't know what it is exactly, but like, for example, if you hold up a red marker to me, I don't know that that's the color red. But if you hold up a can of Coca-Cola to me, it looks like it's a red can of Coca-Cola. So my brain does a lot of like associative thinking behind the scene to put color where it should be, and it's not always right. But that's another weird thing that my brain does. I don't know if that's all humans or just the flesh vessel that I'm in, but whatever. But Beyonder, that's not a me exclusive thing. If anybody that has a type of colorblindness where it involves part of their cones either being so mutated that they're like tiny or missing, those cells get replaced with rods. That's anybody. That's not a me thing. It just depends on how colorblind you are. So if you are more colorblind, it affects you more. Hey, Origami, what's up, buddy? What's up, Meta Boy? Ori, how you doing? Ori, I was going to try to raid you last night because I've been streaming on YouTube. But you weren't, you just had a premiere up. You weren't streaming yet. Dude, Ori, I started a new anime. I'm watching animes now. Isn't that weird? I started watching a new one that I like. I watched the first 2 episodes. I thought they were good. It's called... I don't remember what it's called. But the plot of it is that it's a guy turns into a kaiju. I think it's called So I Turned Into a Kaiju. Or The Man Who Became a Kaiju. Or something like that. But it's pretty good. It's new. There's only like 2 or 3 episodes out. Kaiju number 8. Yeah, Kaiju number 8. I like it a lot so far. It seems very fun and silly and kind of lighthearted and kind of violent. And I like lighthearted and violent in my anime. Whenever I'm watching anime, the things that I'm looking out for that make me not want to watch it are too much uwu shit or too much infantilizing of people. Either of those spectrums, I'm like, nah, I'm not here. I'm not here for it. And so far, it just seems like it's about a dude who's like, I just want to be cool. It's like, all right, I can vibe with that. I can vibe with a guy that just wants to be cool. I just want to be cool. You started watching Mashal, Muscles, and Magic. It's about a non-magic dude beating up wizards. I'd check it out. That sounds good. Guys, so today, today we're doing a homebrew review stream. Homebrew review stream is the plan for the day. So if you are a YouTube member of the very cool level or higher, or you are a Twitch sub or a patron, you can submit homebrew today. One of you submitted something and you didn't put your name, which means it cannot appear on the wheel. So who was that? Let's see. If you are somebody and the thing you submitted says, these guys are going to be the main antagonists of a campaign I am currently running, going to have a bunch of different versions. If that's you, you need to go back into the forum and edit the forum and put a name on it so I can put you on the wheel. And you should probably tell me when you do that. No, I didn't watch it yet. I'm not interested in watching any, I'm not interested in watching spin-offs. So I don't need to watch the One Piece cartoon. I only want to watch cartoons that are based off of nothing, which is why I'm watching Kaiju number 8, because it's definitely not based off of a manga. Like, there's no way that Kaiju number 8 is based off of a manga. And it's the original, I'm sure of it. In the same way that Netflix's One Piece is an original and that cartoon is just some fanfic bullshit. But I do hear that there's an abridged comic book based off of the cartoon that is pretty good. And cuts out a lot of the stuff that the fanfic cartoon kind of wastes time on. So I might read the comic book that's based off of the... Yeah, I might read the comic book that's like the abridged version of the fanfic, which is like the long-form version of the original Netflix show, One Piece. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. And if I'm wrong, you can shut the hell up. Because I know I'm right. And I'm tired of being gaslit by you motherfuckers. Okay? No, One Piece, not One Pace. One Pace is like a YouTube thing. One Piece was a show... Okay, so One Piece is a show that came out on Netflix like last summer, I think. And it's basically this cool show about pirates in this alternative reality world where there's like a world military and different pirate gangs, and it's very weird, but it's very good, and it's hard to explain in a way that makes it sound good, but it's very good. But it's very popular. It was a show on Netflix, did really well. So they started to make like a fanfic anime-style cartoon show based off of the show, but they kind of, I think they went overboard, because they ended up making like 1,000 episodes of this fucking cartoon, and everybody says that, like, it's fine, but it's kind of, like, long-winded. And, again, I don't have time for fan fiction. I don't really give a shit. But then some other people took that long-winded cartoon and then translated it. I think they cut a lot of stuff out, and they made it into a comic book, which is also called One Piece. So I might read that at some point. But I'm not interested in the fanfic. Okay, let's take a look at what sort of homebrew we're looking at today. Let's make sure everybody's here. So, as always, the way this works is if you are interested in appearing on stream, and if you want to, you can do this during the member shows. If you want to discuss your homebrew live on the call, when I review it, you can. So what you need to do is just in the YouTube chat, tell me that you're going to be going into the stream waiting room, so I know to grab you. And I'll pull you on. It's in the Discord, and I'll pull you on, and we can talk through your homebrew, which is I think some people prefer that. It's definitely. I don't know if that. I'm going to be honest. I feel like a lot of the time that feedback ends up being less helpful in terms of just getting to the point, but I think it's more helpful in helping people develop ideas. So I'll just get Discord open and just have that ready, because I definitely did not do that yet. There it is. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Let me show you the wheel. Boom! Behold. The wheel in all its glory. You're so weird watching on YouTube again? I'm sorry. we got a couple more people. Nice. I just realized my name on the wheel and Twitch does not match. Probably not. Hey, Cinder, do you have any suggestions for a Ranger Witcher build? Yeah, the Monster Slayer. The Monster Slayer Ranger is a Witcher. It's literally the Witcher. It's the Monster Slayer, this one. You get, like, anti-monster and investigation spells. You get a way to see the... You get a way to learn monsters' weaknesses and strengths. You get a free version of Hunter's Mark. You get, like, supernatural defenses and, boom, anti-magic stuff. Monster Slayer. Done. Asked and answered. Hello, Gina. How's it going, buddy? It's been a minute since you tuned in. Well, welcome back, Dasanshi. That's a cool name. Oh, Jem, was that you? Did you change it? You did. I see. I'm adding you. Thank you. Thank you for making that fix. Thank you for making that fix, and thank you for noticing that you needed to make that fix. Because if you didn't notice that you needed to make that fix, it would have been sad. We would have all cried 100 years and 1,000,000 tears. Tonight's homebrew review is anything, but it's only for people that are YouTube members or Twitch subs or patrons. Your submission was made hastily today, so it probably has grammar issues. Chaos Stripe, can I say something very brutally honest to you? I will review it because you submitted it, but it is not worth your or my time for you to submit something that's hastily made. Straight up. It's genuinely not worth it. Like, if me reviewing your homebrew leads to me yelling at you about grammar for 5 minutes, about where I'm just correcting things that you would correct on your own, that doesn't help anybody. So, in the future, I would strongly encourage you to not hastily submit something, but to genuinely just submit something when you think it is ready to be submitted, so that you are getting the most out of it, and everyone is getting the most out of it, because I only review something once. So, if I spend all of my time reviewing your bad grammar, and none of my time reviewing your actual mechanics, or even half my time reviewing your bad grammar, and half the time reviewing the mechanics, that's not nearly as helpful as if we didn't have to waste all that time talking about mechanics. Do you know what I mean? It's always, always, always more beneficial for you to get it as good as you can before sending it in. You're kind of wasting your time if you don't do that. You're not wasting your time, but you're actively preventing me from giving you the best feedback I can. Did you submit something? Who's the bottom of my list? Skim. Hello, Moot. Gotcha. Alrighty. Let's give her a spin, shall we? A beebada boobada boobada beebada boobada beebada beebada boobada beebada bobbada beebada boobada beebada beebada boobada beebada beebada boobada beebada bobbada. Meta Boy. Hey, Meta Boy, do you want to come on? Do you want to join me in a Discord call, or do you want me to just review your homebrew? If you want to join the call, you can. Alright. Let me know when you're in the room. I was trying to make a sword that invokes the feeling of a class in another game. Ooh. I'm a little bit worried when a magic item is supposed to invoke the feeling of a whole class, but let's go in open-minded. While I'm happy with the mechanics, I am worried about its rarity now. Should I change the rarity to make it stronger or weaker, or keep it the same rarity? Let's take a look. Here's the document, if you want to give her a gander. Let me grab you. Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
It's going fine. Ooh, I was expecting to be the first one today.
I know, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about this item. What's the class that you want it to feel like that's in another game?
So it's a mobile game called Gambler Fantasy. You can play through Internet Explorer and such.
Mm-hmm.
In game, there's a class called Glorybringer, where they are masters of the weapons they hold, that they can awaken to their like true powers.
Mm-hmm.
While the weapons awaken, they get bonuses to their like stats, and depending on the weapon they use, they also get specific buffs. Like certain weapons deal additional damage when attacking, certain weapons recover HP when you take damage,
Okay.
etc.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Let's dive in, because all of those mechanics sound totally reasonable for D&D. None of that sounds like it's not something we can make happen. It's called Riddle. It's very rare, and you said you're not sure about the rarity. I'm telling you, I'm skimming it right now. I think that is correct to not be sure about it. Glory is won, not in isolation. Honor revels, not in ego. That's a cool quote. A blade that responds only to those who want to perfect their swordsmanship. Hone your body, sharpen your mind, and think like a swordmaster. Think like swordmasters that have come before you. This great sword will reveal its secrets only when you do. Okay, so I want to say something about this flavor text here. Did you write this, or is this from the video game?
The first sentence is from the video game.
I would say, here's what I would say. I don't think there is anything inherently wrong with this flavor text if you like it, but the tone of this flavor text reads like something I would read in a video game about a weapon. It doesn't read like something I would read in a Dungeons and Dragons book about a weapon. And it's the whole flavor text here is like sort of poetic language to be like, this sword's for heroes, now go wield it. The flavor text of your magic weapon for a D&D game, I think it would be worthwhile to spend more time talking about the item more specifically, whether you're talking about what it looks like, what it feels like, its history, that sort of thing. Because realistically, the person who's reading this flavor text is not the player, it's the dungeon master. So you kind of want the flavor text here to be what the dungeon master is going to use. I mean, it might be what the player will read, depending on how you give them the magic item, but even then, I think that the vibe, like, this is like a good quote to be like, hey, dungeon master, when you give this player this item, say this. But I don't know if this should be the flavor text. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, let's take a look at what it actually does. It has 8 charges. It gets them all back at dawn. When it has at least 1 charge, you can use a bonus action to awaken its true power. While awakened, you gain +2 to attack rolls and can spend charges to do the following. How long does it stay awakened?
It's on the end. It's on the... I written it on the end, on the second paragraph.
Riddle loses its awakened status if you haven't used its charge for 1 minute. I might say that up here before you talk about everything that it does. Usually when you talk about something activating a mode, it tells you how long that mode lasts before it gets too deep into what that mode is. Okay, so realistically, this feature is just going to be on all the time because you have 8 charges, which is a mountain of charges. So let's just assume that these things are on 80% of the time. You get +2 to your attack and damage rolls, or just your attack rolls, not your damage rolls. Why just your attack rolls and not your damage rolls?
I thought it would be too strong if I also give my 2 damage rolls because of the first ability that it has that requires 1 charge.
So you can spend a charge to deal extra damage. You can spend 2 charges. Put the charge amount at the beginning of it, not at the end of it, for all of these.
Okay.
You can use a reaction to taking damage. You gain resistance to that damage. As a reaction, gain advantage on 1 saving throw. As a reaction to what? You need to say what the reaction is to.
I couldn't figure out how to word it.
Here's how you word it. Here's how you word it. Whenever you would have to make a saving throw, you can spend 1 charge as a reaction to gain advantage on that saving throw.
Okay.
Something like that. It regains a charge whenever you roll a 20. It loses its awakened status if you haven't used the charge for 1 minute. Okay, I have some questions because I think that this... Okay, I want to say two things. One, in its current iteration, I think it's much closer to a legendary weapon than a very rare weapon. Beyond that, I think it's mostly fine. Mechanically, there's nothing here that's busted. But I want to say I don't understand your thought process behind how these mechanics are being expressed. Like, I kind of feel like you're overcomplicating it. And maybe it has to do with what it's based off of. But I feel like it would be so much simpler to make this weapon a +2 weapon and then give it charges that it can use to do stuff and have that be that. I don't understand the mechanic of it needing at least a charge and then you have to use a bonus action to activate it. Like, that gameplay loop doesn't excite me at all. It just seems like it's kind of complicated. And considering the only things this does is it's extra damage, resistance to damage, or advantage on a saving throw, those are all really powerful, but they're all really simple. Like, we don't need a complicated mechanic to get into those or to help make those feel like something. So I would challenge you on having it activate in that way, unless the forms do something more interesting than just +2 to your attacks and access to the charge mechanics.
Okay.
And maybe you wanted to do that to try to help balance it to make it not a legendary weapon, but it's not working if that was that goal.
I see.
Like, if I were you, what I would probably do is I would make it I would try to keep it as a very rare item. I would make it a maybe keep it +2 to attacks all the time. Honestly, it would be much more balanced if it was +2 to damage and not +2 to attacks. But I honestly think you could just make it a +2 weapon and it's fine. So I would just make it a +2 magic item. And then instead of giving it 8 charges, I would probably give it 4. And I would let it use a charge to add 1d6 damage, let it use a charge to gain resistance to an instance of damage, not all instances of damage for that round, just a single instance of damage, or let it use a charge to get advantage on a single saving throw. Not all instances of that saving throw for a round, just a single saving throw. And I probably would still let it recharge a charge on a 20, but maybe not a 20 on all of these things, maybe just a 20 on one of them. And that's probably what I would do to try to temper it down a little bit so that it could feel like a very rare item and still do all of the things you want it to do, just have it work as like... And that's a really good very rare item. A very rare item that gives a good chunk extra damage and like super variable resistance and saving throw advantages is quite good. I think that would still be pretty good.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts or questions or concerns?
No, I've taken notes of it. I will be maybe like iterated a few more times before maybe like try to make it more available to wider world, I guess.
It's honestly, dude, there's not a lot of work you need to put into this. Like, straight up, if you posted this online right now and maybe put it into Homebrewery or formatted a little bit better, I think it would work fine. I think people would like it. I think people could... I think nobody's going to read this and not understand how it works. Nobody's going to read this and... this doesn't have any game-breaking loopholes in it. It will be fun for players that want this element of power fantasy. So I really don't think there's that much... I feel like it's close.
All right. Thank you for reviewing it.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Any final questions before I hang up on you?
No.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye. Alrighty. That was Metaboy's Riddle video game inspired weapon. I'll tell you what, man. There's so many times that people make something inspired by a video game and it really doesn't work. That worked quite well. I was like, oh, this just works. So let's give them a little round of applause. Let's give them a little round of applause. Anomia, thank you for becoming a member. Oh, you almost fell out of the cup. You knocked somebody else out of the cup. This is crazy. What a world we live in. Let's see, anybody else pop in? We have two boys. We have Metaboy and Milky Boy. Isn't that funny? My homebrew magic items are just reskins of magic casting items like Necklace of Fireball. That is one of the best ways to very quickly make magic items to give your players and to know they'll work well. Also, that's one of the best ways to give players access to spells that they might normally never take, but can be really cool and fun in a game. Put them in a magic item so they don't feel like they have to waste a spell slot on them. And now that they're in a magic item, they're going to start thinking about ways to use them. How goes my day? My day goes pretty good. Is my mom sending me a text? No. It's Baba. I don't think I saw Baba in the chat, but if you're here, Baba, and you want to join me on the call for reading your homebrew, let me know. This is meant to be a fun, low CR beast. This is going to be in Project Beastlands. Very cool. Beastlands plug. Okay, here, for anybody that watches my show or is in my Discord, this is a thing that is cool that you should know about. So, Beastlands is a big group project. If you don't know this, in my Discord community, people like making big compendium projects that they sort of self-regulate and self-govern and self-edit and turn them into these big compendiums. The last one that we looked at was a space one. The one before that was an aquatic one, a nautical one. And the one they're working on now is called Beastlands, so worth checking out. I don't know if it's one that's happening in the whole Discord or just in the patron member section of the Discord, because I'm not really keeping track of it, but check it out if you want. The window to submit to Project Beastlands ends on April 30th. You got 5 days left. Any members who want to submit a piece to Beastly Brew, now's the time. Find it in the member projects on Discord. Yeah, okay, cool. So it's on the member side. So yeah, and then once it's done, we'll look at it on stream. And when we do look at those on stream, I'm not really in review mode. I'm more just in like, let's look at this cool thing that our community decided to build together mode. So if you don't like that, you can go suck an egg. There's the this is the dire skunk. Gina, did you know that I'm playing in... I don't know if you're still here, but I'm playing a D&D game. Tomorrow I'm playing... tomorrow I will be on Twitch. Tomorrow I'm playing... What the fuck? Tomorrow I'm going to be in a live play on the Playmats channel. And it's going to be run by mine and Gina's friends, Captain Carlson. AKA, I don't know if he shares his real name publicly, so I won't share it. But he's a cool guy, and he's a good dungeon master. And he was dungeon mastering my Daggerheart game. So yeah, that'll be tomorrow. Okay, the dire skunk. The dire skunk. Many scholars believe that the foul cocktail of fluid that the dire skunk sprays in self-defense is so potent that it must be magical in nature. Creatures of the forest give the dire skunk a wide berth. Proper use of the word berth. Extra credit. Only the foolhardy approach or threaten it. So it's a big old monster skunk. Love it. All about it. Oh, Cinder, many people wanted to know what was the bard's failed combo. I actually made a short answering that question that I don't think I posted yet, and I will be posting it tomorrow. But I will tell you right now, and it still fucking pisses me off, they never told us. They wanted to keep it a secret. So the video that I have that's coming out tomorrow, it's a short, is all about how if you decide to keep a secret at the table, it isn't in the game. Because the things that stay as ideas in your mind are ideas in your mind until they enter the table. So yeah, so I don't know. I still don't know. He legit was just like, he didn't want to tell it. He wanted it to be a secret. It's like, okay, man. I guess that's fun for you. Okay, dire skunk. It's a big, strong boy. It's a little bit beefy. It's a little bit quick. Not that charming. Not that intelligent. The dire skunk is immune to any effect caused by noxious smells. Okay, I like this a lot. If I were you, I would maybe give 1 or 2 mechanical examples here. Such as Stink Cloud. Something like that. oftentimes, especially on a monster stat block, when you include a unique weakness or strength or immunity, you'll see that stat block will include several examples of when that might occur. Because you got to remember, this is not for the players to see, this is for the dungeon master to see. So giving like 2 or 3 little examples in the stat block when you're introducing something like this goes a long way to get the person who's running it understanding what the intended goal is here. And genuinely, I wouldn't write more than such as from the Stink Cloud spell. See, I don't know if Poison Spray would be considered a stink ability or not. And I genuinely don't know when this would come up other than the Stink Cloud smell, which is kind of why I want examples. Because if I was personally going to use this, I wouldn't be sure. Okay, it has 2 actions. It has Spray and it has Stomp. Its Stomp is a basic little stompy attack. How big is this thing? Large. I feel like you could give it more damage here. I think this damage is low. It's a CR2. I would double the dice. I'd make it 2d6. It's large. So I think that's totally reasonable. Let's look at Spray. The dire skunk sprays a stream of miasmic fluid in a 30-foot line emanating from it. Creatures in the area, you have to say how wide it is. Creatures, a 30-foot by 5-foot line. Creatures in the area must make a DC 12 dex saving throw. On a failure, they are skunked for 1 day. I hope we clarify what skunked means. It looks like we do. In the first minute that they are skunked, I might even put the word skunked here in bold and put a period after it, so it like becomes clear that it's like a condition that you're now describing, in the same way that you would introduce like the poisoned condition if people didn't know what it was. In the first minute that they are skunked, creatures must make a DC 12 con saving throw at the start of each of their turns. On a failure, they must use their action to retch and vomit. Additionally, a skunked creature emits a powerful stench that can be smelled by others for 1 mile radius. If a creature succeeds on their con saving throw, they're immune to this effect for a day. Okay, this is a very complicated way of, I think, saying what you're trying to do. So here's what I would do. I would rewrite this whole second part. I would not create a new condition called skunked that lasts a day. This is what I would do. Keep all this first part, and here's what you say. On a failed save, the creature begins to retch and vomit, or whatever, okay? They can remake the save at the beginning of each of their turns, and that lasts for a minute, okay? And then, regardless of whether or not they saved, just write, they emit a putrid aroma for 24 hours, and creatures within 5 feet of them, like, I don't know, can't be persuaded by them or something. But just build it in here. Build this feature into this effect. Like, just make it, they make a saving throw, make the effect the 1 minute of retching, and then just make the sub effect after that be they smell bad for a day. You don't need to make it a whole new condition. You're overcomplicating it. All right, those are my thoughts, Baba. The ability would also make them immune to Cloud Kill, but Cloud Kill doesn't necessarily smell bad. It's just acidic. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it would. But the fact that I don't know if I agree with you on that suggestion means that I think it's very worth clarifying. All right, Baba, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Let's give them a little bit of claps. Hear, hear. Thank you very much for sharing. Anomia has sent in some homebrew too. Lovely. Honestly, that's funny enough that I would keep it. You would just want to keep the smell? It's not a bad thing. The thing is, you could definitely have ways to use it intentionally. There's definitely situations that you could create where your character smelling horrible would have like a pretty positive impact on the encounter that you're trying to make happen, you know? Be a good distraction. Bottled skunk juice would go hard. Bottled skunk juice would go very hard. Very hard. The distance is 1 mile. Yeah, the distance is 1 mile is a little bit silly, but it's kind of whatever. I don't care. If the point of it is to be a silly monster, then I think that is accomplishing that point. You know? Bucket a 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 Chaos Stripe. All right, let's see how hastily put together this is. I'm quite curious. The goal is to create a challenge but rewarding cursed version of the Manual of Gainful Exercise. Did you want to come on to the stream and discuss your piece or no? If you do, let me know. If not, I'm not going to notice. Or I'm not going to notice if you just go into the waiting room, rather. All right, this is the Manual of Gain Through Pain. The Manual of Gainful Exercise is one of a series of 6 books, and they all work exactly the same way. You have to spend at least 80 hours reading them, and if you do, you get +2 to a very specific ability score, and the maximum of that score goes up by 2. And then the item loses its power for 100 years. This heavy-looking book is clad in a lead cover, with the word swole carved into the front. Its magically charged contents describe how to build large muscle through certain exercises. I like the serious tone expressing the silly idea quite a bit. That is a wonderful thing to see. There's nothing better than something very, very silly being taken very, very seriously. It's one of my favorite things in the whole world. All right, so this looks like, is the beginning just literally the same as the Manual of Exercise? It shouldn't be very rare. This book describes muscle building exercises. If you spend 24 hours over a period of 5 or more days studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your strength score increases by 2, and its maximum increase is by 2. 2 hours of this study can be incorporated into any long rest. Upon increasing your strength score, the manual loses its magic and bursts into flame. All right, let's see what this curse does. This book is cursed, because currently it doesn't really work. The curse better be doing something very interesting and cool, otherwise I think you just don't really need it. The book is cursed, a fact that it is revealed only when identifying spell is cast on the book. Until identified, it appears as a normal blah, blah, blah. To open the book, a creature has to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is unable to open the book for 24 hours. On a successful save, the creature's strength score is reduced by... What? On a successful save, a creature's strength score is reduced by 2, and it does not need to make this save again for 24 hours. The reduction lasts until the creature is the target of restoration or greater restoration. Restoration isn't anything, so you need to make that say something that makes sense. If the reduction is removed fully before studying this book, the time needed to study this book again and its benefits is reset. I don't think this works, man. So the joke here is every time you read from the book, you lose 2 strength. So you just get weaker and weaker and weaker until you get this power up. That's basically what's happening. That's what I'm imagining is happening here. If I'm misunderstanding it, then you need to do a better job of making this clear. But the way that I'm reading this book is that every time you successfully open it, your strength goes down by 2, and that continues to happen. So, and then all of that turns off once you finish reading the book, or just somebody casts Greater Restoration. So here's the problem. The problem is it's not hard to cast Greater Restoration. It's literally just a spell that many people can get. The other thing is that this reduction the problem is this reduction is really easy to remove. So it's a nothing. And the problem with this item is not that it's copying what Manual of Exercise or whatever does. That it makes the amount of time required to get the exercise so much less. So this should not be a very rare item. This should be as rare as the Manual of Exercise, arguably more rare, because it's much easier to take 5 days off and sit in a tavern and do nothing but read this book and get weaker and weaker and weaker, and then have somebody cast Greater Restoration on you, than it is to find 80 hours during an adventure to read a book. So I would say, I think it's kind of a cute idea. I feel like the way you're expressing it is a little overcomplicated. Like, I don't think it needs to be a cursed item. I think you could just make this all one thing, and I would just describe it. Like, this doesn't need to trick players. Like, the thing is, the curse here is not so bad that somebody wouldn't figure out a way to put up with it to get the outcome. And if that's the case, it just shouldn't be a curse. It should just be an item that's hard to use. It's half the time the book normally takes. It's 48 hours. Yeah, but regardless, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it doesn't matter. I don't think the curse does anything here. I think it's a fun idea, but I don't think it makes the item any weaker. And I think the time limit makes the item quite a bit stronger. I completely disagree, Vlorin. I would not make an item that allowed you to get +4 to one of your stats. I think that would be crazy. Unless you wanted to make it an artifact, which I don't know if the goal is here. So Chaos Stripe, that's my feedback. My feedback is, I think it's an interesting gameplay mechanic to have somebody need to, like, get weaker and weaker and weaker to get stronger. That could be a lot of fun. I don't know if that needs to be a curse. And I don't think it does a good job of making this into a very rare item. And those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. You haven't been talking in the chat, so I don't know if you wanted to come and appear on stream, but hopefully that was somewhat helpful. Round of applause for Chaos. Also, that was way more better written than I thought it was going to be. You told me you hastily put something together. That didn't feel super hasty at all. Felt totally reasonable. Gadoosh. One, two, buckle my shoe. A-bub-a-da-bub-a-da-bub. We're reviewing D&D Homebrew. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Let's see who we get next. Tavern Brawler. You're a feat that I used to really like. To create a barbarian with warlock type things, making it easier than multi-classing and having more synergy. I hope it's not a warlock barbarian, but it's gonna be one. Who are you? Tavern Brawler, are you here? I would love to talk to you about this, because if I'm not going to talk to you about this, this is just going to turn into me saying this doesn't work. I'm almost positive. And I would love to have you here to give you more accurate feedback. But I'm going to tell you right now, unless you deal very cleverly with figuring out how to give barbarians spells while raging, this doesn't work. And it can be, that could be the whole conversation. I'm going to read it and we're going to go through it. But that's gonna be the crux of it here, buddy. This is the Eldritch, the path of Eldritch, the Eldritch Pact. Fix that name, dude. You make a pact with an Eldritch deity, gaining the ability to channel their powers through your anger and thrill of combat. Starting at 3rd level, you become a half caster and choose your spells from the Warlock's spell list. That doesn't work. You can't become a half-caster. The only way to be a half-caster in D&D is if you are a half-caster as a class. So any D&D subclass that gets spellcasting is a 3rd caster, not a half-caster. And that is like an Eldritch Knight, and that is like a Arcane Trickster. You are building this off of a Warlock. So I have no fucking idea how many spells this guy should have. Let me ask you a question. How many spell slots does this guy have? I have no idea. Hopefully that won't matter. We'll see. But you talk about you can choose spells from the Warlock spell list. How many spells do we choose? Starting at 3rd level, Rage spell. Starting at 3rd level, a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus while raging, and as you... What? Dude, you didn't even write full sentences, man. What are we doing here, buddy? Starting at 3rd level, a number of times equal to your... Let me just read this to you out loud, and I want you to understand why it annoys me when people don't put the work in to write full sentences or to make sure they're proofreading their piece before they send it. This is a sentence that you sent me. Starting at 3rd level, a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus while raging, and as you make a spell casting attack, you can choose to have it automatically succeed and do the maximum damage possible. So what we have going on here are 2 things. 1, this sentence is completely fucked. Like, it is so poorly constructed that it's impossible to get through without really forcing it. That's a pretty big issue. The second issue is this is cartoonishly overpowered. This is cartoonishly overpowered. You can choose to have a spell automatically succeed and do maximum possible damage. That's insane. That's insane. I will give you an example of why that's insane. There is a magic item in D&D that does this. I don't remember what it's called, but it's a potion. And this is the way it works. You drink the potion, and then the next time you use a spell that deals damage, you can deal maximum damage on that spell. That's a very rare magic item. And it's very rare magic item, and it's one-time use. That is not balanced to give that to a 3rd level character as their core subclass feature. It's completely unbalanced. So it really doesn't work from a mechanical standpoint in terms of balance. It also really doesn't work from a mechanical standpoint because we have no idea what spells we're casting. We have no idea how many spell slots we have. We don't know anything. And yeah, the Potion of a Maximum Power, thank you, Meta Boy, that is what it's called. The Potion of Maximum Power is it doesn't even make it automatically hit. What's up, Blaine? Only reason I understood the ability is because that last part sounded OP. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm going to keep reading this piece, but I'm going to be really honest to the creator. Who is this? Tavern Brawler? It is very clear to me that you are very excited by this idea, but you have not spent any amount of time to think about how to make these things work. And that is so important when you're trying to push the boundaries. And when you're trying to give a barbarian spellcasting, you are really pushing the boundaries. And you should do that. But in order to push the boundaries in a way that works, you have to learn what the boundary is. A tiny example. You're building a barbarian to cast spells, a subclass that gets access to spells on a class that normally doesn't. Maybe the first step you should do is to look at other classes that already have subclasses that cast spells and look at the kinds of powers they give and look at all of the information they have to give to make that work. You got to do that. Because there's so much missing here. Like, I will read a little bit more, but I'm genuinely telling you this is a start over move. We're gonna skim. We're gonna do a little bit of skimming here, and I apologize if you don't like that, but I'll explain why in a second. At 6th level, you choose 3 Eldritch Invocations from the following list. Whenever you gain a level in this class, you can replace one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get 6 options at level 6, and then they're modular. We can change these. That's a little bit much. If you want to give special options for things we can get at level 6, that's great. Do it. Don't make 6. 6 is too many. Make 4. The other thing is you don't really need to call these Eldritch Invocations because they're not. And the other thing is there's a lot of stuff here that I don't think it works, man. Maybe Eldritch Haste works. This is just Brutal Critical, which we already have, so we don't really need it. This is just like Pact Armor and Patron's Blessing. I feel like these are like too little too late. Pact Armor is like too strong. Patron's Blessing doesn't make sense. Like, think about it like this. What's the logic of this? You're playing a Barbarian. How long does it take you to get as a Barbarian from level 1 to level 5? Realistically. If you are playing starting from level 1, it might take you 3 months. If you're playing a really fast leveling game, it might take you 1 month. It might take you a session or two if you're starting higher level. But assuming that we want this barbarian to work a whole campaign, who is going to make their charisma so much better than their strength that they are ever going to take Patron's Blessing at level 6? You're just going to be totally incompetent before then. So this feature doesn't really work. And then we have Magical Strike, where we can make a weapon attack automatically hit and do the maximum possible damage. Ironically, there's something you're doing here that I really like. And I want to point that out because I don't want to just shit all over this. And the thing that I want to point out that I really like is you didn't just pull Warlock invocations. You invented new things. And that's good. Whenever you're making a class that has a subclass that's inspired by something else, you want to make sure it is creating its own unique version of that thing. Like, look at the Arcane Trickster, for example. Sure, it's a rogue wizard, but wizards don't get an invisible mage hand. Wizards can't, like, steal spell knowledge from other creatures. They get to be their own special, unique thing. And by creating these unique options, you are trying to make this its own unique special thing. And that's great. The problem is, these don't feel like they work. There's no power balance between them. Some of them are so strong, some of them are basically nothing. So if you want to give a bunch of different options at the same time, you should look to other things that give a bunch of options at the same time and see how they're power scaled. Check out the Rune Knight. Check out anything past 3rd level on the Totem Barbarian. Check out or if you want to make them modular, where you can make them into different things, check out the Beast Barbarian. But you want the options that you get to all feel balanced against each other. I do like that you made up new things here, though. I'm giving you I want to acknowledge that, because if you didn't make up new things here, I would have stopped reading this right now. But you did, which gives me hope for you. At 10th level, you can infuse a weapon with a spell. When you make a hit with the weapon, you can cast the spell as a bonus action. This doesn't really work either. And you can add your charisma modifier to your damage. You already basically gave us an invocation that does mostly that. So yeah, this is, I would say, start completely over. I would say learn how to build a third level, learn how to build a third caster. All the things required as a part of that. Make sure you're not missing any of them. Make sure there's a spell table, like a spell slot table. Then come to terms with the fact that a barbarian rage is so powerful that it needs to not be able to cast spells in order for it to work. And then figure out, how can I make spellcasting work in such a way that it isn't going to fuck that system up? Because you could make a barbarian that can cast spells, but you have to be very selective on the way you interpret that. This just doesn't work in its current iteration. I think leaning into giving them invocations that are not actual spellcasting, but like mimic magical stuff could be very cool. But even then, you don't want it to just be like a big list of options. You want there to be some focus. All right, Tavern Brawler, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Another spellcasting barbarian that doesn't work. They are many. They are many. To this day, I have seen one spellcasting barbarian that has worked. And one time, somebody got really pissed at me about the feedback I gave them about the spellcasting barbarian. It might have been you, Beyonder. I don't remember. Somebody was like going up to videos and they were like, actually, on March the 4th, on 10 a.m., on the 2-minute mark of the video, or 3-hour 2-minute mark of the video, you gave this feedback that was not exactly the same as you gave to this person, Cinder. I don't think that was you, but it might have been you. So I don't feel that bad about saying it. You were actually lead writer on the Magic Barbarian that worked? I was? I don't think so. Sorry for throwing you under the bus, Beyonder. I don't know why I thought that was you, but it might have been. But I do love you. Bee-boo-ba. Blorp Pretzel King. One of our new boys. I've never made a spellcasting barbarian. I made a barbarian that could teleport. Their goal is to create a fun, risk-reward-centric item that has potential for interesting team play. I want it to be strong but not OP, inspired by an item from a video game called Ultra Kill. Pretzel King, I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen 3 pieces of homebrew so far. Based off of Ultra Kill, none of them worked. I'm hoping that this is the one to change that pattern. Though the concept has been around for longer than that, hoping the feedback on damage and numbering and wording. Pretzel, do you want to join me on a Discord call, or do you want to just be in the chat? This item's overcomplicated. That's my first thought. Why is it 5 paragraphs? That's so long. It better do something really complicated and crazy and cool. Okay, let's see what it does. Whenever I see a magic item that's 4 paragraphs or more, my first thought is this doesn't need to be this. This is too much. Is that bad? Is that bad? It doesn't even matter. Okay, a bag of magical, this is called Coins of Deflection. A bag of magical coins inlaid with the symbol of a dragon. Slightly warm to the touch, it is said that they are fiendish in origin. These coins alter the trajectory of fast-moving projectiles, ricocheting them into nearby targets. It is unknown how they discern between what is and isn't a target. These coins are destroyed on contact with any solid surface, reappearing inside the bag shortly after destroyed. All right, I'm almost certain I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I'm going to try to. Coin toss. This bag has a number of coins equal to your proficiency bonus plus 2. Nope, don't do that. Big disagree there. As a bonus action, you can... I'll tell you why in a second. As a bonus action, you can toss any number of coins into the air up to 25 feet in any direction, where they will levitate until the end of your next turn, or until destroyed. Any number of coins can fit in any 5-foot space. Once tossed, coins will not reappear inside the bag until the attuned creature takes a short rest. Okay, so items should scale off of themselves. They shouldn't scale off of you. The reason why it's hard to know if what rarity this should be is because the rarity is largely dependent on things like how many uses it has. So give it a straight number of uses. Otherwise, I can never tell you how rare it should be. How do you keep track of all these coins? Like, that seems really annoying to me. That's the first thing that I thought of. The first thing is, what an annoying thing to have to keep track of. If I could throw 6 items, and if I could place 6 objects on the ground within 25 feet of me. I don't know. I don't like that immediately. But we're going to keep going. Sodar, the only thing that we know that they can do is we can throw them in the air. Also, 10 feet in the air, up to 25 feet in any direction is a little confusing. I would probably just say up to 25 feet in any direction and drop the 10 feet in the air. I understand what your goal is here. You don't want them to be able to throw them straight up, but I think being able to throw them straight up is fine. I would do that. It'll just make the whole thing easier to read and understand. Coins have an AC of 18. When hit by any ranged attack, a coin will redirect that attack to the enemy nearest the coin within 15 feet. Dealing an extra 1d10 damage and ignoring AC. What do you mean dealing an extra 1d10 damage? Does that mean the attack does an extra d10 damage? This seems... I'm going to tell you right now how I feel about it. If this mechanic seems exciting to you, fine. This seems really fucking complicated for what it's doing. Because... do you know what this does? This is what this thing does. Here's a way that you could completely rewrite this whole thing, and it would literally do exactly the same thing. You ready? Make an attack roll. If you beat an AC of 18, you can hit a creature and deal an extra 1d10 damage to them. That is what is happening here mechanically. Mechanically is you beat an AC of 18, and then you can hit another creature. I don't think we need to build this complicated gameplay mechanic to say that. I think you can just use flavor to say that. I feel like this mechanic is way overcomplicated for what it does. It's not really doing anything. It's just adding 1d10 to an attack and making whatever a creature's AC is 18. It's not about friendly fire. Oh, you're talking about you're answering in the chat. Yeah, the enemy situation is really unclear. I agree with that. I agree with that. The way that I would probably say that is something like that. I would say as an action, or I would say as part of your attack roll, you can make an attack against the coin and redirect, and when it does whatever this nonsense does, redirecting it to a target of your choice within 10 feet of it, or something like that. If there are multiple coins, the attack will instead deflect to the nearest coin and redirect to the enemy in the nearest coin. Yeah, this is overcomplicated, dude. Like, I don't think this is fun. I don't think this will be fun, man. Like, what are you imagining happening here? Because this is, again, this isn't doing anything other than just adding d10s. So this is such an overcomplicated system to get to the goal of you add multiple d10s to an attack. Here's what I would do if I were you. I would completely get rid of... I would get rid of all this, and I would rewrite the whole thing. And I would say something like this. Like, you have a bag of coins. At the beginning of your turn, you can throw any number of coins in the air within 25 feet of you. Okay? When you take the attack action on your turn, you can have that attack... Wait, let me think about how I want to word that actually, because I'm just making up shit off the top of my head. But what I'm trying to say is, I think the end goal here is all the coin shit should just be flavor text. I think it should be like you have a bag of coins that can help, that you can ricochet stuff with in combat. I'm imagining that like a scene from Support Your Local Gunfighter where you should, yeah, but that's in a fucking TV show. That's not a game. Like, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you have to think about not just how to make this feel, but you don't want this to mechanically feel like what's happening in the TV show. You want this to mechanically feel like something that will work well in a D&D game. And I don't think those two are the same thing here. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, realistically, what you should do is something like, as an action, as a part of your turn, you can, use any number of charges as you throw coins into the air. For each charge you use, you can add 1d10 to your damage roll as your bullet bounces around the coins before it makes its way to the target. Something like that. You don't need more language than that. It's the same fucking thing. The risk is, because you could potentially miss because of 18, is not really a risk, because you can pretty quickly learn what a creature's AC is, so I would not call that a risk. But regardless, the thing here is the idea is fine. I think it's a neat idea. I just think that it's mechanically expressed in like a shockingly overcomplicated way. Not shockingly, regularly overcomplicated way. I don't love it. I don't love it. I think you got to simplify this. I think this is a really good example of, does the ends justify the means? And I think the means are overcomplicated for the ends. Because this is going to take up a lot of time in the middle of a round in a way that's going to be annoying. I think you should make one coin at a time, let the creature attacking the coin redirect the attack to the creature of their choice. That would be cool. I think that would be a cool idea. You could make it work like that. And maybe with only having one coin at a time, that could definitely work. And it does more. It shouldn't do more than that. I'm going to be really honest. That should be all it does. But I'll keep reading. But this should be separate items, probably. Chargeback. As a reaction to being targeted by a ranged attack, you can combine 2 coins to toss a special coin. Like, this sentence structure is these sentences are fucked. That reflects it back to the creature that sent it. A reflected attack's damage is reduced by 1d10. If the enemy rolled a 20 on the hit... So, like, again, man, like, what are we doing here? Pretzel. Do you know what you could also say here? As a reaction, you can spend 2 charges to reduce incoming damage of an attack by 10. Like, this is so overcomplicated for what we're building. You know? Yeah, we're just on YouTube today. And then we have Fistful of Dollars. As an attack, you need to... What does that mean, as an attack? Is that an action, or is that part of the attack roll, but a single attack within the attack roll? Be clear. You can combine 2 coins to their special coins. Yeah, I'm just going to skip that language because it's so fucked. What can you do? You can throw a coin at an enemy to deal damage. On a hit, it will hover above the enemy until the end of the next turn. It has an AC of 10. If it's hit by a ranged attack, it will I'm melting as I'm reading this. It will deflect that attack into the enemy, multiplying the ranged attack damage by a roll by 2. This doesn't. No. I don't even know what you're trying. What are you trying to do here? You can make a special attack that does very little damage, but then you get an extra special attack that you only have to get a 10 to hit, and if you do, you deal double damage. I think that's what you're trying to say. I don't think that works well. I'm going to be really fucking honest here, man. Fistful of dollars, yeah. 10 AC for an auto crit, that don't work. This genuinely doesn't work. This Pretzel King, I love the ambition, but what you are doing is you are trying to take too many elements and put them into one magic item. You are trying to take too many elements and fit them into one magic item, and it's not working. This would work much better if it was massively simplified and turned into a subclass. But this as a magic item, I think you got to pick and choose your battles here. And this magic item is doing too many things in too many directions. And it's just much too strong, also. Those are my thoughts. I think that the idea of auto-setting an AC is really hard to balance. It can work, but it's really hard to balance. Saying it at 18 is fine, I guess. But again, there's a lot of situations that this is gonna not... I could see so many situations with this item, aside from it just being, like, such a fucking slog to run in combat, considering how simple it is for what it's actually doing. I could see so many situations of it, like, kind of really fucking up encounters. Which might be fine if you don't care. But Fistful of Dollars is massively overkill. I think here's my suggestion. My suggestion would be figure out how to express this mechanic nicely. And get that going first. Cut everything else out. And just focus on getting this. Because this is a cool feeling. The idea of flipping a coin in the air and shooting it and bouncing it and hitting somebody. That's fucking awesome. That mechanic should be expressed as smoothly and cleanly and quickly as possible. So that's your goal. Your goal is to address this. Because the idea is kind of neat, but you're taking like a really roundabout 2 steps forward, 3 steps back kind of way to get there, both in terms of the way this is written and also literally the way we have to navigate the mechanics. So those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool idea. I think right now it feels really convoluted in its execution, but I think that you could definitely get it into something more usable if you wanted to. One of the things that I think is really important to talk about when you are designing for D&D, and I say this a lot, and I don't ever mean it negatively, what's the point? What's the point? The point of this item is, I would say there's 2. One, the point of this item is to feel cool with doing stuff with coins and trick shots. Feeling cool doing coin trick shots. Thing number 2 is extra damage. And set AC. If those are the only 3 things that this needs to do, which, by the way, that is the only 3 things that this is doing, just make it do those 3 things. And write those 3 things as simply as possible. It was made to uplift your ranged player. I mean, listen, it will. The whole point of it, I'm not saying that it's not going to do that. I'm saying that if you want it to do it well, you have to fix it. Because I think right now it's not going to uplift your ranged player. I think it's going to slow down your combat. And I think it's going to overpower your ranger sometimes in ways that you are going to have a bad time. So again, start with this, simplify it, get the mechanics smooth enough that the flavor text can just be there to help, you know, sell the fiction, but you don't need to have this big back and forth. Or if you want to have a little bit of a back and forth, do it, but don't make the item do 6 different things where each one requires a weird element of extra thought and extra process. Just make it do the one thing. And like here, like even this, like on a crit, don't do this. You're packing in too much, Pretzel King. You're very excited, and I can see that you're very excited for your player to get your magic item, and that's great. But your overexcitement, it means you're overpacking this. If you make a really cool magic item that does one really cool thing, your player's gonna be pumped. If you make a really cool magic item that does 3 really cool things and 2 kind of cool sub things, your player is not gonna remember what their magic item does. Your magic items should never overcome your subclass and class features. You should be a ranger before you're a coin guy. You don't want to be the coin guy. You want to be the ranger that has a coin guy thing that he does sometimes. Or if you want to be a coin guy, make it a subclass. Build it into a whole thing. But as an item right now, it is bloated. All right, those are my thoughts. I think it's a very cool idea from a flavor perspective. So I do think it's worth trying to get it together. But at the end of the day, I think right now in its current iteration, it just feels a little bit like... It feels like I'm looking at it through warped glass. Honestly, man, I think making a subclass out of it would be the move. I don't know Ultra Kill, but if it's the kind of thing where you want it to have, like, layers of interaction, that could work really well for that. But I don't know the game, so I can't tell you. Yeah, simplify it, simplify it, simplify it. That's the feedback. Simplify it. Anyway, thank you for sharing, Pretzel King. If you ever have a magic item that you think... If you're ever trying to make something feel like a character from a game, or an object from a game, and that thing has like a great deal of nuance to it, you either need to make that thing probably an artifact or a legendary item and really let it be beefy in what it does and have it be a character defining item when they get it, or you have to pick what aspects of it you think translate the best into D&D and focus on those. But any item that is like a common, uncommon, rare, very rare item that has like 17 things going on, especially if they're really powerful, is going to, it's going to kind of, it can really easily create a situation where your player feels like they are their magic item more than their character. And while there's nothing inherently wrong with that, it does give you as the dungeon master a lot of difficulty in making your players continuously feel excited and being able to give them cool stuff and balance type things. Layers just on using coin-centric projectile tricks. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if I was going to be a coin guy, I might you could also just be like, be a battle master and reflavor all your battle master maneuvers as cool coin tricks, you know? It's a pretty high magic game, and part of the worry was that the Blood Hunter would get phased out, so scaling with proficiency mod was the idea. I mean, listen, Azimi, one of the things you guys both need to keep in mind is I'm not giving you feedback for your home game. I'm giving you feedback on how to build a D&D item. So you don't, the thing is, you don't need to listen to anything I say, ever. But the things I say are going to be the things that you should think about if your goal is to improve as a D&D game designer. And if you're realizing that feedback is not applicable to what you're using your thing for, then you don't need to listen to it. Or next time, be much more specific about what your goal is with the piece. Or maybe you did say that and I just missed it. But I usually give feedback in the direction of, like, do you want this thing to be balanced in a way that magic items are supposed to be balanced? You know? So yeah, I stand pretty firmly by the feedback. I think in its current iteration, if you are the dungeon master for it and you don't care, then fine, use it. But I see a great deal of red flags around it in its current iteration. But if you're not caring about them for your home game, then you really shouldn't care what I think. Because if you're having fun, that is actually all that matters. You called yesterday about your prison break. Took your advice and started into the prison. All my players had tons of fun coming up with the reasons they're imprisoned. Nice! Let's go! Gem. The other thing that you can always do, Pretzel King, if the idea is that they're really excited about being like a coin trick guy, they can start reflavoring their features to be coin trick stuff. I think I could make an amazing coin trick character and not have a coin magic item at all. I just pick features that I can reflavor to be that. So much of what characters' power comes from is their character. And I think a lot of the time we try to think about what extra things we can give them to make them feel like something that we want them to feel like. Somebody asked me this in a video. They were like, or maybe it was yesterday, they were like, how can I give someone the power of like getting, how can I give them the power, feeling like giving them the power of like, what did they say? Like, how can I give them the power of getting like a battle master maneuver? And I was like, well, they should take the feat where they get a battle master maneuver. And then they will feel like they're getting that power because they're getting that power, you know? We don't always need to fix the problem by adding something new. A lot of the time we can fix the problem by having the player make choices that fix the problem. Gem. I'm not saying that's what happened with your player at all. I'm just thinking now. Gemma. Gem, do you want to come on stream? These guys are going to be the main antagonists of the campaign I'm currently running, going to have a bunch of different versions. Only if you want to. This is the Fugue Arbiter. Ooh, cool art. Let me know if you end up in the waiting room. I like the art choice a lot. I'm a big fan of art that feels slightly more stylistic, whether you're making it or someone else's. This is almost like a Hellboy look to it with the shading. I like it. Let's see. This is the Fugue Arbiter. Arbiters were living weapons created by ancient gods to bring a violent end to a long-forgotten war. That's like 30 paragraphs of exposition in a sentence. Built to rend the very substance of divinity. Oh, we're still going. The Arbiters were the ultimate tools of destruction. Okay, this is so much backstory, and it's so vague. Terrified that they had designed the means of their own demise. Oh my god, you're still giving backstory. The gods cursed Arbiters and imprisoned them into the Fugue plane, where their powers were no longer a threat. Slowly, their strength rotted and diminished, leaving them as husks filled only by an eternal hatred of the divine power in their creation. Wow. Do you know what's crazy? How little any of this opening matters to understand what this monster is. Gem, what are you doing, man? Don't give me the backstory of your campaign. Tell me about the fucking monster. If you're going to do a paragraph of repetitive history, the flavor text needs to be 3 paragraphs long at least. If you're giving us a single paragraph of flavor text, you shouldn't be repeating the same idea 16 times in 3 sentences and then getting to what they kind of are like now a little bit at the end, you know? Not to be that guy, but, you know. Make your flavor text work for how much you're using. If you know you only want it to be a paragraph, make that paragraph count. Does this long-forgotten war fucking matter at all? Who gives a shit? It's forgotten. Literally, we don't know anything about it. Why is it taking up words in this flavor text? Okay, let's see what this thing actually does. Now that I completely don't understand it at all, I legit, by the way, this is not me. I'm ribbing you a little bit here, and I acknowledge that, but this is not me ribbing you. I just read this and thought about this flavor text and talked about it for, I don't know, a minute or two. I have no idea what this monster is or what it's supposed to be like. So, that's not great. I know that they have a hatred for the divine powers and their creation, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know what "and their creation" means. So literally the only thing I know about these monsters is that they don't like gods. This is a CR14 monster. It understands all languages but cannot speak. That's fun. It's got some hit points. It's got some armor. Make sure you're doing all your math right for the hit points and stuff. It's immune to necrotic and radiant. Let's see what it gets. It's immutable form Godslayer. Damage dealt by Arbiter ignores resistance and immunities. Why are you writing in the passive voice still, Gem? I feel like I gave you shit about this before. Can anybody tell me how to turn this into the active voice? It's very easy. You just have to change a couple things around. But this type of passive language, you can... Here's the thing about a passive voice. It's sort of like a dusty corner. It doesn't ruin a word in the same way that a dusty corner doesn't ruin a room entirely. But it also makes that room a little shitty if you let it go for too long. And if you get too many dusty corners, you got a room you don't want to be in. And you got a room full of dust. A tiny bit of passive voice doesn't kill anybody. But as soon as it keeps stacking up, holy shit, it makes your piece genuinely unreadable. The Arbiter ignores damage resistances and immunities. Yes, literally that. Exactly, Gem. You solved it yourself. Write in the active voice. It makes everything read better. If you ever want to be somebody that writes things that are long, or wants to write monster mechanics that are long, or complicated subclasses, or world lore books where there's a lot of, like, paragraphs and stanzas and shit, this is gonna kill you if you don't figure this shit out. And if you do figure this shit out, it is like you are given a golden secret power, which is the power to make people read crazy long things you write. Because as soon as your writing becomes smooth and flowy and rhythmic and action-oriented, the people who are reading it, it's like they're going to be drinking stamina potions. They are going to be energized by reading it instead of being weakened and diminished and tired and exhausted by reading it. I don't want to get tired when I'm reading. I want to get excited. And the difference between passive voice and active voice is often that. The difference between writing that makes me tired and writing that makes me excited. If it ignores resistances and immunities, what's the point of damage types? Well, because I would say the point of damage types is that there's lots of different monsters in D&D. I think what it means is it ignores other creatures' damage resistances and immunities. It has something called Arcane Anchor. I do agree that it would be... I think it would be okay for it to not have that be all things, but it's a much easier way to write it and a quicker way to write it to be the Arbiter's attacks ignore resistance and immunity to damage. If the Arbiter is moved against its will, at the beginning of its next turn, it immediately moves up to 60 feet in a straight line towards the space it left. If it would travel through another creature's space, that creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 27 force damage. Okay, this is a really cool idea for like a gameplay mechanic from a like a thinking about playing it out at the table. Like this could be a lot of fun. I think that there are two things to think about here. I think that I almost want to say this maybe should be... I like what it's doing. I like the idea that at the start of its turn, here's what I would say. This is the way that I would write it. I would write at the start of the Arbiter's turn. If it was moved against its will at any point, no, that's not the right way to write it. Here's the way you write that. If the Arbiter was moved against its will at any point before the start of its next turn, maybe that's the way to write it? I don't know. I don't like the way the opening is written, and I think that could use a little bit of work. But the core idea, I think, is a lot of fun. I do think there is something to think about here. Listen, whenever you're making a D&D monster, you kind of have a choice to make, and that choice is, how complicated do I want this monster to be for a dungeon master to run? Yeah, you did passive voice again. There are, like, if the Arbiter is moved against its will, I think that is a reasonable use of passive voice. But that reasonable use of passive voice feels much less reasonable when passive voice is used immediately before it. This is one of those monsters that a dungeon master really will want to read and make sure they understand before they implement it, because this mechanic basically means the dungeon master needs to have the foresight to keep track of where the monster ended its turn every turn, even if it's moved. That is not at all an unreasonable amount of work for a dungeon master to do, and it's a very cool monster. So it's a choice you're making here, which is not a bad choice. But it's the choice is this monster needs to be read before it can be used. And you might be thinking, well, duh, Cinder, like, what else? You'd be surprised how many people, like, pick a monster and half sort of read it as they're running combat. Kobold Press is one of my favorite third-party D&D content creator companies. They make all sorts of cool books about monsters and stuff. I use their monster books more than I use D&D monster books. And almost every single one of the monsters that they have is that sort of monster, where you really kind of have to read the mechanics first, because they're not overly complicated, but they're complicated enough that you as the dungeon master have to be ready to think about them as combat starts. You can't be learning them as combat starts. All of that to say, I think if you figure out how to say this opening a little bit more smoothly, I genuinely think this is fucking awesome. There is one tiny thing missing that's really important, or it's unusable. Can anybody tell me what it is? So tiny, but it's so tiny, but it's like yeah, we don't have a spell save DC. What number do they have to beat on the dexterity saving throw? So give us a number. They have Divine Castigation. That's a cool name. If the Arbiter takes necrotic or radiant damage, the next time it makes damage... Next time it deals damage. The next time it deals... What the fuck? The next time it makes... You mean like... What is this? Are you trying to say pooping politely or something? I'm going to read this whole sentence and then I'm going to try to understand what you mean. The next attack it makes deals additional force damage equal to the amount of damage dealt to the Arbiter. I hate how that sentence is written. Okay. If the Arbiter takes necrotic or radiant damage, here's what I would do. If the Arbiter takes necrotic or radiant damage, its Void Blade attack becomes charged. The next time it hits a creature with its Void Blade attack, it deals an extra amount of damage and some amount of dice or something. But I don't like this sentence. I don't like this sentence. I think this sentence is bad. I think it's a cool feature. Bad sentence. The Fugue Arbiter makes 2 attacks using its Void Blade and uses its Eye. And then you then say, and 1 use of its Eye Oblivion. And uses its Eye Oblivion once. I think add that extra word in there. Void Blade. Just a big old attack. Eye Oblivion. The Arbiter projects a torrent of thoughts filled with existential despair in a 60-foot line that is 5 feet wide. Each creature in that line must make a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw or take some psychic damage and act as if under the effects of the confusion spell until the end of their next turn. Cool. I have a really specific piece of feedback for this one. Arcane Anchor is a line attack. I don't know if I want both of this thing's main cool moves to be the same shape. So because this is already basically a line attack, I feel like this... Oops. I feel like maybe Eye of Oblivion should be a cone. Just to make it feel a little different. And then we get Malign Transportation. When the Arbiter is targeted by a melee attack roll, it can use a creature that it can see other than the attacker. It can choose a creature that it can see other than the attacker within 30 feet of it. That creature must make a DC 17 Charisma saving throw or switch places with the Arbiter, becoming the new target of the attack. This is really cool. I like it a lot. This should trigger this. And it doesn't right now. Because this is not moving against their will. This should trigger this. Yeah. That was actually going to be my main piece of feedback about this now that I'm done through it. First of all, I was giving you a lot of shit about some of your writing, but I do want to be clear because I don't know how many new people we have, but it takes a little bit of time. If you're somebody that sends me homebrew pretty regularly, It does take me a little bit of time to like learn who you are as a writer, usually like 2 or 3 pieces. So you'll notice that my barometer for like where I'm at with reviewing pieces is kind of different depending on who I'm reviewing. And also sometimes I have a lot more patience for things for some people than others. If you feel like I'm being unhinged or unfair to someone that you don't know who they are, it is likely that they and I have a history and I'm yelling at them because I've given them the same feedback 17 times. Or for the example of Gem, I don't have to give that much broad feedback. I can be really fucking nitpicky because I've seen enough of this guy's stuff and this monster is mostly good. So you'll see all sorts of shades of me in these reviews depending on whose piece I'm looking at. But Gem, I think this is mostly very cool. It's a really fun monster. I love the Arcane Anchor is such a cool idea for a feature. Like, really, really fun. I was going to say my main piece of feedback was going to be, it's a shame that Arcane Anchor is so cool and you have no guarantee that it's going to happen. And I want this monster to have a guarantee that it's going to happen. But it is going to have a guarantee if you make it tied with this. All right, those are my thoughts. Fun monster. Fix your flavor text. All right, let's give Gem a round of applause. Yeah, flavor text needs some work as well, for sure. But that's fine. Honestly, flavor text is like the least important thing if it's for your home game. But it is one of the most important things if it's for your not home game. Cool monster. Cool monster regardless. Kadoosh. Kabloosh. King Kadasha. How you doing, King? It should push monsters out of the space if it ends up in them. Here's what I would do. I would have it so those creatures count as being in that line. So if they're still there when its turn starts, the first thing that happens is it smashes them and they take a bunch of damage and get knocked back. That's what I would do. I think most people don't find me that I think most people either don't find me insulting or they like that they find me insulting. I think very few people find me insulting and don't like it. But they're here. There'll probably be 1 or 2 this stream. It doesn't happen all the time anymore, but I would say pretty regularly when I do homebrew review streams, I will get a DM or a email from somebody who is like very upset with me for how I reviewed their homebrew. It happens pretty regularly. That being said, I also get the opposite, so it's sort of whatever. A bucket, 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 a boom. King of Awesome. I would feel guilty about it if I was reviewing random people's homebrew online. Like if they didn't have a chance, if they didn't have a choice in me berating them. But if you are sending me a homebrew, it's your chick. You are taking that choice. So I don't really feel bad about it if I do put people in their place a little bit. Because it's like, listen, man, it's challenge by choice, buddy. Let's see what the King of Awesome has. Custom race that all my players will be using in a homebrew world. Just want some tips on how to know if it's too much. Why are they all going to be it? I'm going to offer you an alternative solution if it's too much. Holy shit. Yeah, it's probably too much. Why are they all going to be it? I guess that's the thing is, that's true. If they are all going to be it, then it doesn't matter if it's too much. It doesn't matter. It will be too much because it might be annoying for you. Okay, let's see what's going on here. They're not a race of soldiers. They're a race of soldiers made by the void, a hive mind of extra-dimensional invaders that consume universes by slowly weakening them. Okay. It can appear as any race they have seen. This disguise is perfect unless the creature looking at them has true sight. Okay, that's really strong. That's basically being a changeling. So changelings... Okay, I'm going to give you feedback. Oh, you're in voice? Perfect. I'd so much rather talk to you about this. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Perfect.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. This is stupidly overpowered and completely unusable in
I
anything other than a home game that you are running where everyone is being it. Just so you
it's
know.
based off-
No,
yeah.
I just want to start with that because
Okay.
I'm not going to be giving you feedback in a normal way because my feedback in a normal way is it's too much. Don't use it. If you want me to give you feedback in that way more specifically, I will, but I think it will be more valuable to you for me to give you feedback as to what you want to use this for.
Yeah, the campaign is kind of like an espionage type campaign.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask
Where
you a
they're-
question?
Yeah.
Why are they all going to be the same thing?
The point of the campaign is they are from the void and they're invading a universe by taking they're supposed to be taking over like a specific city.
So you want them to all be like the same evil, monstrous invading force?
It's kind of an evil campaign type vibe.
Cool. Okay,
That's
can
why-
I
that's why I gave some-
can I ask another question?
Yes. Ask as many as you need.
Do you want them to be? Do you want their racial options to have a bigger impact on their power than a normal D&D racial option would?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'll tell you what my first thought was immediately. My first thought immediately was don't do this at all. My first thought immediately was have them all pick normal D&D races, but give them all the ability to do Void Morph and True Form. And don't worry about anything else. Don't make them this assimilating crazy alien. Have them play this assimilating crazy alien that have each taken on a certain type of role in society and just give them those racial features. I feel like that would be so much fucking easier.
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I were you. I'm looking at features like memory assimilation. What is this supposed to do?
Their job is to gain information like they need to, like if they're impersonating a specific person, if they need to remember something, it's like I'm gonna take what they know and I'm gonna use that.
This is one of those things that I would not like. This is a feature. It's basically, how often can they do this?
It's limited. I haven't really thought of how many times to limit it, but
Because it looks like, but right now it looks like it's unlimited in use, right?
I'm thinking it might scale with.
I'm not asking what you're thinking. I'm asking what it is.
Once per hour, maybe.
That's not that. So it's right now. Is once per hour written here right now?
No. It's
Okay,
not.
so right now it's unlimited in use. That's sort of what I was asking.
Yeah, right now it's unlimited use.
So that is the same as giving somebody unlimited access to the spell Legend lore, which would be very annoying. Do you want somebody to be able to ask a billion questions about every single NPC in the whole game?
No.
Then you have to not. You have to limit this to a extreme degree. And I would look to spells like I'm going to give you two examples of things to look at. One would be, actually, I think the easier solution would be something like detect thoughts. But honestly, even then, man, I'm going to be honest, like, unless you are really excited about having to be able to answer all these questions, drop this fucking feature.
Yeah. The thing what I was thinking was it's like they get one thing. They have to pick one thing that they get, and that's it.
What do you mean one thing that they get? This
When
seems like they
wanna
learn
do
memories.
When they want to do a memory, they steal one memory. They steal a memory.
Yes,
that's
but that's but are you not seeing
Yeah.
how that's a problem? Like they're stealing one memory. That's cool. They're still doing that from every NPC, and they can have a lot of control over what, like, the way this works. That means you as a dungeon master need to be prepared for potentially every NPC to have a memory that took place within the same hour, within the same day, within the same week, within the same month, within the same year, and anything further back. You need to have all of that ready. Are you like that's not something that's something you could do, but there are plenty of things in D&D that do bits of memory hijacking, and they express them in very different ways than this. So, for example, somebody mentioned borrowed knowledge, which is a spell that gives you proficiency in a skill, or the reborn race has an ability where they can pull on their past lives knowledge and they can add a d6 to a roll. There's ways to express mechanically that same sort of feeling that don't require the dungeon master to literally figure all of that shit out. And I just see that as a big, this sort of feature, maybe it would work on a very powerful, very limited in use magic item, but I would not give this to a character permanently, and I would not give it to them before they even are level 1.
Okay.
That's going to be a fucking headache.
Yeah.
Let's see. You can remove a creature's ability to remember how to breathe.
It's an optional feature for just like for jokes. It requires a perfect 100 on the D100 roll, and if it fails once, it'll never work again on that creature.
All right, whatever. That's meme nonsense. Well, look, I'm just gonna ignore that. You can telepathically communicate to other void creatures. This is also very strong. Coming to contact with sugar causes you to become temporarily separated from your hive mind. Halves your movement for 1d4 minutes. Two things. One, I think having a weird, unique weakness is kind of fun, but what does it mean to be separated from your hive mind? What does that mechanically mean? Don't explain the plot. Don't explain it as a plot. I'm not asking about it as a plot. I'm asking mechanically, what does it do?
They lose their telepathic communication.
Say that.
Yeah, okay.
And then we're getting sub races too.
Yeah. They're not really optional. It's like you pick one. It's kind of like elves.
I understand. That's how all sub races work.
Yeah. Oh.
You're not
I'm
stupid.
also extremely nervous right now.
Don't be nervous.
You are very intimidating. You are very intimidating when you're talking directly to someone.
I
Jeez.
apologize. I'm not trying to be.
Oh, you're fine. Oh, you're fine, man.
You get a +2 to strength, and okay, so we get some stats. Do all of these give stats, or just this one?
All of them get specific stats for specific things because of their specific.
Okay, so most of the time in D&D, people can switch that now. Like races don't have specific stats anymore.
Yeah.
I guess if you're all playing the same thing, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I did this to make some differences so they're not all like the same.
We're immune to the effects of sugar. All right, I don't love that one of them is immune to the interesting thing.
Yeah, scouts are like so basic that they don't.
It's not a. This is not a scout. This is a grunt.
Grunts. I was reading scouts. Yeah, grunts are like basic.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. What I mean is like, why give us a weakness if one of the subclasses gets to avoid it? That just seems uninteresting to me.
Yeah.
You absorb weakness weapons into your body, making them a part of your body. Can't be disarmed, and you can hide your weapons by reabsorbing them. Okay, so I think that's kind of an interesting idea. I would say this needs to be more. You need more detail here. Like, how many weapons can you hold? Like, how many of this can happen at a time? I don't know if being unable to be disarmed is interesting. Again, if the goal was to make this reasonably balanced for a player to use outside of your game, I would probably not make them unable to be disarmed. But how many things can they hold? I think is missing here. Okay, let's see what's going on with Scout. You get deception. You learn a language from a person's memory you steal. This is very similar to like the Reborn feature. You should check out the Reborn. I feel like you're trying to do a lot of stuff that the Reborn race does really well.
Huh. Okay.
You have advantage on concentration when attempting to interrupt your memory assimilation. I would just completely rebuild Scout from the ground up.
Okay.
Unless you really like the memory assimilation stuff,
memory assimilation is gonna be like a key thing. It's like they're taking memories from like high-powered people to be able to know things.
So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do these key important things need to be racial features? Because I feel like you're really putting yourself into a corner by deciding these need to be racial features. It's sort of like when somebody decides they're going to try to make like Pikachu or a One Piece character in D&D, and they make a race that has like 30,000 abilities, and it's like, bitch, half of this shit should be magic items and RP stuff that is not in the mechanics. It's like things they find in the game or just choices they make. So like, for example, if memory stealing is really important, should that just be an innate power they have? Or should that be like a thing that's like a process they need to go through? Or should it be tied to an item that they just have access to? Like, you don't need every single thing to fit in here. I would strongly encourage you to take everything that doesn't literally have to do with their biology and physiology and not put it in here.
Okay.
And if you're like, it's important for the plot, great. Make sure it's an item they get. You know?
Yeah.
It's very easy to overbloat. Very easy to overbloat.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking you overbloated it. That's why I wanted your opinion on that, definitely, for sure.
This is just the AC is too high. Make it 17.
Okay.
The Turtle has a natural AC of 17, which is already crazy. We don't need to just pick the thing that's crazy and make it better. Okay. If an ally within 5 feet of you is targeted with an attack, you can use your action to force the attack to target you instead. Yeah, this is so fucking man. I mean, look, I'm having a hard time not talking about how ridiculously OP this stuff is. You're really making your characters very strong. You really just got to be ready for. Like, I don't think I'm gonna say. Here's what I'm gonna say. I don't know if you need sub races, because here's what you got. What is the difference between a grunt and a scout? I would say the difference between a grunt and a scout is a grunt is like this sort of beefy, simple, run and like be in front and smash stuff kind of guy, right? And the scout is a little bit like they're nimble, they're good at hiding, they're quick, they're manipulative, right? Like they're a little bit different, right? Mm-hmm. Why doesn't the person who wants to be a grunt just play a fighter or a barbarian? And the person who wants to be a scout just play a ranger or a rogue? You know what I mean? Like, you get those features from your class. So you don't need, that's sort of what I mean, where it's like this, you don't need to build these whole things out. And if you want to have them be from this like alien hive mind race where they're from like a caste system, so their biology sort of represents them in different ways, I think that's great. Do it. But don't try to, but you're throwing way too much in here. It's way too much in here. And I feel like a lot of these things aren't selling different types of this insectoid hive mind or whatever it is. They're selling different like classes. And you should just pick your class by picking your class.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I would say. If I'm sorry, I'm just sort of shitting on the idea because I'm really not trying to, but I do think that that especially if you're going to be using these for the whole campaign, the last thing you want to do is bloat them before you even start.
Yeah.
And like, are these things like how are these things balanced against each other? So like, I'll give you an example. Mm-hmm. Grunt is unquestionably just worse than Guardian. Mm-hmm. It's just worse. There is no argument that it's better. The ability to have an AC of 18, double proficiencies, and the ability to force creatures to change what they're attacking is a shit ton stronger than the ability to not be affected by sugar, which will likely come up very rarely, if at all, and the ability for people not to disarm you. You know? So if you are going to be making sub races, and you want your players to be picking between a group of different sub-races, I think it's important to make sure that all of them feel balanced.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Frank the Tank says maybe they should play a game that isn't D&D. I don't know if that's the case. I think playing a really specific flavored version of D&D is a lot of fun, and I think that's maybe my favorite way to play D&D. I do think that you are too worried about making sure this homebrew race is exactly what you want it to be, and you should spend more of your energy thinking about how to use the D&D gameplay tools that you have and to reflavor them as features that fit the campaign. So for example, if I was going to run a campaign like this where I had like an alien species invading a planet, what I would probably do to start is I would probably say, whatever race or class you pick, you are this species, and using your racial features and your class features that you pick, you're going to use that to flavor what caste of this clan you're from. So if you want to be one of the brooding, big, bulky warrior class ones, maybe go Goliath Barbarian. If you want to be one of the quick, super nimble, stealthy ones, maybe go halfling rogue. You know what I mean? Like I would try to build it in that way. That being said, if you are having fun making this, then you should keep making this. But if I'm worried about that it's just going to be, it's like a lot of features. It's going to be a lot of bloat early on. And a lot of this stuff just, I feel like, I don't know how new or old your players are or how excited about this idea they are, because if they're players that you've been playing with for a long time and they're very excited about it, it is likely they will be much more willing and eager to engage with more complicated mechanics.
They are pretty willing, yeah. These are people I played with for a couple years now.
Okay, so then maybe it'll work fine. But I think that you should be thinking much more about power balance, not compared to other D&D races, because that doesn't matter here, but power balance between the sub-races, and if this thing even needs sub-races, and then power balance in terms of how much you as a dungeon master want to put up with.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because that's really all that matters here. All that matters here is that they're balanced against each other and that they work in a way that is going to make the game easier for you to run as opposed to more frustrating or more complicated for you to run.
Okay. Yeah. Reading over these, yeah, some of these definitely like too much bloat. Some of the there's two semi-stealth kind of based ones, except scouts are more social stealth, if you get what I mean. Like scouts' jobs. This campaign's mainly set like before they go in and like start like taking over. This is like them like learning. This is like the learning phase. Like this and like spies and stuff. So that was one thing. Combat is heavily ill-advised in a way, because if you get into combat, everyone you're fighting needs to die, or else everyone's going to figure out that you're not you and you're a monster. That's why I'm thinking more like scouts and like grunts and that kind of stuff are like different in a way, because grunts are good at fighting, but the moment you start fighting, bad stuff happens, because then everyone else's job gets exponentially harder. Guardians are there to like make sure no one gets away.
I understand the logic that they all have different roles to fill. I'm not really questioning that. What I'm questioning is the power between them.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
Because right now, the grunt sounds so shitty compared to the others, and you just told me that the grunt is also more shitty compared to the others because they shouldn't even really be using their powers.
I'm definitely gonna rework the grunt a lot.
So I think listen, man, do you? If you are excited by this, great. Go full steam ahead. I think, in general, it is a better choice to don't rely on Homebrew to sell the fiction of your unique world if you can also sell that fiction with the game mechanics. Or rather, use Homebrew, but don't rely exclusively on it. If I was going to do straight up, if I was going to do an alien invader race, I'd be like, you're all changelings. And I would just leave it at that. I wouldn't worry about anything beyond that. But that's just me. Or I would be like, you can be whatever D&D race you want, but you all have the changeling ability to change what you look like. And because I prefer simpler, and I don't want to have to navigate managing a bunch of new features to start playing my game. But some people really like that shit.
Yeah.
I also just think, though, that D&D is, at the end of the day, designed in such a way to uplift fiction. So that's kind of why I'm like, these sub-races, like, I feel like, if you like the sub-races, great, but I would not design the sub-races in such a way that they feel like, I wouldn't design them in a way that they mimic classes, basically. Because that's kind of what they feel like they're doing right now. And I think that I would try to design them to say, like, a good example of this would be, look at the Aasimar. The Aasimar gets 3 different sub-races that each one gives them a special once-a-day unique feature. Or what's it called? The shifter. They all get a bunch of different modes. All of their modes are pretty good, but they're pretty good in general. They're not like, oh, this is amazing if you're a barbarian, or this is amazing if you're a cleric. It's like, no, they're all just good. They all just do interesting things. Some of them might be more advantageous to melee players versus range players, but they're not associated with classes, and I think they're associated with like narrative aspects of that. And I think that is probably going to help you design these in such a way that they all feel a little bit more reasonable, and will also encourage your players to lean into their features that they already get to help sell the fiction of their character, which will sell it better. That'd be my thoughts.
Sorry, I'm not good with like talking and stuff.
But you're fine, dude. Do you have any questions, concerns, any specific things you want to address or mention or ask me about?
Let's see here. Do you think the amount, this is based off the sugar weakness thing, the 1d4 minutes, especially if they do this in a combat, do you think that'd be too much if they get into fights?
Their movement is halved?
Yeah, and they can't telepathically communicate.
Not being able to telepathically communicate doesn't matter. They can still just regularly communicate. Yeah. I think it's fine. I think having your movement halved isn't really a weakness. It's more annoying. So it's like, it's not the end of the world. It'll just be tedious.
Yeah.
It just slows things down. So like, I don't know, it's fine. The other thing is like, who the fuck knows this? Like, how much sugar? What does it mean to come into contact with a cup worth of sugar? Like, who's gonna be using that in combat? Do you know what I mean? So like, maybe you're gonna building monsters around that. In which case, that could be fine. Here's what I would say: if it's gonna be happening semi-regularly, that they're gonna be affected by this, I would maybe change the downside to not be their movement is halved, but maybe give them some other minor penalty, because halved movement is frustrating to deal with. It's like, I would say having disadvantage on attack rolls is more fun than having half movement speed.
Yeah.
Because half movement speed literally just feels like you're slowing down.
Makes sense.
But that's my thought about that. I think it's an interesting idea. I'm curious to know if I'm curious to see how that would be implemented in monsters and stuff if people start figuring it out. But yeah, that's all about it. I think it's a neat idea. I think that there's a lot of ways to express this idea, and I think you don't necessarily even need Homebrew to do it. But if you are excited by Homebrew to do it, I wish you well on continuing that journey.
Thank you so much.
Any final thoughts, questions, concerns?
Appreciate the wheel for spinning me. Thank you, wheel.
All right, buddy.
Smolder will beat you one day. Smolder wins every day. Have a good one.
See you, buddy. Have a good one. All right, that was King of Awesome. Let's give them a round of applause. It's an interesting idea, but man, I don't remember who said it in chat. Somebody was like, maybe it was Moot, I think, said, it almost feels like you should play something different than D&D. And I don't feel like they should be playing something different than D&D, but I also see what you mean when you say that, because there's a lot of ideas in here and a lot of ideas in that campaign that don't feel like they are... I almost would argue they feel like they wouldn't be tied to like mechanics in general, because D&D is so combat-oriented in its mechanics. But I also think a lot of these features, and a lot of, not even these features, but a lot of like the goals of a campaign like that, you can accomplish very easily through the way you tell the story and the types of challenges you give your players, as opposed to needing to like figure out the mechanics for all of those things super specifically, you know? But it's a tricky thing. Trying to build something genuinely unique and new is a hard thing to do. All right, thank you, King. Kadoosh. How do you submit Homebrew? Today's Homebrew wheel is for people that are either Twitch subs, patrons on Patreon, or very cool and up YouTube members. So if you want to submit some Homebrew today, you got to be one of those things. If you don't want to do one of those things, you can submit some Homebrew on one of the other days of the week that I review Homebrew. Can we get a Smolder emote eventually? Yeah, I'll need to take some photos. I need to get him to take some photos. You added a submission? I got you. I gotcha. I gotcha. You can make those for me? Blades in the Dark would also work. Yeah, any of those systems that are a little bit more like narrative focused and how they drive things forward. I haven't played many super narrative mechanical games, but I do like them. I have liked them the times that I've played them. What is this? Why is this all black? Whatever. Mysterious. I played Savage Worlds for a little bit, and I played in a Monster of the Week game for a little bit, and I liked both of them a lot. Have I ever thought about making my own system? I have made 2 little RPGs before. And they were not great or well thought out, but I liked the ideas of them. One of them And they were both intended to be like one-pager RPGs, so you can just sit around. The goal was I wanted to try to make an RPG that I could like play with my family. One of the ones that I made that I think was more fleshed out was the point of the game was that you were playing animals in a suburban area, and you could either be a wild animal or a pet. And depending on which one you were, you had more or less of those. Were basically the main stats that you had were, I think it was like wild and domestic were like the two main stats. And it was a little bit like Honey Heist. But then the other thing was that you had you had like a special move depending on what animal you picked. And the premise of the RPG was that you were playing out 1950s horror movie situations, or like old horror movie situations, but from the perspective of the animals. So like a zombie, like Night of the Living Dead zombie apocalypse, but as the animals, or aliens invading, but as the animals, things like that. And I'd never finished making it, but I liked the idea of it. A bucket, 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 a Fluffcopter. Making simple low CR plants you could throw at players instead of using kobolds or goblins. Nice. Fun fact. There's very few plant monsters in D&D. Can always use more plants. Oh, I love the art. I love it. Did you draw this, dude? This looks like maybe you drew it. I'm assuming you drew it. I love it. This is called a pumpling. What is that name? Pumpling. That's great. That's a very funny name. Oh my goodness, that's a funny name. Let's see here. It's got AC of 11, 17 hit points, 30 movement. It's pretty mushy. It's a little boy. It's a CR 1/4. It's got pack tactics. It's got false appearance. It looks like a pumpkin. What's its interesting stuff? It's got some, let's see, jack-o'-lantern. It can make its eyes glow brightly at will. Just make it a bonus action. At will feels weird here. While its eyes glow, the pumpling gainers dark vision 60 feet, but is visible in darkness and loses false appearance. Oh, interesting. I don't know how I feel about it losing false appearance. I feel like because jack-o'-lanterns glow sometimes, right? So why is it losing it? Oh, patch tactics. Is it actually patch? Is it different? Is advantage on attacks against a creature of at least one of its? No, it's basically the same. Oh, the ally also has, and oh, they both have to have patch tactics. I see. It only works if the other one has patch tactics too. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Sorry, I misunderstood that at first. I feel like jack-o'-lantern shouldn't make it lose false appearance, but that's just me. Bite is bite. Vine trip. Bludgeoning damage. They make a strength save or they fall prone. I think it's pretty good, dude. Here's what I would do if I were you. I would make its vine trip dex-based. I would make this dex-based. It would make this a +3. It would make this 1d4 +1. I might make both attacks dex-based. Or switch strength and dex. I feel like it's a fucking pumpkin. It should be stronger than it is dexterous. But I think it needs I think I'd want these to be a +3. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm being really fucking nitpicky here. I like it. Overall, I think he's cute. He's great. I like him. High five. Get rid of the false appearance when he's glowing. That feels silly. Okie dokie. Those be my thoughts. But it's only silly because jack-o'-lanterns exist. So maybe if this was in a world where jack-o'-lanterns aren't a thing, then yes, this would break false appearance. It doesn't emit light, it just gains dark vision. That's true. Maybe it should just emit light. Maybe it doesn't gain dark vision. Maybe it just shoots light out of its eyes in like a 30-foot cone. That could be cool too. Anyway, I like it. It's fun. It's cute. A+ for art. Those would be my thoughts. Maybe change the dark vision. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think change this. Make this like a lantern coming out of its eyes. I think it'll work better. Or don't do that. But that's what I want you to do. All right, let's give Fluffcopter a round of applause. Yeah, very cute art. I love when people make their own art for their homebrew. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you make your own art for the homebrew, regardless of the quality, I generally like that more. Because it's just fun to see your own version of it. Even if your own version isn't like hyper accurate, realistic, it's going to capture the vibe more that you're thinking about than some random thing you find, you know? Kind of want pumpkin bread now? Yeah, I like pumpkin bread. Pumpkin bread's good. I like pumpkin bread. I like pumpkin pie. I like pumpkin sandwich in your eye. Bucket a 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 ba-dee-ba-doo-ba-da. Boom! It's Anomia. Oh man, all the new members are getting rolled on the wheel today. Or a lot of them anyway. A one piece of a MacGuffin. One piece of a MacGuffin. Maybe not one piece of a MacGuffin. This is called the Durandal Ward of Power. I don't know what it is for when you share in this specific format. It makes it really hard for me to read them for whatever reason. Anomia, if you're still here in the chat, if you want to join me in a Discord call, you're more than welcome to. Just let me know if you are in my Discord. If you are going to the waiting room and I can grab you, you can join me in a call. If not, no worries. No mic? All right, no worries, buddy. Yeah, the dock is weird for sharing. You got to share it. I would share it the more traditional way where you just click the little share button on the icon as opposed to like creating a shareable version. Because it fucks the formatting in this way. Obsidian weapon that molds itself to its wielder's preference. It takes on the physical damage type of any weapon the wielder chooses when attuned, as well as the shape. The wielder gains proficiency with that weapon type while attuned. If the weapon is ranged, it can be fired with compatible ammunition or can produce its own upon firing, never needing to reload. That's a lot immediately, but okay. Durandal, I would maybe... This is all mechanics. This is where the flavor text should be. So put the flavor text first, and then make the mechanics clearly separated from it. Like, because now we're getting flavor text, and why? Don't give us the flavor text later. Give us the flavor text first, then give us what it is. It's a +2 weapon. As a reaction, don't say may, say can. As a reaction, you can disable up to 2 lines of bolded text below for 2 days to cleanse yourself of a status effect and regain 1d6 hit points for each line of text removed. You can also choose to disable a line of text on you can also choose to disable a line on landing an attack. Why would you choose to do this? What is that? Why would you do that? These are all benefits. Why would you ever choose to remove one? That doesn't make any sense. You get +1. The wielder of this weapon gains +1 AC every odd turn. +1 every even turn. They gain resistance to cold damage. They gain resistance to fire damage. They gain resistance to fire. Didn't you say fire damage already? Oh, force damage and fire damage. Once you removed all the bolded text, gain an additional +1 attack and damage rolls, and deal an additional 1d4 cold and fire damage on force damage. This is fucked, man. What the fuck is this? I love you, and I'm so glad you're here, but this is a fucked weapon. How much does this... How many times can you use this? How many times do I get +1 AC every odd turn? So I'm going to teach you something that you might not know about now. And it is incredibly important if you want anything you use to work. There is a thing in D&D 5e called bounded accuracy. And in the briefest of nutshells, what that means is that the D20 needs to be relevant. Which means your attack rolls can never get too high, and your AC can never get too high. Legendary items in D&D, the most powerful items in D&D, are +3 weapons. The most powerful armor in D&D is just a +3 armor. Nothing else. So these features just fucking break the game immediately. Straight up. Gaining resistance to 2 damage types or 3 damage types is also very fucking strong. The other thing that I want to say is I think that the idea of gaining 1 AC or 1 attack roll... Oh, these are both just 1 AC. Like, this is so fucking overcomplicated. Anomia, I appreciate you, and I'm sorry that I'm getting frustrated, but I'm getting frustrated with how overcomplicated this is. What a tedious item. Holy shit. So basically, the way this item works is you get +1 to your AC, you have resistance to cold, fire, and force damage, and you can choose to remove one of those features to gain 1d6 hit points and to clear a status effect. Please just make it written like that so it's somewhat understandable and makes sense. And then beyond that, it becomes a legendary weapon at the end, I guess, but like not a good one. I don't know, man. It feels fucking weird. It feels weird to me. I think the idea of a magic item that has a bunch of features that you can turn off to get something else later is cool. I think that the way you have expressed the mechanic is fucking convoluted. The whole way of, like, you're erasing sentences, and this idea that one feature gives you +1 AC on odd turns, and one feature gives you +1 AC on even turns, that's just annoying. That's just tedious. You have to think about the ends and the means, man. Like, this is so overcomplicated for, like... It's so fucking overcomplicated for you get a little bit more AC and some damage resistances, and you can remove them to get rid of status effects and heal a little bit. Like, that's all it's doing. It doesn't need to be this complicated. So here's what I would do. I would completely rebuild this system, because I don't think it works. I would say... This is a legendary item, because it has to be if we're getting 3 damage resistances and +1 to RC, and it's a +2 attack weapon. That's a legendary item. It's close to being a artifact sometimes, if you gave it one more hectic thing. So, this legendary item, this is how it works. It's a +2 weapon that gives you +1 to your AC and resistance to fire, cold, and lightning damage. Or fire, cold, and force damage. Period. As a reaction to you failing a saving throw, or as a reaction to you gaining a status condition, such as stunned, frightened, charmed, you can choose to remove one of these features. You can choose to remove one of the damage resistances or AC boost until your next long rest, or something like that. But even then, man, like, I just think that I don't love that system. Like, I feel like I think it's a weird system. Like, if you can't figure out how to word that well, I think you drop it. I might write it like this. Durandal grants the following benefits, and then you list them as bullet points. +1 to your AC, resistance to fire, resistance to cold, resistance to lightning, whatever. And then you have a separate feature that says, when you are suffering from a status condition, as a reaction, you can remove one of the bullet point features. I don't know, you could write it something like that, but that's still fucking tedious. Yeah, maybe it could just have charges. I mean, there are weapons that do there are items that do similar things to this, where they sort of change. The Holy Defender works that way, I think, where it's a +3 weapon, but you can sacrifice the plus to the attack roll and gain a plus to your AC. But you got to change the system in the way it's written. Also, this is very unclear. What the fuck does it mean that we get +1 to attack and damage rolls and deal 1d4 extra? Is this 3d4 damage or not? Like, we don't fucking know. So is this 1d4 cold, 1d4 fire, and 1d4 force? Or is it 1d4 of your choice of between the 4 of these? Also, does this stay forever? What happens after these features turn back on? Do I lose this? No idea. So if I were you, I would probably change it to be charge-based. The other thing that I want to say, and I do mean this very sweetly, is that this item doesn't really do anything. It gives us damage resistance, an extra AC, and extra armor. And that's kind of it. It doesn't really do anything interesting or unique. It's good. It's good in that it's powerful. But you said you wanted this item to be one of your MacGuffins. It's very bland for a MacGuffin. Like, it's not really specific. It doesn't feel like anything. It just feels like random magic item. So I might consider giving it some more focused features that sell a fiction more, that make it feel like something. Because right now it doesn't feel like anything. It's meant to counter the other 3, which deal those damage types. Alright. Well, it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't feel, that fiction is not being sold. So you got to figure out either how to sell that fiction either in the mechanics or in the flavor text. Because right now, it sort of feels like random magic item. Which might be fine. It's powerful, right? Getting 3 damage resistances is fucking crazy. That alone is basically a legendary item. Just the damage resistances. I think it's probably very close to being usable. Once you figure out how to clarify this hodgepodge. But I think if your goal is to make it something evocative, if your goal is to make it something exciting and memorable, it should have something more exciting and memorable that it does than just a little bit of healing or AC or damage resistance or more damage. Those are all things you find a billion times over on all sorts of mundane magic items, you know? Yeah, spice it up for sure. It doesn't even need to be that cleared up if you can clarify. By clearing it up, I mean, if you change it to using charges, you will be clearing it up. The parts that are unclear are the fact that you wrote a really important mechanic where you should be writing flavor text, and it's written like flavor text and not a mechanic. And then you, this feature, I think, is just convoluted. But I think it's mostly fine. Like, you could probably use it if the player was willing to deal with the way it was structured, and you were comfortable with keeping track of, like, things being on and off for 2 days at a time, it probably could work fine now. You would just have to be in the room to, like, clarify the things that were unclear. Yeah, if it's a reaction, you have to say what the reaction is being triggered by. I don't know where that's written, but yes. You need to specify what is triggering the reaction. As a reaction to, when blah blah blah, as a reaction you can. That sort of thing. Cool. Thank you for sharing. I see you in the chat. Do you have any questions or anything before we move on? No? All right, buddy. Thank you for sharing. Very cool. Very cool item. I think that the idea that it has powers and you can expend charges to lose those powers, but to do other things could be really cool. I think that could work really well. All right, Anomia. Let's give them a round of applause. By the way, you're named after one of my favorite games. One of my favorite games is Anomia. You're not Anomia. You're Anemoia. You're Anemoi. You're not Anomia. I keep thinking you're the word Anomia, but you're not. You're Anemoi. Anemoi. Anomia is a cool card game. If you've never played it before. One of my favorites. It's also just a fun word. What's up, Cole? Anomia is one of those games that like makes people scream at each other and laugh at each other at the same time. It's so good. What's up, Spag? It's me, Spag. This is a detective-themed paladin subclass. Hope you and chat enjoy. Let's take a look. Oath of Truth. It's a party game. To me, I think it makes you feel dumb, but in a fun way. Paladins that take the Oath of Truth charge themselves with the responsibility of uncovering deception, seeking truth, and bringing wrongdoers to justice. Often employed as detectives and bounty hunters, these paladins relish the challenge of unfurling a great mystery. There is no greater reward to them than the satisfaction of the solve. All right, fine flavor text. Seek truth in your efforts to uncover injustice. You must be vigilant against deception. Always consider your sources' angles. Pursue justice. If you discover foul play, you must not look the other way. Always find a way to make things right. No stone left unturned. Be thorough with your investigations. You never know where an important piece of evidence might be hiding. Okay. We got Identify and Speak with Animals. We got See Invisibility, Zone of Truth, Clairvoyance, Speak with the Dead, Arcane Eye, Locate Creature, Commune, Scrying. The only thing on this list that I raise an eyebrow at is Speak with Animals. And I get it, because it's like, you can ask them for clues. But I also think I think there might be something better here. I don't know what it would be. How about Detect Magic? Wouldn't Detect Magic make so much more sense here than Identify? Or Detect Thoughts? I think either of those would fit way better than Speak with Animals. Detect Thoughts or Detect Magic. Speak with Plants is like a 4th or a 3rd level spell. So it wouldn't fit here, because it has to be a 1st level spell. When you're picking subclass spells, for most things, it goes 1st level spells, 2nd level spells, 3rd level spells, 4th level spells, 5th level spells. Almost always. Detect Evil and Good could also be a good one. Although, as a paladin, you already get Divine Sense, so you can kind of do that anyway. With like Detect Good and Evil is very similar to Divine Sense in that way. I don't know if it's that plants have more to say than animals, but they are certainly more prevalent than animals in a lot of D&D situations. You can always just ask the grass a question. Let's see what 2 features we get at 3rd level. We get Channel Divinity. We get Seek Evidence and Subdue Suspect. I'm going to burp soon. I can feel it. Coming. Slowly. Burbling. There it is. As a bonus action, you can use your Channel Divinity to become vigilantly perceptive. For the next 10 minutes, you gain a +5 bonus to your Wisdom Perception, Wisdom Insight, and Investigation checks. Cool. I like it. I think I do feel like it might be too much to make it all 3. And I genuinely think it should be Investigation and Insight. And I think Perception, I would maybe drop here. Because while I agree Perception is often a way you might notice something, this is not you going... This is you going... Which I feel like is Insight and Investigation. So I might drop Perception here. But I think it's a cool feature overall, and generally I like it. You could just make it advantage, but I think making it a bonus is better. because it's a channel divinity. And channel divinities, you want to be pretty dang strong. And I think just getting advantage doesn't feel like it would be enough. No, I think the +5 is fine. I think I don't think the issue is the number. I think the number's fine. I think the issue is that it's just 3 skills, which is a lot. Let's look at Subdue Suspect. I know it's strong with all 3, but what I'm saying is I think it's a better and more interesting and more fun feature if it's stronger but affects less skills. I think making it affect more skills in less and powerful ways is a boring direction. We get Subdue Suspect as well. As an action, you can use your channel divinity to prevent one creature you can see within 30 feet of you from escaping. The creature must make a dexterity saving throw or be restrained by magical shackles for the next minute. This unfortunately I don't think works. Can anybody tell me why? I'll give you a clue. You can say it in you could say it in one word. There's one word you could say that would explain why this feature doesn't work. I'll give you a clue. It's not written in the feature. DC is an example. Yeah, well, it's a dexterity save. We don't need the DC. Entangle is close. Entangle is close, Sponge. But this is a paladin. So entangle doesn't... They're not getting entangle. You're so close when you say Vengeance Paladin already has this. Ancients. There is already a channel divinity that is exactly this, but worse. And it is a channel divinity that is had by the Oath of Ancients Paladin. Nature's Wrath. Exactly the same, except it has a range of 10 feet. And I think it doesn't affect them as much. They're not gagged. Ancients is not multiple targets. Say that with your chest. A creature. A creature. A creature. Who are the multiple targets here, Shades of Mothman? Who are the multiple targets of a creature? You're not stupid. You're just wrong. But yeah, this is just the Oath of Ancients subclass feature, but better. So you got to do a new thing. Something else. Got to be different. Oh, and it's minutes. Oh, no, it's 1 minute. I misread that. But anyway, yeah, just you need something completely different here. Aura of Awareness. You constantly emanate a feeling. You wrote the word "an" here. Fun fact, if you are writing in the English language, you use the word "a" if the next word starts with a hard sound, like a "k" or a "b" or a "ch" or a "y." You use the word "an" if the next word starts with a soft sound, like a "ah" or a "e" or a "oo." So fix that. You constantly emanate an aura. You constantly emanate a feeling of clear-headedness and awareness in an aura that extends 10 feet around you while you are not incapacitated. You and friendly creatures in the aura cannot be surprised. Furthermore, creatures in your aura automatically fail any check they make to hide from you, even if they are invisible. I like the second part. I would drop the first. Yeah, it seems like a bit too much with both. It's not exactly blind sight. Oh, I guess it is blind sight, isn't it? Yeah, it just feels like a bit much. I don't know. I might make it more of like a thing where it's like creatures within your aura, including you, can add your charisma modifier to some sort of checks they make or something like that. You like it being both? Yeah, but you're still wrong in that it's too powerful. Because you have to understand, creatures being hidden from you does happen quite a lot. Because you're not taking into account creatures that are hidden through invisibility. Or for you being blinded. I don't know. I just think it's too much. I think it's too much. Maybe you being blinded wouldn't affect it. I think it's too much. The other thing, though, is you're covering those check bonuses here. So if you didn't do this seek evidence feature, the solution would be creatures within your aura can add your charisma modifier to their insight and investigation checks. That would be the solution here if you did not have this feature. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do here. You could say creatures within the aura have advantage on checks made to determine whether or not illusions are real or to find secrets or things like that too. I don't know. There's a lot of directions you can go in. I understand wanting to make this more combat-y because we're not getting a lot of combat-y stuff, but I think that this is doesn't feel, it's not selling it for me. At 15th level, we get Divining Smite. When you use Divine Smite on a creature, you can reverberate divination magic through the target to learn more about them. Learning 2 of the following pieces of information. You learn its alignment, condition immunities, if it has resistances, whatever, which of the following abilities it has the highest and lowest of. I think this is fine. I don't like that it's limited based on Divine Smite. Because it's already limited. It's already limited by charisma modifier times per long rest. So I would just make it this and just make it on a hit. I would not also make you have to use Divine Smite to use it. That feels like a double too much. Also, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, none of this feels particularly interesting or new. This feels pretty carbon copied from either the Battle Master fighter or the Monster Slayer Ranger. Maybe a little bit of both, and I don't love that. I wish it was not so similar to features that already exist that other classes get way earlier. The Battle Master gets basically the same feature at level 7. The Monster Slayer gets basically the same feature at level 3. This is not a fun feature to get at 15th level. This might be a fun feature to get at 3rd level as part of a Channel Divinity. But at 15th level, this is pretty lackluster. So I think that if I were you, I would try to maybe incorporate this. Maybe replace Subdue Suspect with something like this. That could work. But we need something fresh at 15th level. 15th level, here's a good way to think about it. And I think a lot of people don't take advantage of this, including Wizards of the Coast. 15th level is the first time a Paladin subclass can get a feature that is not limited by any rules. It's the first time you can make your feature anything you want without having to think about what it should be. Because what do Paladins get at 3rd level? Channel Divinity. The things that you get, they have to work as Channel Divinities. That's it. That's all they are. 7th level, what do you get? It's an aura. There's one Paladin subclass that doesn't get an aura. It's the only one that's earned it. I've not seen another one that has earned it since. So you need an aura. Unless you can prove that you don't need it, which is hard to do. 15th level is the first time that you can really do anything. So I would make something new here. Which subclass is what? This is a Paladin subclass. If any of you are watching my stream and you feel like I'm talking about things and not responding to you, it is likely you are not watching it at speed. So make sure you click the little live button on the YouTube to make sure you're actually watching live and not watching like 5 minutes or 10 minutes in the past. The Vengeance Paladin doesn't get an aura. The Vengeance Paladin doesn't get an aura. Because the Vengeance Paladin is not about helping people. It's not about being a team player at all. It's the Paladin that's about doing their own thing. You didn't ask poorly. Don't apologize. You asked fine. I just wasn't sure what you were referencing at first, and I was worried you were maybe behind in the video. Oath of Crown doesn't get one either, but don't they kind of get one? Like, is it an aura technically? Like, is it not an aura literally, but technically? Or is it genuinely not an aura? It's an aura. It's not called an aura, but it's a thing that happens whenever a creature within 5 feet of you takes damage. That's pretty much a fucking aura. It's only not an aura in name. It's an aura in literally all other ways. At 20th level, we get All-Seeing Sentinel. As an action, you can grant yourself Sight Beyond Sight. You gain the following for an hour. You get True Sight. If you hear a lie, you know it to be one. You can easily identify a creature's most vulnerable weak points. Your weapon scores a critical hit on a 18 to a 20. Oh, man. This was so close to a cool feature. Why do we need this? What are we doing here? This, you know what this feels like to me? This feels like you finished making this thing. You got to level 20 and you were like, oh shit, this thing doesn't have a lot of cool ways to deal damage. I got to make up for it at the end. I don't love the expanded crit range. If you want to keep it, fine. It feels out of place. I feel like it's too little too late for the extra damage. I think the knowing when you're hearing a lie and seeing having True Sight are both really cool and interesting. I also feel like there's going to be a lot of situations where they're kind of redundant. A lot of the times True Sight is going to be giving you access to what the lie is, but I think it's fine. I also think having your crit range this extended for an hour is too long. So if you are keen on making this a avatar mode that lasts an hour, lean into it being more roleplay and get rid of this and give them a feature that is more reasonable for them to have access to for an hour. Those are my thoughts. I think overall you got some really neat ideas that you're working with here. And I think that you just got to change a couple things around and tweak a couple things. Re-explore some older ideas. Maybe rework the aura, the 20th level feature, and the channel divinity. And, you know, and actually, I would say they got a lot of stuff to work on. But the bones are good. The vibe is good. The vibe here is immaculate. I think you need to work on expressing that vibe in unique ways. I think that's the issue. Because we have a lot of stuff that is not particularly unique. And a couple things that feel kind of wonky. But the vibe is strong. The vibe is strong. All right, Spag, let's give them a round of applause. King Crusher, if you're talking about somebody's AC, you're probably like a whole review behind. Because I don't think there was one thing about the paladin AC in here. So you're probably very far behind, and you should hit the live button on the YouTube. So you go back to watching live as opposed to watching 20 minutes in the past and feeling like, why is Cinder ignoring me? I swear I'm not. Alrighty. What is this? I don't need that right now. I think it's funny that you're addressing the person who can't see you addressing them. They'll see it in like 10 minutes, and then they'll be like, oh shit, oops, and they'll fix it. Bucket a 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 went from spag to sponge. Who would have thought? A class with a core loop that has ebb and flow, balanced set for downsides and upsides, activated primary by casting spells. Sponge, I don't want to review this, and I'm going to, but I'm telling you, everything that you just told me about this class is stuff that I explicitly don't like, and you know that. I'm very, very anti the idea that things can get better and then worse to make... Like, I don't like swingy mechanics. I think they're shitty. I think they're shitty mechanics. So, good luck to you, and I'm going to be honest with you. But what you have described as this class, this core loop, is one that I don't think works well in D&D. I've never seen it work well in D&D. That being said, we are going to take a look at this. D8 hit points, light armor, medium armor, shields. We're a half caster. First level, we get... Are we casting spells at first level? We are. We're more like an artificer than a ranger or a paladin. Okay. What's our spellcasting ability score? Charisma. Okay. What schools of magic are we pulling spells from? Is there a spell table somewhere? Quickly scanning it. Let's see if there are any specific vibes. Not really. I don't see healing. It's basically sorcerer spells. Similar vibe to sorcerer spells. Let's see what's going on here. So we learned 2 spells. Do we learn any cantrips? No. And then we get a thing called the curse. Oh, by the way, chat. Sorry, I don't know if I shared it with you. You can take a look at it too. I think downsides are great aspects of the game. I think building a class where you give it something OP and balance it by giving it a downside makes a situation where you have a character that sometimes is underpowered and sometimes overpowered. So it just feels bad all the time, as opposed to feeling bad some of the time. The curse. Your life has been marked by an unbreakable curse. The curse does horrible things to your body, but you are used to it now. Whenever you cast an accursed spell, your curse manifests more intensely. You gain curse points equal to the level of the spell cast. The curse table shows the effects as you gain more. You have the effects of your current amount and all lower. When you finish a short or long rest, you lose all curse points. Okay. So, at level 1, the most curse points I can have are 2, and I have to cast both of my spells. So, at level 1, I get dim light, and I have disadvantage. No, this doesn't work. This literally doesn't work at level 1. Your level 1 character is a non-character. There is not a single class in D&D that doesn't have a basic thing it can do. This doesn't have a basic thing it can do. Paladins. Rangers. All these fucking boys. This isn't good. Like, this doesn't work at level 1. Paladins get a bunch of stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying paladins get a bunch of stuff. That's exactly what my point was. Unless you're talking about, you're answering to someone else. But I think you were just being a little dumb if you were talking to me, Shades. But yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Literally doesn't work at level 1. This is nothing. Yeah. I don't need to keep going with... I kind of want to stop the review here. This character doesn't work at level 1. They need to work at level 1. So this curse table is going to be your main class feature, or a big part of it. So let's think about what it is. Let's think about these are going to be effects we're getting the whole game, for the most part. You shed light, which is nothing. You have disadvantage on a bunch of physical checks and advantage on a charisma check, which is incredibly limiting in the type of way you want to play your character. Not something I would put on a core class, maybe something I would put on a subclass. You gain a resistance to a damage type and a vulnerability to a damage type, which is, I think, a really shitty idea to give a character. And then suddenly you just permanently are under the effects of like 3 different spells all the time. And then you are basically permanently under the effects of one of the Azamar's strongest subrace features all the time.
I
I don't think this works, man. I disagree with this. I think that these features are way too specific for them to be core class features. None of these are selling the fiction of a class. All of these feel like weird rando features that you would maybe get amongst other features, or features that you would pick amongst other features, or subclass features, and a lot of them feel overpowered, and some of them feel like they just suck. This just sucks. This just sucks. This just sucks. This is just overpowered. This is just overpowered. So I think that this might be a back to the drawing board. Or at least back to the drawing board for your beginning. But if this is an important thing for your piece, this needs a lot of work. This table does not work well. I'm going to look at the second level feature a little bit. As an action, you can expend a number of curse points up to your proficiency bonus to make a melee or ranged spell attack against a creature. On a hit, it does 1d8 necrotic damage for each curse point. Again, man, you're building this like it's a core mechanic, but you don't have the resources for it to be one. So it's, again, it's a nothing. This is another nothing burger. This is like, hey, do you want to have smite, but have it be more complicated and take longer to pull off? Because that's what you get. Additionally, on a hit, you can expend an additional curse point to give the target disadvantage to the next... Like, again, man, these don't feel like class features. These feel like subclass features. What is the fiction of this thing? I don't know. I'm really not being... I'm not seeing it sold in Unleash Fate. I'm not seeing it sold in Curse. So I think that you got to figure this out a little bit more. Yeah, man, I don't know. This table's throwing me for a fucking loop. It feels like we're getting a subclass and not a class. That's my main feedback. This feels like a subclass that has been built out into a class. It does not feel like a class. There is not a core gameplay loop that I'm feeling here that makes sense. The whole idea of the curse points and then using your spell slots and spending points, I think is pretty overly complicated. And I think that it's not going to be a good mechanic to balance for D&D. I feel like anytime you build something around, you have to do a lot of things before you can use your feature. That's not great. You don't want to do that. I don't love the idea that in order for me to get access to something, I need to spend all of my spell points to get my curse points, to spend my curse points to do a thing. That's too much back and forth. As a bonus action, choose a creature you can see within 60 feet. They have to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they can't regain hit points and emit bright light to a range of 5 feet. And if it's reduced to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points equal to 10 plus your curse level. It lasts for an hour until you use this feature again. It's a neat idea for a feature. I don't understand what fucking class it's for. Does this feel like it ties to this feature or this class? Does this feel like it ties to this feature or this class? I don't think it ties to anything. I'll tell you what, the only thing in this feature that ties to anything else is that you randomly, for a reason that I don't understand, emit light, and now your monster that you target randomly emits light. I'm not seeing the fiction here, man. I'm just not seeing the fiction. It's too all over the place. These feel too disjointed. I understand that when you want to build a new class, you are always trying to find something new, because one of the most important parts in building a class is why? Why does this exist? Why isn't this just a fighter subclass or a sorcerer subclass or whatever? And my guess is that you've built this curse mechanic because you want to build a different sort of gameplay loop for a class. And I think that that's a noble thing to do, but you got to think about what this gameplay loop looks like. Is it gonna be fun to build a class around I have to spend a resource to get a resource to spend a resource? Maybe, but that just feels like a lot. And I think maybe I would be more cool with that if the curse table felt like it worked better, or if I felt like these first 3 first-level features felt in any way linked to each other or sold a fiction together. But they don't. They really don't right now. They feel pretty random. They don't feel random, but they feel like subclass features. They don't feel like they're building a core anything. So I think that you got to figure out what the core is, and you got to figure out how to express that core in the mechanics. I don't want to have to read the flavor text to understand what this thing is supposed to feel like. Especially if it's a class. If it's a class, I should be able to just read the mechanics and know what it's supposed to feel like. All right. Those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. I hope you keep working on it. I hope you find a way to express that gameplay loop in a way that works, or figure out what the vision of this is, like what it's supposed to feel like, what the vibe is supposed to be, and how to express that a little bit more clearly. But those be most of my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Sponge. Where's my applause button go? There it is. Nope. Where'd it go? Applause, I need you. Applause. Applesauce. There it is. Applause. Thank you, Sponge, for sharing. You might just rip it apart and make a sorcerer or a warlock subclass. I mean, honestly, that might not be a bad idea. Not as an end goal, but as a way of sort of polishing your vision so that you can figure out what mechanics you would put into a thing to make it feel like it's a specific thing. Because that might help you build a full class of it later. I think a lot of the issue is it felt very unfocused initially. Or maybe it didn't feel unfocused, but it felt like I was looking... I felt like whatever the sinew between those were, it's the kind of thing where you as the writer might have really felt the connection there because you're in the weeds building it. So you see how all the things connect together and tie together. But for somebody that wasn't in the weeds building it with you, it's sort of... It was hard for me to find that through line. Maybe I would have found it if I read the flavor text. I don't know. But like I said, with every other class in D&D, I don't need to read the flavor text to understand what it's supposed to feel like. I can just read the class. So because of that, I do feel like it's good to just get the mechanics in a way that they really do express the fiction of the thing. Beyonder. All right, what you got? My first monster. I wanted to make a stealthy, sneaking monster without relying on straight invisibility. Whenever you're making a monster that holds a specific role like that, the question that you always have to ask yourself is, how much of a monster's stealth do I need to include in the stat block? And how much of the monster's stealth do I need to include in the way I run the combat encounter? Because I think that a lot of what you need to make something stealthy has entirely to do with the way you present the encounter, and very little to do with the actual mechanics of the monster. That being said, let's take a look. This is CR9. The Twilight Shade is a deviant joining of divine and fiendish energy into a creature of light and darkness. Oh, very edgy. They are the predator in the night and the destruction in the daylight. Say the day. Night is a one-syllable word. Day is a one-syllable word. And if that doesn't work well, because you don't like ending the word on sentence on day, switch this phrase with this phrase and end the sentence on the word night. They are the flicker of movement in the peripheral vision of those huddled around campfires. In the dim light, they appear as gray, amorphous blobs of flickering. Don't use the word flickering more than once. Used flicker up here. Don't use it again down here. of shadow and light. Their claws reach out to kill those who trespass their domain. They're often found in the Underdark. Okay, so this flavor text is sort of written like a quote that like a soldier would say when they're describing them. Some of it is a little. They are. You have a lot of they are there. Look how many of your sentences start with they. They, there, they. It makes your flavor text very repetitive feeling. You want to diversify your sentences. Otherwise, it starts to lose its oomph, and it doesn't feel like I'm reading a paragraph. It feels like I'm reading a list. And when it feels like I'm reading a list, I don't care emotionally. Beyond that, you are very repetitive in the information you're giving. We understand that they are a creature of light and darkness and that they flicker in movement here. We literally, all you're doing after you say that is information that is either obvious or unnecessary or repetitive. I guess knowing that they're come from the Underdark could be helpful, but it's also kind of a nothing burger. And even this is a little bit repetitive because this is kind of also just saying they are creatures of light and darkness, which is what you're saying here, which is also what you're saying here. So it's a very repetitive flavor text, as well as the sentence structure being very similar. I would try to make sure you're expressing a variety of information about these things as opposed to kind of the same idea told in different ways over and over again. And change your flavor text sentence structure. Okay, let's take a look at what this thing actually does. CR9. Make sure you're doing your math right here for all your hit points and shit. Stealth is plus 12. It's got a bunch of damage resistances and immunities. A shit ton of immunities. Holy shit. All right. This thing is fucking hard to slow down. Dark light. The Twilight Shade is invisible to any creature that relies on dark vision to see in darkness and is invisible to normal vision in bright light. Okay. How is that different than it being invisible? I know you said you wanted this to be different than it being invisible. How is this different than it being invisible? I'll tell you what I think is happening here. What I think is happening here is that you basically can only see this thing in dim light that is produced by magic or fire. You can't see it in bright light. And in darkness, if you have dark vision, you can't see it, which means you need to see it in dim light. So why the fuck don't you just say that? The Twilight Shade is invisible while in bright light or darkness. It can only be seen clearly in dim light. Period. Just say that. Don't make the person who's reading this figure out. Like, I don't want to have to solve this like a puzzle to figure out what I need to see in dim light for. You know what I mean? Which you'd need dark vision for. That's true. If you don't have dark vision, you can't really see well in dim light. I think that you might need to either I or you need to become much more familiar with the rules of dim light and darkness before I build this feature, or you need to just change this feature to say this thing is invisible except for when seen in dim light, period, and just leave it like that. Magical darkness doesn't impede a shade's dark vision. You can see a creature in dim light. Great! Then get the fucking sentence the way that it needs to be written, you silly goose. And then just say that. Dark light. Call it dim light vision. Dim light seeing or whatever. The Twilight Shade is only visible in dim light, while in darkness or bright light, it is invisible. That's not the issue, Beyonder. You're having an argument that's irrelevant. No, it doesn't matter. Who cares? The issue is not the dark vision thing. The issue is the way you decided to explain the mechanic. Doesn't matter. Make the word dim light should be in here. If there's a feature that that specifies something happening in dim light, which this clearly does, that feature should probably say the word dim light in it. You know what I mean? Magical darkness doesn't impede the creature's dark vision. That's fine. Whenever the Twilight Shade is subjected to radiant damage in bright light or necrotic. You weren't talking to me? Oh, I thought, why not? Talk to me. Inverted light absorption. When the Twilight Shade is subjected to radiant damage while in bright light or necrotic damage in darkness, it takes no damage and instead regains a number of hit points equal to the radiant or necrotic damage dealt. You can just say equal to the damage dealt. You don't need to repeat this phrase again here. That is a lot of situational healing, but because it's so situational, it's probably fine. While in dim light, the Twilight Shade is no longer invisible and can no longer fly. Okay. It is also vulnerable to necrotic and radiant damage. Okay. Areas of dim light are difficult terrain for the Twilight. Cool. This is a great feature. I wish this feature was given in congruence with this one. I think it's fine. I might bullet point these features just because there's a lot going on. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 different things that this feature does. I feel like that's reasonable to make it into a bullet point situation. Local sports team. Local sports team's doing well. Spell list is fine. Darkness at will is going to be a little annoying, but maybe fine. It gets a sneak attack. It deals an extra bunch of damage when it hits a creature with its shadow claws and it's in darkness or bright light, and it doesn't count and it doesn't have disadvantage. Okay, that's fine. Gets 2 attacks. Pretty weak, but it gets the sneak attack to kind of counterbalance that. And it gets shadow teleport. It magically teleports up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space as long as it transports from bright light to darkness or darkness to bright light. Okay? While in bright light or darkness, it can take the hide action as a bonus action. How does it hide in bright light? I guess it can just hide behind stuff. Okay, couple things. I think the overall idea of this monster is pretty cool. I do feel like you've expressed it in like a deeply convoluted way for the most part, but I think the idea is pretty cool. I think that you're doing something that I used to do quite a bit, where I would have a really fun idea for a monster, and I would write all the mechanics that I would need to make the monster do that stuff, but I wouldn't actually be writing what I wanted that thing to be. So a lot of my early monster stat blocks, they're the kind of things where you're like, it's confusing until I explain to you how to use it, and then it kind of makes sense. So that's sort of the issue that's happening with Dark Light here, where it's confusing until you explain it, and then it makes sense. And I think that that effect is not happening throughout the piece, but that ideology of formatting is happening throughout the piece. So a lot of these features are things to do with when this thing is in dark light versus when it is in bright light versus when it is in dim light. If I were you, I might not split them all up individually. I might just make them sections. I might just have a darkness mode, a dimness mode, and a brightness mode, and literally write it as 3 things here and be like, okay, he's in bright light. That means it has this effect, this effect, this effect. It's in dark light. It has this effect, this effect, this effect. It is in dim light. It has this effect, this effect, this effect. As opposed to having to find it within every single piece of information about the monster. That's what I would say. I think if you reorganize it so that it is more easy to figure out what features it has in what modes, it will work a lot better. That's my main feedback. I think the core idea is pretty neat. I can't exactly tell how I feel about it from a balance perspective just yet. The damage feels kind of low, but I don't know if I'm doing a good job of accounting for the potential darkness, Devil's Sight, hiding in darkness shenanigans. Cinder, based on what you said earlier, how do you feel about putting example encounters under homebrew monsters? I think that's a really good idea. I haven't made any homebrew monsters in a little while, but when I was making homebrew monsters for a while, I would do that. My most recent homebrew monster, or one of them, excuse me for 1 second. My most recent homebrew monster, or one of my more recent runs, I was doing that with all of them. What's up, Bombay? How's it going, buddy? You like the teleport a lot? The teleport is cool. I think the teleport is probably the easiest place to not make any changes. Or to not have to re-explain it. Or the teleport's here, excuse me. Because it's just about teleporting. You can always use this feature. It's designed for low damage. I don't know if I would trust on designing it for low damage. Like, I mean, look, you're the one that's going to be running it, but I would say it can be pretty frustrating to fight a monster that doesn't do much damage and is hard to hit. Because it creates the situation where you feel like you're struggling to get anything done. And it feels like the monster isn't even that imposing. So there's like, everything just starts moving slow. Sometimes it can be better to make the monster hit harder and make the monster weaker so that everything kind of gets turned up a little bit. Would love to watch a stream where we take a prompt from chat and make it into a monster stat block. We could probably do that. I've done things like that before. Why would an ambush predator have low damage, though? I mean, it technically has sneak attack, but I think I agree with your sentiment. Also, it means that since most light sources produce areas of dim light at a distance, the ranged characters will have to hold the torch and lanterns and glowing spoon while the main characters run in and hit it. That's okay, so Vlorin, I agree. I don't know if that's so much of an issue, though. Like, I could see that as being a fun problem to solve. I actually think the bigger issue here is having to do with your battle map and keeping track of where there is darkness versus bright light versus dim light at any given time during the combat. I think that's an issue. But that might sort of just come down to how complicated you are willing to be in how much of work you put into your battle map. But I could very easily see a situation where it's like frustrating to keep track of where the light sources are and how far away it transitions from dim light to bright light, and what happens if two areas of dim light overpass. Does that like become bright light? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff there that I would be like, I'm not sure how I would handle this, and not sure how I would keep track of it. You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of sometimes you bump into a D&D monster idea. That's a really cool idea, and it would work really well if it was a video game. But it doesn't really work well if it's not a video game. And I think a whole lot of this monster works really well in general. But I do think the core concept of the dim light, darkness, bright light, where dim light specifically matters a lot, that's where this enters the realm of, I, as a dungeon master, wouldn't want to run this because I don't want to have to figure out keeping track of that throughout a whole encounter where inevitably the areas are going to be moving a lot because the creature's going to be moving a lot and the players are going to be moving a lot. I don't want to have to re-establish the dim light areas at the end of every turn. That would become very frustrating and annoying for me as a dungeon master. So I think that's something to maybe contend with here. Doesn't mean you shouldn't keep working on it or build it if you like it. It's a cool idea, but that is going to be a bump in the road for anyone that's using this. I do. Vlorin, I agree. A monster that's a puzzle is one of my favorite ideas, and I think it's great. Like what I'm saying, conceptually, it's really fun. But the practicality of it is tricky. That's sort of the issue. And those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool idea. I worry that it would not be a fun combat encounter. Again, because it's so unstoppable, but also sort of so does nothing. That's an annoying fight for me as a player every time. But beyond that, I think that the concept of it being different in light and dark is cool. And I think that if you can figure out how to reorganize the way these ideas are expressed, so it's a little bit simpler and more straightforward, and you can figure out some solution for a dungeon master not having to redraw the lines of dim light every single time a character moves, which is what they would have to do to make this work in its current iteration, I think it could work quite well. Those be my thoughts. Thank you, Beyonder. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. I think in terms of trying to make a monster that doesn't solely rely on stealth, I think the idea of a monster that changes in lights is a really cool idea. We got Arcade. What's up, Arcade? It would work with a VTT. Exactly. In the same way that there are lots of cards that work really well in Hearthstone, but they would not work really well as Magic cards. Because there's things that the computer can keep track of that you are not going to be good at keeping track of. Again, yeah, Roll20 could do it too, if you have the time to build it in the tech and use the computer. But a lot of people don't know how to do that. A lot of people aren't going to do that. And especially if they're using a monster that they just found online, like on Unearthed Arcana, I feel like if those people are much more likely to like just print the stat block out and bring it to their table. Like when you're using stuff like Roll20 and when you're using stuff like what's the other one? Fantasy Grounds or whatever the fucking thing's called that people use. You have to put those monsters in if you want them to like work in the system also. Bucket. You didn't account for the DM. It's totally fine, dude. Honestly, that's not a bad mistake to make. It's a thing that people do all the time. It's totally reasonable. Don't feel bad about that. Izzy! It's a very, very common thing. This is a wizard subclass that I'm making for a steampunk-inspired world I'm building. It's based around the tradition of mixing firearm combat with magic. A little pokey, blasty, blasty. Izzy, did you want to appear on stream today? If you want to call in, let me know in the chat, and you can join the waiting room. But if you do not want to, that is totally fine. Tailspire is another really cool one. Bildo, I think that if I was going to run a live play game, I probably would use Tailspire because I feel like it looks more cinematic in a way that might be enjoyable, but I can't decide if I actually would want to use that or not. Because the other thing is that if you do use a top-down view VTT, you have a lot more creative freedom to like make it whatever you want. Like I could just draw a picture, you know? I'm sure you can build a lot of cool stuff with Tailspire, but you are still somewhat limited by the asset packs and the assets. Like I could draw a monster to look like absolutely anything I want to on a piece of paper. And that is something that I'm just faster at. This is for the wizard. This is called the Arcane Marksmith. And it is a steampunk wizard. You pay builders? Ah, there you go. There you go. That's the move. I think if I did a actual play, I would either need to get really good at Tailspire, I would and pay people, or I would commit to one of the 2D maps. You could show me one, sure. You didn't put the flavor text? You know what? I'm going to be honest, Izzy. I'm going to be brutally fucking honest right now. Sometimes you present an idea that really needs flavor text because it's such a vague fucking idea mechanically. Sometimes you present an idea that is so straightforward that it doesn't really need flavor text. Flavor text always helps. I'll give you an example. If I made a character, if I made a fighter, and I said I was going to make, I'll do one better. I'll use examples of something I made. I made a rogue a long time ago that I called the Prowler. If I did not include flavor text in it, it would seem like a rogue with a bunch of haphazard random features that made no sense. But if I include the flavor text about how this is like, you're trying to play like a boogeyman, stalker, like vampire type character, it starts to make a lot more sense. I had another subclass that I made that was called a Kirby Barbarian. The idea was you're a barbarian that is like Kirby. I didn't need any flavor text. Because it's barbarian like Kirby. Got it. So don't be sorry, you're fine. Arcane Marksman, wizard with gun is kind of all the flavor text you need. Is this the thing you want me to look at? What is this? Nope, I meant to go to the site. Oops. Here. Oh, is this the guy that makes map stuff? Cool. Oh, so he's like building monsters with asset packs? Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's awesome. Look at this guy. He's a fucking beast. And he's making a beast. That's fun. All right. That's a rabbit hole maybe we'll go down at one point. Anyway, long story short, Izzy. Steampunk wizard with gun does not need as much flavor text if the features are very solid in that what they do. I'm not like, what is that supposed to be? I can't picture it. No, I can picture wizard with gun. It's wizard with gun. Anyway, we get marksman tools. You gain proficiency with light armor and firearms. Additionally, don't say can, say may. Or don't say may, say can. Excuse me. You can use a firearm as your spellcasting focus. Cool. Relevant audience. I do not believe yours got picked yet. That being said, if it's a big list of items, I'm only going to read one of them, just so you know. Arcane ammo. At second level, you can imbue your shots with firearms with... Don't say your shots with firearms, say your firearm shots. You can imbue your firearm shots with elemental power. When you make a ranged weapon attack with a firearm, you can change the attack's damage type to your choice of all these types. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your level, equal to your wizard level, and you regain all expended uses when you finish your rest. When you ever use arcane recovery, you gain a number of these uses back. It's just changing the damage type. It's not doing any extra damage. This is not anything. I'm going to say this. Let me ask you a question, Izzy. If I took out these features, if I took out both of these features, and I put them on a monk, would you notice that they were actually wizard features that I put on a monk? I think these would just become monk features. Or if I took them out of a monk, let's do another one. If I took them out of the monk and put them in the fighter, would you know that this was a wizard, or would it work as a fighter? I think that you could take these features and put them in almost any subclass in D&D, and it would feel like they belonged there. And I don't think that's good. We don't have anything at second level that really makes us feel like we're getting something that has to do with being a wizard. Give us something that has to do with being a wizard. Something that makes us feel magical here. If I hadn't told you this was a wizard, I'd ask why this rogue, fighter, ranger ability is here. Yeah, it doesn't feel like wizard features. So you can make it feel like wizard features in a number of ways. One, I think being able to change your arcane damage type to things is cool, but you could literally take something out of the book of the scribe wizard. How about instead of changing the damage type to one of these damage types, you can change the damage type to the damage type of a spell you know? How about, other than them just doing that, how about you could apply the effects of one of your known cantrips to the damage. So if, for example, you know the spell Chill Touch, you can make it so your shot makes it so the creature can't regenerate. Or if you know the spell Frost Bolt, or whatever the ray of frost is, your shot can lower their movement speed. Like, think about how, because what we're doing here is we're not at all, here's what's happening. We are not at all imbuing our wizardly magic into our guns here. We are just, we are imbuing random nonsense magic into our guns here. We want to be imbuing our wizard magic into our guns. Does that make sense? You've created a isolated system that has nothing to do with us being a wizard. Make the system tied to us being a wizard. Also, this is very weak. So I would add more. Let's take a look at extra attack. Is it just extra attack? You can attack twice. Additionally, you can cast a cantrip in place of one of these attacks. It's okay. This is just a Blade Singer's extra attack. Alright, that's fine. At 6th level, when you use... Oh, we get another thing? If we're getting extra attack, well, guess what we're not getting? Another thing. So pick right now. Do you want this other thing, or do you want extra attack? Because you're not getting both. Let's see. When you use your arcane ammo feature, you can spend extra use of the feature to cause the attack to gain additional effects based on the chosen damage type. I'm going to be honest here, Izzy. You got to drop this resource management bullshit here. It's not... The changing of the damage type is not cool enough or powerful enough for it to cost a resource. The only time it starts making sense to cost a resource is here, and now it's costing 2 resources? Fuck that shit, man. That doesn't work. Get rid of the resource cost here. It feels more like an artificer subclass. Listen, it feels like a lot of things. I'll tell you what it doesn't feel like yet. A wizard subclass. But that's okay. I think you could fix that by fixing your 2nd level. Okay, so you can do other things. You can make it that you can make the acid damage do extra acid damage. You can make the freezing damage slow them down. You can make the explosive damage do area of effect. You can make a bolt damage that does lightning. Damage, and then you could do a concussive shot. What does that do? Which knocks them down. I think all of these are interesting ideas. None of these feel very wizardy. I'm going to be honest, man. It feels like this is an artificer subclass. I kind of agree. This feels like we're building little tool contraptions. It doesn't feel like we're doing magic. It also still doesn't feel like it's tied to us as a wizard. It feels like it's tied to itself, which could be on anything. So, I think you got to ask yourself, do you want extra attack or do you want elemental ammo? And if you want elemental ammo, you got to drop extra attack or vice versa or move stuff around. Yeah. And realistically, I think you probably should actually get rid of elemental ammo entirely. But I think the idea of elemental ammo is cool, and I think you should use that to build something interesting. I'm going to give you, I don't like telling people what to do, because I don't want to encourage, like, my ideas don't matter too much, so I don't love to, like, be like, here's what I think it should be. But I'm going to do that a little bit right now. An easy way, I think, to make this arcane marksman feel like a wizard and not just like a genuinely random subclass. Get rid of arcane ammo entirely. Get rid of elemental ammo entirely. And instead of it being a thing where you are getting different effects based off of different elemental damage types, give you different effects based on different schools of magic. What if at 2nd level you got a feature where it was like, at 2nd level, you can take a number of pieces of ammunition equal to your intelligence modifier plus your proficiency bonus, or some number. Over the course of a long rest, you can inscribe those bullets with magic from one of the elemental schools of magic. Depending on what school of magic you inscribe the bullet with, it grants some extra feature. So, over the long rest, you might make, cool, I'm going to make 2 illusion bullets, 1 conjuration bullet, and 1 evocation bullet. Something like that. This feels more like the Arcane Archer than this. It already feels like the Arcane Archer. This is the Arcane Archer, Izzy. If you're worrying about this feeling like an Arcane Archer, you're on the Titanic and you're worrying about getting your socks wet. Your socks are wet. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can still submit something. I think that you should be more worried about this thing being like an Arcane Archer, because literally right now, it's an Arcane Archer. Like, from a flavor perspective, it's just an Arcane Archer with a gun. So, that's not an issue you need to worry about. It's an issue you already are facing. Let's take a look at spell bullets. You can imbue your shots with firearms with your spells. Again, all of the time you say this, your shots from firearms, just say your firearm shots. You can imbue your firearm, and honestly, you should say firearm attacks. You can imbue your firearm attacks with your spells. When you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack with a firearm, you can use your bonus action to immediately cast a spell on that creature. The spell must be have a normal casting time of 1 action, must target only 1 single creature, cannot have a range of self, and cannot be a cantrip or higher than 5th level. Casting the spell this way ignores its normal range. When you cast the spell this way, you must still expend a spell slot as normal. This should be limited in use. It's crazy that you made this limited in use, but you made this unlimited in use. This is so much better. This is what you need to be. This needs to be limited in use. It's a cool idea. I like it. I don't really have any feedback other than make it limited in use. I might also... clarify in here that the spell still requires, like, concentration and any component material costs that it normally would, also. But yeah, I think this is fine. Just make it limited in use. Let's see what we get for our 14th level. Esoteric Mark. At 14th level, whenever you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack with a firearm, they gain an esoteric mark, making them more susceptible to spells. Whenever a creature with an esoteric mark makes a saving throw against the spell, they have disadvantage on the save. I don't love these kind of features. I feel like this is boring to me. Alternatively, when the creature makes a spell attack with an esoteric mark, they have advantage on it. I'm not even going to finish reading it. This feature does nothing for me. Whenever an esoteric mark is triggered in one of these ways, the creature loses it. You can apply... This is not fun. This is so boring. This is advantage on spell attacks and disadvantage on saving throws. Give us a cool, big, showstopper gun move or something. Like, you're already letting us cast spells when we're shooting our gun. We don't need another feature immediately after that that has to do with casting spells and shoot. Like, give us something unique, man. Come up with something new here, I think. Literally all this is a complicated way of being like, you have disadvantage on spells. You know what I would much prefer to this, honestly? And it would be basically the same feature, but I think it would work a lot better. Whenever you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack with a firearm, they have disadvantage on saving throws against your spells until the end of your next turn. That would still, I think, be overpowered, but I think that would be much better than this. I think it's the same as this, but it would also be much better. It would also still be too strong. But, like, this is another example of, like, you're so overcomplicating it. Like, I'm sure the idea of an esoteric mark is cool, and I think that that's a fun word choice, and the image is kind of cool, but you gotta look at what you're doing. Like, you gotta stop thinking about it like the journey matters a lot for your growth, and the journey matters a lot for your experience, but it doesn't matter at all for your homebrew at the end. What matters is the destination. And mechanically what's happening here is the journey is all this stuff with the mark and stuff. The ending is somebody has disadvantage on a saving throw. Somebody has advantage on an attack roll. That's it. So that's all we need. So just that's all it needs to be. That being said, I also don't think it's particularly interesting. Is it good? Yes. Would it work as a 14th level feature for this sort of wizard? I think so. But if you are interested in what I think personally, I would encourage you to aspire not for what would work, but for what would be awesome and exciting and fun and evocative and make somebody look to it and be like, holy shit, I can't wait to get there. It doesn't need to be crazy complicated to do that, but I think it should sell a fiction. I'll give you an example. I think one of the best capstone features in the game. Make sure you want to, and this isn't, you know, you can't, this is different for everything, right? There are some classes where the capstone feature needs to not be that hectic because it is just making a really hectic thing you got earlier much cooler. And that's fine. So like anytime that there's somebody that does like a wild magic thing or a random change thing, a lot of their 14th level features or their capstone features are like, you can now control that change a little bit. And that's good because they already got their crazy thing. But this thing does not, there's not crazy things we're getting. And it's sort of in the same, I want to show you let me just show you something here. Let's go to Warlock. Warlock. The Fiend Warlock is a very solid subclass. It's kind of boring. It doesn't really do anything that crazy, but it's all very good. But all of these features are pretty lackluster from an evocative standpoint. They're just good. That being said, the 14th level is the coolest fucking feature in the whole goddamn game. You hit a creature with an attack. It costs no extra anything. You don't have to waste any reaction economy. And then you launch them through hell. You completely remove them from the game for a whole round, which is strong. And then they come back and take a shit ton of psychic damage. And it's once a day. It's fucking awesome. This, I think, it's not complicated, right? It's not crazy. It's not hard to understand. But it's a great capstone. And if you are going to build a class where most of the features aren't really doing anything showstoppery, you want your capstone to be a showstopper. I wanted it to be like, hit something and then combo it with the cantrip form, extra attack from the spell bullets. Yeah, but Izzy, you're overthinking it. You're overthinking it. Please remember this, everyone. The person who uses your homebrew is going to be thinking about and using your homebrew way more than you ever will. So, if you are designing something, you shouldn't be designing it for a very specific moment in mind, unless you're designing a monster or a magic item. Or maybe a spell. But this is a subclass. So, building a 14th level feature because you have a very specific vision of how it ties with another feature, but having that not be like evidently like the goal of the build is not a good way to do it, man. Because that's, again, it's, yeah, maybe that helps sell the fiction of that one singular moment, but that one singular moment is not a big part of this player's experience. Even beside it just being dice going up, it's also this, like, it's an element of, like, it's too niche. The person who's playing this might not want to play it in that way. Anyway, I think overall, I think the core idea is kind of fun. I think you got a lot of room to grow and improve and to move stuff around. And I think you really need to work on making this feel like a wizard subclass and not like a literally anyone subclass. I think that's the biggest thing. Also, please don't give them anything else if you give them extra attack at 6th level. Especially if you give them the overpowered version of extra attack, which is what this is. Those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, they really should not get the ability to use an action and a cantrip, and I'll tell you why. The only wizard that gets the ability to attack with a cantrip and an action is the Blade Singer. And the Blade Singer does not have any other abilities other than their Blade Song that makes their attack do extra stuff. So they're basically getting one decent fighter-style attack and one cantrip, which is very balanced and cool and overpowered sometimes. That's not what this is going to get if you make it get extra attack where the other extra attack is a cantrip. Now what it's getting, this is basically getting a super paladin smite attack and a cantrip. Like, this thing gets enhanced attacks naturally. So if it's getting enhanced attacks naturally, I don't think it needs to be getting extra enhanced attacks by now getting to replace one of those attacks with a cantrip, which is infinitely stronger than one attack roll all the time. So that's another reason why I'm like, maybe this thing should just get 2 attacks. Maybe this thing should just get 2 attacks. Or you should build this thing in such a way that if it's doing cool stuff with its guns, it can't be doing extra attack. So it's either making normal gun attack, cantrip, or special gun attack. Otherwise, you gotta drop that. There's plenty of subclasses that have really shitty features. The people who make D&D are not perfect. And whenever we look at D&D Homebrew, I think there are some officially published things that are much better to look at than others to give you a better sense of, like, game design. Like, the Undying Warlock is something I read once, maybe, and I've never thought about since. Because you should not use it to power balance your thing. Because it fucking sucks. Alright, those would be my thoughts, Izzy. I think it's an interesting idea, but I think there's definitely some work to do. And I think you need to play around with where you want the power in this thing to lie. Alright, thank you very much for sharing. Same with Battle Rager. You know what sucks? You know what makes me so mad? Battle Rager has one of the coolest Barbarian abilities in the game. And it doesn't matter. Because it's such a bad subclass that you don't ever see that amazing ability. Genuinely, Battle Rager has one of the best Barbarian features in the game. Check out the... Let me just show you, because I think that people need to know. Let me show you. So the Battle Rager is this Barbarian, but the whole point is you have to wear special armor. Genuinely, the downside of the Barbarian is that when you use the special armor, you're basically deciding all your attacks deal a d4. And occasionally you get to do a 3 extra damage. But these main damage things, which is what you get at 3rd level, they don't scale. They just suck. That's the issue. But look at how fucking cool this 6th level feature is. This is one of my favorite 6th level features in the game. Reckless Abandon. At the beginning of 6th level, when you use Reckless Attack while raging, you gain temporary hit points equal to your con modifier. So fucking simple, so fucking good, so fucking flavorful. It's like a perfect feature. It's so good. And we don't get to do it. The other features are okay, but this feature is just, I love it. It's so good. A little sad. All right, Izzy, thank you very much for sharing. I know, I think we did a round of applause already, but I'm doing another one. Because I hate forgetting if I did one. I'd rather give you 2 than none, you know? Boop. Hey, Cinder, what kind of abilities could I give to a time-bending paladin? Why not give them a channel divinity that allows them to reorganize combat initiative? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Maybe if you don't do that, what if they have an aura where whenever creatures of their choice roll initiative within 10 feet of them, those creatures can add or subtract a certain amount? That could work. What if they had the ability to, when they took the attack action on their turn, they could decide to make 1 attack instead of 2 before they take any attacks, but then on the next turn, if they take the attack action, they could hit 3? That might work. That might be kind of jank. That's not a good idea. But there's something in there that's an interesting idea. What if they could... I don't know. I'll tell you what their avatar state would be like, you get infinite reactions. Something like that. I don't know. That's where my head goes. What I would say the most important thing to think about when you're doing time travel stuff is, as a dungeon master, it is very hard to do actual time travel. So the way to represent it in a way that isn't going to give you a headache is things speeding up or slowing down. That's the way to do time travel in a way that isn't going to give everybody a headache. Devilman. Devilman, do you want me to let a little bit of Smolder out for this one? I know you prefer him to me. A bard who uses their inspiration for long-lasting buffs with a cooking theme, hopefully balanced. I'm not going to unless he specifically asks for it. Yes? All right, let me get him. I got to change the music because if Smolder comes out, he's not going to be... He doesn't like that. He doesn't like D&D music. He likes like weird stuff. What is he listening to? He likes like scary. He likes like villain music. Here, let me get him set up. Give me 1 second. I'll go get him. 1 second. What's up, bitches? It's me, the party villain. All right, who's this fucking jabroni that wants me to look at their homebrew? What the fuck is that? College of Cookery. Oh wow, what an original idea. Let me guess, you're gonna use your bonus action to create snacks that give people long-term bonuses. Wow, I've never seen an idea like that before. What a wonderful idea. Hey, let's play a game before we start reviewing this completely original idea. Let's go to the Unearthed Arcana. Chef. Here's the chef subclass. Here's the chef class. Here's the chef class. Here's the chef subclass. Here's the chef subclass. Here's the chef. Here's the chef feat. Here's the chef. Here's the chef subclass. Here's the chef subclass. Here's the chef subclass. Here's the chef feat. Here's the chef class. Here's the chef class. Here's the chef class. Here's the chef adventure. Here's the chef class. Here's the chef class. Here's the chef adventure. Here's the chef subclass. Here's the chef subclass. All right. Now that we can understand exactly what we're working with here, and when it comes to ideas that are creative and original, let's get started. College of Cookery. Bards of the College of Cookery use their knowledge of culinary practices to make fulfilling expressions of themselves that empower their allies to be their best self. Use the word self multiple times in this sentence. The whole thing is one sentence. And guess what this says? Genuinely, what does this say? I'll tell you what it says. Fuck all. Do you know what this says? People that have a knowledge of cooking use their knowledge of cooking to make food that people like. Wow. 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 You know what? Considering it's such an unoriginal idea, I do appreciate such unoriginal flavor text also. There's nothing better than starting a piece of homebrew where there's no real sense of character, and the flavor text continues with that vibe of no real sense of character. I love it. It's my favorite thing. It's like having water that has no flavor and is a little gray. Now let's look at what else we get. Culinary confidence. When you join the College of Cookery at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in cooking tools. Yeah, fuck yeah, duh, idiot. If you already have them, you gain proficiency in a different set of tools. Fine. You know what this feature is called? Nothing. Let's keep going. At 3rd level, you can prepare magical meals called chef specials. So original. Once per long rest. 1 meal per long rest. Okay. It can take the form of any meal. Wow. I love that. You're giving us so many details. It's so easy to paint a picture here. This creates 1 serving. However, you can create additional servings at the cost of 1 bardic inspiration per serving. What the fuck? Fuck you. Okay, no, I'm going to be honest. No, this fucking sucks. We have to, so I can make 1 serving, but I can expend a bardic inspiration to make multiple servings? I'll tell you what, the only way that possibly will work is if the way these things work is they give you the same power of a bardic inspiration for the same amount of time. Otherwise, this is fucked and stupid. Okay, let's see what these things do. Now that we understand that we basically can only make one, but we can expend a bardic inspiration to make 2 or 3. I did not link it in chat. There it is. Enjoy falling asleep as you read it. Okay, let's see what we can make. The creature gains proficiency in cooking tools. Cool. It can be telepathic for 10 minutes. It gains an ability check. Bonus. Oh, no, excuse me. It gains advantage on a thing. Or it gains a bonus to a thing. Hey, look at that. It's 2 abilities that are basically the exact fucking same. Looks like you couldn't even think of 12 unique things to give. If you can't think of 12 original ideas, maybe don't use a chart that requires 12 original ideas, fuckface. The creature can verbally communicate with plants, animals, and monsters. Oh, cool, look, something overpowered. Love it. The creature gains any effects of the Bless spell. How the fuck long does it last? Is it regular Bless? Who the fuck knows? +1 to their AC. Something else particularly boring and unoriginal. They deal extra 1d6 force damage. Okay, cool, boring, and nothing. They gain +3 to... Okay, these are nothing. This is nothing. What is this? What is this? What are we selling here? What the fuck do any of these have to do with food? This is nothing. You know what this is called? Hey, I can't think of what the fuck to make, so I'm going to make 12 completely random features that have nothing to do with the subclass that I'm already doing a really, really shitty job of making feel unique. That's what's going on right here. We have a very vague subclass with a bardic inspiration table that does literally nothing for us. It feels like nothing. Congratulations. I'm not even going to talk about if any of these things are overpowered. It doesn't fucking matter. Because you know what? If something's overpowered and it's shit, it's still shit. Let's take a look at 6th level. At 6th level, your cooking fills your allies with energy. Wow. A creature that consumes your chef's special gains temporary hit points equal to the roll of your bardic inspiration die. Boring. Boring. Boring waste of time. You can only do this. Okay, so once a day, one creature can get 1 roll of your bardic inspiration die. This is nothing. This is not a feature. This is less than half a feat. This is fucking nothing. Let's look at 14th level. At 14th level, wow, another chart. Can I ask a question? Honestly, Devilman, you knew you were not creative enough to come up with 12 features here. What possibly made you think you could be creative enough to do something else with 12 features? That's fucking insane. Okay. You gain expertise in cooking tools. Really? Not till 14th level? Congratulations! You are a subclass completely built around cooking. Guess how long it's going to take you to be halfway decent at cooking? The whole campaign. Hey, we've been playing this campaign for 1.5 years. We just got to level 12. Oh man, I'm going to make a cooking check. I can't wait for 2 more levels till I get expertise. What the fuck are you doing here? Okay, what does this actually do? You get a feature that is stupid to get at 14th level, and then your initial stupid table improves. Hey, fuckface, why are you making this table improve? Hey, idiots on chat, please, somebody in chat, please prove to me that you're not an idiot and explain to me why this table doesn't need to improve at 14th level. What the fuck is this table doing? Tell me right now, or I might even fucking end stream. Somebody make me not end this fucking stream. In fact, yeah, I'm going to end stream if someone doesn't tell me the right fucking answer. Why doesn't this need this feature at 14th level? I swear to God, there's 75 of you here. I'm going to end fucking stream if one of... Cinder's gone. Cinder, let me in the door. Party villain's here. Party hero has left. I'm going to count to 35. Or then I'm going to hang up on you. I'm literally going to end stream if you guys don't fucking get this. Thank you, Izzy. Holy shit. What a waste of space every single one of you is, except for Izzy. You already fucking improved based on your dice fucking improving, dumb scut. I just made up a new word for you. I got so mad. So, congratulations. You have a subclass that is vague and boring. Its main feature is not tied to its subclass. it has another feature that is a waste of time, and then a 14th level feature that's redundant. Feedback over. This is a member stream, right? Does that mean I have to talk to you? Devilman, do you want to respond? No? Good. All right. That was Devilman's piece. So original. Okay, I don't want to be here anymore. Your show is stupid. All of you are stupid. I hope all of you have a really bad rest of your week. I'm leaving. I'm going to get Cinder back because I have no patience for this fucking bullshit. All of you can go fuck yourselves. I hope all of you eat a rotten egg and vomit your brains out and don't get any sleep for 3 days and start to have weird waking hallucinations about all of the things that you've done wrong and are haunted by your own regrets to such a degree that you get post-traumatic stress disorder. Fuck you. Goodbye. I'm coming back! Give me a second! I'm almost free! 1 second! Oh god, he's so gross! I hate him! He makes the whole place smell fucking weird! Where are you? Oh, I'm back. Whew! Holy shit, sorry about that. Oh man, I didn't think Smolder was gonna come out today. Is everybody good? Everybody cool? All good? All good? Party Hero's back! Party Hero's back! It was helpful? Good. If anybody doesn't know who CinderBlocksally is, they are my cousin. They don't like looking at you with their human flesh vessel eyes when they manifest within the flesh vessel, so they usually wear sunglasses. If that person's ever talking, don't get mad at me. Because that's not me. That's them. All right. Thank you, Devilman, for sharing. Did they do a round of applause for you? I bet they did not. Here, let's do a round of applause for Devilman. I'm just going to assume that that he didn't, because that would be out of character. You think I didn't know that he farted in my chair as soon as I walked back in this fucking room? It smells like sulfur in here. Listen, Devilman, if you like that sort of feedback, I'm happy that he's able to help you there. I just acknowledge that a lot of people don't like it. So, I'm always hesitant to let him out. Because also sometimes, he also, like, I think that he doesn't like the stream. Like, he tries to sabotage it. He told me... He told me that next time he has a show, he's just going to end it whenever he wants. And he's going to try to end it when it's annoying for me. It's like, no, man, don't do that. Don't just end stream randomly. But whatever. He didn't, which is good. So he complimented you? Why? I hope he wasn't being a fucking creeper. Sounds like he'd be a fun DM. I don't think he has any interest in playing Dungeons and Dragons ever. I'm pretty sure he thinks D&D is very stupid. You submitted one? Did I not add you to the wheel? Hopefully you're on here somewhere. Eskew. Oh, I don't have the wheel up. I'm sorry. There we go. My bad, my bad, my bad. I apologize. I apologize. You watched him review other pieces. You bet you don't submit something and you're so proud of it, so it wouldn't be fun. Yeah, then yeah. Fuck that guy. Don't listen to him if you don't want to. Smolder would show the wheel. Dylan, fuck you. Smolder would definitely not show the wheel. Humans are described in the PHB as everybody's second best friend. I wanted to make a half feat that could help a human player if they want to go more diplomatic approach. Oh, interesting. Okay. I tried to copy the writing style of the handbook and keep it simple, but let me know if there's anything wrong. English is not my native language. You would be surprised how many people in this community, English is not their native tongue, and how many of them are better at writing in English than people whose English is their native tongue. Usually when somebody is English is their second language, they are incredibly good at some grammar things, but there's some like they use like you notice it in like weird phrases. Here's what I'm going to say. If English is not your second language, I will correct your grammar. I'm not going to ignore it. But you should just know that in your heart, I'm not at all criticizing you. I am giving you information so that if you want to be writing more fluidly in English, you can. But I am one of the only creatures that I know that speaks and understands every language. I'm pretty sure most humans, especially English-speaking humans, they speak English and that's it. So even if you can like write a sentence that makes sense in a language that is not your own, that is not like I need to go to the library, you should consider yourself doing pretty good. Okay, with that in mind, let's take a look. As a human, your experiences traveling amongst other races have given you a well-developed sense of how to be liked at first glance and diffuse situations caused by misunderstandings. I feel like of how to be liked at first glance is an odd phrase. It's a phrase that makes sense, but not in the placement here in this sentence. I might just say something like your experiences traveling amongst other races has helped you develop a sense of camaraderie. Camaraderie might be the word. Camaraderie means like collectiveness. And then but a comma, and then say, and the ability to diffuse situations from misunderstandings. I don't think this was a choice of feat here. I'm pretty sure this is what they automatically put for art, but I might be wrong. Donde están mis pantalones? Aquí. Or ahí. Either one. Charisma spelled with an H. You gain +1 to charisma or wisdom. You gain advantage on the first social check with any non-hostile humanoid. I think that you need to clarify what you mean by the first social check. So, here's what I would say. I would say when encountering a stranger, when encountering a creature when encountering a humanoid for the first time, you have advantage on the first charisma, persuasion, or wisdom insight check you make against them. Something like that. I think that will help clarify it. Whenever you make a charisma check when trying to peacefully resolve a hostile situation or to avoid getting into such a situation, I would say, here's what I would say. Whenever you make a charisma check trying to diffuse or end a hostile situation, something like that, your competence bonus isn't a word in English it's called proficiency bonus. So whenever you make a charisma check trying to resolve a hostile situation or prevent a hostile situation from emerging, you can add double your proficiency bonus to the check. I think that that's cool and good if you are proficient in that skill. If you're not proficient in that skill, I don't think that works. So maybe that's what you need to do. Maybe you I don't know. It feels weird to jump to expertise on something that doesn't guarantee you have, you don't have proficiency in it, right? Doesn't that make sense? Like it feels weird to jump past proficiency. This might make more sense if instead of you getting a +1 to your wisdom or charisma, you gain like proficiency in insight and persuasion, and then it would this could tie in with those. That might make it work better. Maybe. I don't know. It feels weird. Again, I'm happy to do... I think giving them a bonus on this is kind of fine. I also do want to point something out, which is that these are doing the exact same thing, which is kind of annoying, and I don't love that. This is a bonus to a social check. This is a bonus to a social check. I don't think you need to be doing both of these, or at least I think that they should be expressed in ways that feel more different than they are. Most things that grant you expertise do that, where you get proficiency and expertise. But that's the thing, you're not getting proficiency here. There's no proficiency happening here. So you would definitely need that. I love the flavor, but it's just kind of worse skill expert. Yeah, that's the other thing, is if you took skill expert, you get a plus bonus to a thing, you get a new skill, and then you get expertise in that skill. And it can be any skill. So that might be another thing to think about, comparing this to something like skill expert to try to make it feel a little bit more special and more balanced and more powerful, but like more special, more than more powerful, I think is important here. Those would be my thoughts. Thank you, Askew. Interesting flavor. The mechanics feel like you're partway there, but they do feel a little lacking. The way that it's written, it's added on top of an expertise roll. Yeah, it shouldn't do that because it doesn't check if you have proficiency already. Yes, that is a really good point. It should definitely check if you have proficiency already. That is a really, really good point. It should not stack on top of normal expertise. Also, hi, Data. What's up, nerd? Kadunk. Kadunk. Anybody new? Nope. Interesting concept, not one I'd use, though. I never played a human, and I'm forced to play one in real life. That's fair. You're tuning back in, haven't been watching the stream this time? That's okay. Bagada 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 babada badaka bala mala mana mala hula la 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 la. Ooh, Dick Hardley. Sounds like a character out of like a Mad TV skit. This is my first homebrew subclass. I'm not sure if it's the balance is there. This is a transition. This is a translation of the faction mechanic from Greenskins orcs from Total War Warhammer. It's a translation of what? Faction mechanic. All right, we'll see. If it's your first subclass, we'll see how hectic it gets. Doesn't look that hectic. Let's take a look. Or is what we do when first I see some great wild, then I see some blah 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 blah. Okay, I'm not gonna try to do transliteration of orc writing. I appreciate that you did orc writing, and that's lovely. But do you know what this needs? Actual flavor text also. If this was just the flavor text and it was more easily readable, that would be reasonable. But we need some real flavor text here too. Yeah, you probably didn't submit to the right thing. I don't know what to tell you. Check the YouTube community tab. Check the Discord. Both of those places have very clearly listed where to submit homebrew. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, we get Wog and Biggest and Baddest. When you choose this path at 3rd level, your rage becomes Warcry, invigorating your allies and causing fear in your enemies. Wow, this is almost a good sentence, and you just keep it going with your blood-curdling screams. Too many words. In addition to your normal benefits from rage, when you rage, why is this capital? Choose one of the following effects to happen. Choose one. The chosen effect lasts as long as you rage. So you have 3 different options when you rage, and you can pick them each time you rage. So for power balance, we're kind of comparing this to like a Beast Barbarian, because that is how the Beast Barbarian 3rd level feature works. When you rage, you pick one of these 3 things, and they activate. Yes, this sentence should definitely start when you rage. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see what we got here. So we're picking between 3. We got Smash 'em, Stand Your Ground, or You're Next. Smash 'em. You and allies within 15 feet of you. Add your proficiency bonus to their weapon damage. This damage inflicts psychic damage under this effect. This is already too strong. Too strong. Too much. This is a lot of too much extra damage. It's too much extra damage because it's not a lot of damage every time, but it's every single ally within 15 feet of you on every single one of their attacks, and this damage will scale. This would be a reasonable feature if you could activate it once a day and you got it at 10th or 14th level. But if you're getting this before 10th or 14th level and you're getting it more than once a day, this is much too strong. Adding proficiency bonus to damage is already kind of what barbarians do with rage damage. Yes, that is also a very good point, Databank. It is kind of just making us do more of the thing we already do. But regardless of that, it doesn't even matter. The extra damage, even if you weren't doing this damage, just your allies were, it's still too strong a feature to be on as much as it's going to be on. Stand Your Ground. Allies within 20 feet of you take reduced damage equal to your proficiency bonus and gain advantage on frightened checks. This is another one where it's just on too much. I think most of these features would work well if they were limited in use, but they're not. And because they're not, they become too powerful. This is the same as all of your allies getting the, basically getting the, heavy armor feat. And then getting stronger than that. It's too much. You're next. You inflict a frightened check on enemies within 5 feet of you. So the way that you write that is you say, all creatures within 5 feet of you have to make a saving throw, a wisdom saving throw, and then you need a DC for that saving throw. A wisdom saving throw against some number. On a failure, they become frightened. Period. You also need to clarify when that happens. So you would look at a spell like Moonbeam, and you would say, when a creature starts their turn within 5 feet of me, or enters within 5 feet of you for the first time, they must make a wisdom saving throw against some spell save, some ZC. On a failure, they become frightened of you. How long are they frightened? I don't know. We'll see. If the creatures are frightened, deal psychic damage equal to your proficiency bonus on each of your turns. If the only thing you got was this, it would still be too strong. So the fact that we're doing extra damage just is overkill. So far, this feature is too strong. This feature is too strong. And this feature is too strong. And you get to pick between all 3 of them, and you can change them basically with a rage. So everything here you need to pretty significantly cut down. Once per turn might make things work a little bit better, but even then I think it's a little bit too much, man. Having these as reactions while you're raging, I think would not be fun, though. Because then you sort of enter into, like, the Storm Herald Barbarian, where you're able to affect lots of stuff a tiny bit, and it's not fun. So I would say this needs a pretty serious rework. You should be looking at other barbarians and look at the power that they get in terms of their features. The two that I think would probably be the best to balance based off of would be the Zealot Barbarian and the Beastmaster and the Beast Barbarian. I don't think you need to copy them. I don't think you should copy them, but pay attention to how powerful their features are, how often they happen, how much of an impact they have, how much they affect other creatures, things like that. So for example, the Beast Barbarian, it also gets 3 different things it can do while raging, and it picks between them. But do you know what they are? One of them is that its attacks all have to do a d6 instead of a d12 or whatever, but they get 1 extra attack. Another one is their attack does a d8, but if they're below a certain amount of hit points, they can regain hit points once a turn. Once a turn. Not every bite, just once a turn from that. And then the last one is their natural attack is either a d8 or a d10. Either way, all of these natural attacks are weaker in terms of dice than regular attacks, but they can use a reaction to do a sort of parry mechanic where they can defend themselves once a round. But that's it, man. And it's a fucking awesome subclass. So the fact that we have these like constantly on auras is just fucking insane. Biggest and baddest. Tales of your savagery spread through the lands. You have proficiency in intimidation, and you can make your intimidation checks with strength instead of charisma. I think that this is fine. A lot of dungeon masters are going to let you do this anyway, but having it written in stone is kind of fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Starting at 6th level, as a bonus action while raging, you can trigger Wah again to change its effect. Didn't we just get that at 3rd level? Yeah. Don't do this. Tell you what, if you want to be able to do something with changing the effects of it, have it come in at 10th level or 14th. Don't have it appear the second after we get the feature. Give us something new here. So yeah, this 6th level is kind of a nothing feature. It's pretty bad. So you're going to get rid of this entirely, and you're going to come up with a feature that's good to go here. Normally, the way Barbarians work is that at 6th level, they get something that is a little bit more defense or utility. We also get, then we get Deadliest Onslaught. At 10th level, when an ally gains an effect from Wah, oh, this is going to be so, are all of these tied to the Wah? Yeah, they are. Okay, well, I think we're going to stop I'm going to stop reviewing this then, because if the dangerous thing of making all of your features tied to one feature is if nothing in that feature works, nothing in your whole piece works. And that's kind of where this is at. Making the Wah improve at 14th level would make a lot of sense if the Wah worked at 3rd level. But the Wah at 3rd level kind of functions similarly to a, like, let me put it like this. The 3rd level iteration of the Wah is too powerful for a 14th level feature. If this was this Barbarian's capstone feature, it would probably still be too powerful. Yeah, you also don't want every feature to, exactly, Databank. You don't want every feature tied to your rage, because you want some features that aren't rage related. And we get that a little bit with biggest, baddest, but everything else is tied to the rage. So if you're not raging, you just don't have a subclass then. So yeah, I think this is a ground up rebuild, buddy. And again, I think it's noble to start building stuff. I think it's awesome. You gotta use reference material. You gotta look at the things that exist to help you work on that power balance. Otherwise, you're never gonna land that shot. Yeah, those would be my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Path of the War Boss. All right, Dick Hardley. Let's give them a round of applause. I like tying features together too. Yeah, I mean, it works well when it works well, but you can overtie. Yeah, exactly. That's so weird, Data. I read the end of that sentence before I read the first of it. Hey, Cinder, for Rangers, how do you make 3rd level damage feature seem unique? Most are just a D4, D6, or D8 in some way. I think you make it feel unique based on the way they get access to it, the damage type that it does, and how that helps uplift the fiction of the subclass. You can also make it unique based on how often you can do it. So, for example, the Gloomstalker doesn't get any of those features. But the first round of combat, they get to add a d8 to one of their attacks, and they get a whole extra attack, which is a lot. And then you have stuff like the Horizon Walker, where they get to add a d8, which is a little bit more than everybody else, but it takes a bonus action every turn to do that. And then you have something like the Fey Wanderer, where they do d4s, which is less than everybody else. But they can do it multiple times a turns, and it doesn't require any action economy so long as they're hitting multiple targets. So I think what's more important than worrying about making sure it's something completely new and unique is making sure that it works to sell the fiction of your subclass. If you come up with a feature or a way to give your ranger more damage, and it's not crazy new, but it really fits the vibe well, and everything else you get at 3rd level fits the vibe really well and feels crazy and new, it's more okay. I might still be like, this is not original, but it makes it more okay. I do think that the goal a lot of the time is to make it feel somewhat unique. And if you can't figure out a new way to do it, sometimes that means you need to go back to the drawing board and explore your homebrew themes a little bit more. Dude, the Beastmaster is very good now. Ben Riley, if you hate the revised version of the Beastmaster, then you just hate the Beastmaster, you silly goose. If it can't die, I don't want it. Okay, you're either being a grognard or an edgelord, and you got to get over yourself, buddy. Yeah, Primal Companion is amazing. It's very good. If you don't like the new Beastmaster, that's a you problem, not a Beastmaster problem. You hate Spirit Beasts, but it doesn't fucking matter. You hate the flavor text is what that means. You could describe the Spirit Beast as a wolf. You could describe it as a puppy dog. You could describe it as literally anything you want. It doesn't need to be a spirit. It's only a spirit because the word spirit is in it. And if you feel like you're so limited by that flavor text that you've decided to ignore the fact that it has infinitely better mechanics and is very strong, that is 100% on you and your decision to be stubborn with not allowing yourself to reflavor things. Because you could 100% play the new Beastmaster as a guy who has a pet wolf or a hawk or a rhino or whatever, and it could never seem magical. It doesn't need to seem magical ever. You could even reflavor the resummoning of it and be like, guys, I got to go into the woods and do a ceremony to find a new pet. And technically, you're still expending a spell slot to do that, but you're going through that process because you like doing that. So that's, I appreciate the thoughts, but that is such a you issue. That is not an issue with the Spirit Beast at all. Joey, thank you for becoming a member. Very cool. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, if you're not, they'll notice eventually. Joey, the issue is that you've just become a member at the $1 tier, and the $1 tier does not give you access to homebrew reviews. Whether you follow me on Patreon or Twitch or YouTube, I make it the same cost against all those platforms, and that is the $5 tier. So you got to move up on the scale a little bit. But I will also say that I'm also going to be really blunt here, buddy. It's 11:20, so I'm probably not going to do that many more reviews. So if you need to get something looked at tonight, and you feel like you are going to be wasting your money if you don't get something looked at tonight, don't do anything. That being said, when somebody does become a member, they get 4 of these at least. Because I do this at least once a week. Both of you can also figure it out in the Discord. If you are not going to the Discord and asking for advice, that's on you. You know what I mean? You got this. You got the ability. I believe in you. You can check the YouTube members tab to see the link to submit forms. And if you can't find it there, you can check the Discord. You're cool. It's scuffed. I don't think it's scuffed. I think you just maybe didn't read the membership tiers. Or maybe I didn't do a good job of making them clear enough. Hey, probably going to dip for the night, but thanks for letting Smolder come on to stream. Sure, buddy. I know you like him. My D&D group fell apart due to scheduling today, and that made me feel a little better. Oh, I'm sorry your D&D group fell apart. Oh, your item is scuffed. Well, now I want to see it. I love scuffed items. Can I be honest, man? As long as it's not too long, I like a scuffed item. The thing that I don't like about scuffed homebrew is when it's 20 paragraphs. I fucking hate overwritten pieces. It's annoying. It's why I get mad. Like, when I look at a piece of homebrew and I see it's 5 paragraphs long, I immediately become annoyed. Because because you know what it says to me? It says to me the person who wrote this doesn't care enough about it to make it easy to read. And if they don't care enough about it to make it easy to read, it makes me not care that much about giving them the time of day. I can't help with that. That's just what it is. Calvin, thank you for the 5. Didn't get rolled yet, but thanks for leaving me on the wheel anyway. Maybe next time. Go to sleep now. Good night, folks. You too, buddy.
Hooray!
Oh, Joey, thank you for
Didn't
becoming
get
very
rolled
cool.
Yet.
Oh.
But thanks for leaving me on the wheel anyway.
You're welcome.
Maybe next time. Gotta go to sleep for now.
Go to sleep.
Have a good night, folks. Sleeping face.
Sleeping face. I gotta stop reading them. I keep forgetting that you are gonna get to speak as a robot. I gotta remember that. Anyway, Joey, you're great. Let's see what we got here. Thought of this after being yelled at one too many times to close the door behind me IRL. Oh, I'm so curious. Okay, let's see. You submitted your scuffed tiny item? Hell yeah. All right, let me put you on the wheel. Joy. All right, let's take a look at this. This is from Cole. The necklace of door closing. What does scuffed mean? Scuffed is a similar phrase to the word jank. I think it means like it's a playful way of being like it's a little shitty or a little fucked up. That's usually what it means. Yeah, the opposite of polished. Exactly. Yeah. Necklace of door closing. It's an uncommon magic item. It's made for those who are in a rush. Or just think closing doors the old-fashioned way is beneath them. While equipped, any door the wearer passes through that they open will close 2 seconds after passing through the threshold, if not held open. Interesting. If held, the door will close 2 seconds after being released. Okay. The effect only works on doors opened and or held by the wearer. Okay, so this is kind of a fun idea. The problem here is you can't do things in 2-second increments. That's the issue here. How do you measure a 2-second increment in D&D? You don't. The smallest increment of time in D&D is 6 seconds. And that's a round. So, so here's what I would say. If you want it to be less than 6 seconds, you make it happen immediately after they pass the threshold. That's the way you write that. The other thing is that this should require attunement. It's a silly item, but it's powerful enough and it's consistently magical, and its magic is tied specifically to the person wearing it. All of that, to me, screams attunement. I agree with Dice. I think it should be immediately. I would make this a common item, and I would make this require attunement. And then I think it's pretty much fine. I think if you make it a common item, it should require attunement. I think leaving it as an uncommon item and having it not require attunement is fine. But I think that it feels more like a common item than an uncommon item. And if it was a common item, it would require attunement. What's up, Gladihedral? I feel like it's been a hot second. I feel like this is such a nothing ability that attunement is kind of a waste. That's why I feel like it would need to be a common item for it to require attunement. Because there are there's not billions, there's tens of, much smaller number. There's tens of common items that do semi-interesting things, but don't require attunement. Oh, you figured it out, Seahorse. I gotta figure out how to make that more clear. I apologize. Maybe I need to change the names of the tiers so that one sounds like it's like homebrew review I don't know. I'll think about it. I apologize for it being confusing. Anyway, thank you for sharing the piece. I think it's fun. Figure out the time scale. I think it should just be immediate. And then leave it like this or make it common and attunement. And then you're golden, baby. Let's give Cole a round of applause. There's tens of us. Tens! Exactly. Vlorin, thank you for the resub. You begging to the wheel? I'll let your voice be heard. Is it not going to speak for you? Well, I'll speak for you then. Please, or maybe it only does it for super chats. Please, wheel, for crying out loud, it's been 3,000 years. That's for you. What's up, Hakeem? How's it going? You want me to threaten the wheel? Are you sure? I don't think it likes when I threaten it. You don't think you've been pulled this April? Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. No, I reviewed a piece of yours like 2 weeks ago. Data, I reviewed a piece of yours recently. I don't remember what it was. It wasn't a magic card item, I don't think. Or maybe it was a magic card item. I don't remember. Maybe it was 3 weeks ago. Maybe it was longer ago than I thought. I looked at something of yours in the past month, but maybe it was more. What does it matter? Doesn't matter. Artis. Lauren, thank you for the resub regardless. I do appreciate it very much. Hey, Cinder. Path of the Storykeeper Barbarian. Ooh, a barbarian with a cleric field to it. Ooh. Worried about the rage of the ancestors and ancestors' blessing may be OP. All right, let's take a look. A lot of barbarians tonight. Or maybe just a lot of barbarians in general. What a strange way to format this. Huh, I'm not against it. It's just different. Rigged. I know. I need to add a bunch of emotes to the Google or to YouTube. I'll probably do that this weekend. Let's see. Most barbarian tribes have those responsible for keeping his. What the fuck is this sentence? Most barbarian tribes have those responsible for keeping the history of the tribe. Holy shit. What a bad sentence. What a listen, man, you're a good writer. You're better than this sentence. Fuck me. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to erase this whole fucking sentence. And you're going to figure out how to make the second sentence the opening sentence. Barbarians of this path tell the tales of their tribe at ceremonies and educate others about their traditions. Period. You are one such barbarian. Another genuine waste of a sentence. So far, we've read 3 sentences. 2 of them you don't need. Also, the last one isn't a sentence. You've now written... Okay, yeah, this whole flavor text needs to be redone, buddy. Tasked with the responsibility of keeping your history and your traditions alive. Okay, wow. Full rewrite on the flavor text. First sentence is a nothing burger sentence. Second sentence tells us what this thing is sort of about, but holy moly, is it a kind of dull walk down a park that isn't particularly interesting. Third sentence is a nothing sentence. Get rid of it. Fourth sentence literally just repeats the information in the second sentence. Please work on your flavor text. Now, let's see what this thing actually does. At third level, we have Storykeeper. You are your tribe's keeper of knowledge. This is not simply knowing the histories, but performing that history at tribal ceremonies. You gain proficiency in... I'll tell you what, if you basically said this twice in the opening, you don't need to say it again immediately. You gain proficiency in history and performance. Additionally, you can cast the ceremony spell once per long rest as a ritual. Cool. All this is fun. You were last pulled on April 5th. Yeah, so it's been a little while. Okay, let's see what else we get. So, Storykeeper is fine. It's a little strong for a ribbon feature. We're getting 2 skills and a spell. So, with that in mind, we don't want Rage of the Ancestor to be too insane. And I see 2 bullet points in several paragraphs, so I'm a little worried about that. Whenever you rage, you tell a specific story of the tribe to encourage your allies or demoralize the enemy. Up to 3 creatures, including yourself of your choice within 30 feet, can be affected. Stop using the word may. Dude, you're fucking better than this. What are you doing? Choose one of the following options. You cast the Bless spell which lasts a number of rounds equal to half your Barbarian level, requiring no concentration. Or Bane, which lasts a number of rounds, equal to half your Barbarian level. I don't think this really fits a Barbarian. Bane kind of does. I don't think this does. I think this is so counterintuitive to Barbarians, and I don't mean from a flavor perspective. I mean, like, this is very close to another Barbarian feature. Which is the 14th level feature of another Barbarian. So it feels like it's too early to get it. And it also makes me feel like, I don't know, man. I don't think it's selling a fiction well. I would do something different here. I would try to come up with it, like, I just don't think this makes sense. Especially on Barbarians. Like, Barbarians are already about advantage on attack rolls with everything. I don't think we need to be giving them Bless whenever they rage. I understand that you can give it to your allies, but you can also give it to yourself. It just feels like too much, man. I'm not mad about May. I just think it makes people look less intelligent when they use it in ways that I disagree with. That's all. And when I'm reading somebody's homebrew, I don't want to think I like to just read it. Are we going to do a no May month again in May? Maybe. Maybe. Did we switch over to YouTube? I've been streaming this week I've only been streaming on YouTube. Long story short, I realized that the past 2 months of streaming on YouTube and Twitch has led to me making so much less money on both YouTube and Twitch that it made it so I basically am barely surviving the past 2 months. So I am changing the system. I'm going back to just YouTube for a little bit. I might do just Twitch also sometimes, but I think sticking to one platform is better for me financially. I don't know if that's true or not. I might just be falling off, which is also totally a possibility, but I'm trying new stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this is the move. I don't think this is the move. I think there probably would be more fun and interesting if instead of you doing the spell Bless and Bane, you created a unique feature that was specific to this Barbarian that did some benefit or that gave some buff or debuff. But I don't think that buff should be Bless, and I don't think that debuff should be Bane. I think you should come up with something unique here. Let's look at 6th level. Due to your dedication to the tribe's traditions, blah, 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 whenever you use your Rage of the Ancestor's ability, the following changes occur. Oh, and we just continue it. You just take the thing that didn't really work and you really lean in, huh? All right, so fun fact. by the time you get to 6th level as a barbarian, you should have at least one feature that is basically a defense or a utility feature. If you don't have that, there's a bad thing. Seahorse! That's very kind of you. Thank you for the 10. I think plenty of people were doing that already, Vlorin. It didn't really have an effect. Honestly, what it turned into is I would have... I just didn't have... Yeah, I don't know. It didn't really affect viewership. Like, my viewership across YouTube and Twitch didn't go up or down. It genuinely just affected how many subs I was getting and how much money the algorithm was deciding I was worth based on whatever other things it has that it does that I don't understand. But again, maybe this month it'll be even shittier and I'll have to figure something else out. We'll see. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, the problem when you have an ability that doesn't feel like it lands well and you immediately build off of that ability, the ability that didn't land well is now just completely busted and doesn't work at all. Like, this feature is already too similar to some higher level features that barbarians get. Now it's just better than those features in a lot of circumstances. At 10th level, that's so fine. Lauren, it's fine, dude. I'm not asking for a pity party. The ancestors, with your knowledge, you got legend lore. Everything we just get is spells. This is pretty boring, dude. Hooray! I wish this felt like it got something new. Say nay to May. Say nay to May. Thank you for the 10. I wish we got some things that weren't just spells. Like, I wish we got some features that felt like unique features. Let's see. Databank, they always do. I have no idea why. Let's see. At 14th level, you begin reciting the Epic of the Ancestors. As an action, once per long rest, you can cast another spell. Okay, you wanted to know if things were overpowered, right? You wanted to know if, Rage of the Ancestor or Ancestral... Rage of the Ancestor and... Yes, they're both overpowered, but more so... And I mean this with kindness and with gentleness. You barely made any subclass features. You basically said, instead of making subclass features, I'm going to make spells. And I'm just going to use them. I don't think it makes sense on a fucking barbarian, dude. I think that's the wrong path. It doesn't land. Doesn't land at 3rd level, doesn't land at 6th. Barely lands at 10th, and also doesn't land at 14th. What does banishment have to do with the flavor of this thing at all? It really doesn't. I think you are leaning so much on spells that you kind of lost track of what this subclass is supposed to feel like. Equal to your level, half level used to be really common in 2E, but we've moved away from that. I think there's lots of stuff in D&D that is still sometimes equal to your level or half your level, but it's usually in relationship to, like, how much damage a feature does or how many temporary hit points a feature gains. I'm not sure where that sits here because I don't remember seeing it anywhere, but I accept if it is here somewhere and I just missed it. Oh, it's half your level rounded down here. Yeah, this is an absurdly overpowered. Yeah, this is absurdly overpowered. This is a bad use because it's so fucking common. It's much too common, much too common. Yeah, this is just a artist. I think this is a full rewrite. I think there is nothing in here to keep. I think that, and I'm going to say this. I don't feel bad telling you that because there's not a lot here because most of what's here is insert spell. I'm not telling you that the mechanics you designed are bad because you didn't really design mechanics. So here's what I'm going to say. Design some mechanics, man. You were able to simplify the coin move without losing any substance? Fuck yeah, dude. That's a fucking win on my book. Pretzel, can I give you a piece of advice? This is my piece of advice that I'm going to give you. If you feel good about it right now, put it away. Put it in a drawer. Hide it. If it's a document in a computer or whatever, close it. And do not allow yourself to look at it for 3 days. Maybe 4. After 4 days, come back to it. I guarantee you, you are going to find new things in it to add or take away. Guarantee you. Because right now you just made an edit very close to you getting feedback and probably not so far from you working on it, which is an okay thing to do. But when you make edits and stuff really quickly, sometimes you can be very reactionary, and that's good sometimes. Like you want a good pace going as a creative, but you want to make sure you are allowing your brain to like process the idea, and you're going to notice little nuances, whether they're about vibe. It's going to be less about power balance, honestly, and it's going to be more about vibe and clarity and like flow. But those are really, really important parts. So give yourself like a handful of days to like move away from it and then come back with fresh eyes. Yeah, I like looking at Homebrew. I haven't looked at it in a while because sometimes I'm like, I'm a dumb guy. But sometimes I'm like, I'm a gosh darn brilliant genius. It really depends. And it's fun to see both of those. It's fun to have moments where you're like, oh, I'm an idiot, and have other moments where you're like, nah, I'm pretty smart. Because we're both, right? We're all idiots and we're all pretty smart. But yeah, artists, main feedback is this is way too reliant on spells, and it's kind of loses feeling like anything at a certain point because genuinely all we're doing is spells. I could just be a cleric, you know? Like I don't need. If you look at, like, there are some barbarian subclasses that get access to spells. The zealot barbarian gets some spells. The totem barbarian gets some spells, but they also all get really unique and very flavorfully appropriate subclass features. This thing is not really getting anything that feels particularly unique, and the only flavor that really ties it together is that they're all sort of cleric-y spells, you know? Those be my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Data said they sent me some homebrew they haven't looked at for a while, and then immediately said this is a spell that already exists somewhere else. That's funny. Yeah, I kind of remember that. I vaguely remember that. Vaguely. All right, thank you for sharing, artists. Kadunk. Baba, what are you doing? Why are you tossing me coin? That's very generous of you. I might remember that. I remember some things. I have a very bad memory with a lot of things. I'm okay with my memory for people that I have to work with or people that I have to teach. Like, when I was a teacher or youth leader, I did a bunch of, like, different teachery type things in the past. I was very good at remembering the names of my students or the kids that I worked with or whoever I was working with. I could remember their names very well. But I don't remember people's birthdays. I don't remember people's names. I forget people's names who I know all the time. The amount of times that I bump into people like that I know, that I've hung out with regularly, and I just don't remember their name, and then I remember it like 3 hours later, is all the time. I have a terrible memory. I also have a good memory for D&D monsters. But it's pretty much those two things. I have no idea why. All right, let's get Seahorse Sensei on this wheel. Your name is Bildo. Did the clap thing not go? It's this fucking... And I gotta look into it. Maybe it's a latency thing. But it's crazy that it takes so long for the things to go through. I'll do a little bit of investigating into that over the weekend. Well, thank you, Baba and Clap. Baba, also, we reviewed a piece of your homebrew earlier. I don't remember what it was, but I remember thinking it was fun. Holy shit, Seahorse Sensei. First time on the fucking wheel, you get spun immediately. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. You know what? That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy because you have been trying to figure out how to get yourself on the wheel the whole goddamn clap. That was a clap for that. You've been trying to figure out how to get on the wheel all stream. I'm so glad that it finally worked out. That's so funny. That's fucking I don't even need to find you. Boom, here we go. Making a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde subclass. Why isn't there one of those? He's iconic, I agree. I've also played this game before. You wanted to make an intelligent barbarian. Oh, okay. I'm so curious to see how you did this because I have tried. I have not ever written a whole barbarian subclass like this, but I have legitimately tried to build a barbarian like this before, and I'm very curious to see how we do that. What the fuck is this formatting, dude? Do you want to join me in the Discord and talk through this, or do you want to just hang out in chat? Because this is like I'm not going to read this. This is not any. You don't get features at first level. You can't get features at first level. So I'm going to skip this because this does not work. This immediately defies this being a subclass. And we get spell slots. Oh god, this is not super well designed. This is fucked. Cole, not Cole, Seahorse! Seahorse, what are you doing to me? You're killing me! You're giving us a barbarian and we get a feature at first level and it's a spellcaster! Dude! Ah! You're doing a lot of things. We haven't even started. Okay. Okay. So, let's talk about this from a more general perspective. I'm not going to give feedback about the specific features. I'm going to give another piece of feedback now that I think is more important. If I'm reading this homebrew, I don't know where I should start reading. Let me point out a couple reasons why that confuses me. Seems to be mechanics that are important in the flavor text, which is odd and confuses me. Second of all, it looks like we start getting this feature at first level. And then I don't know if we get this feature at first level. And then I don't know if we get this feature at first level. I guess we get it at third level because I finally see third level here. But you gotta understand, this is a really fucking confusing intro. So here's the first piece of feedback. Anything mechanical, I'm telling you, Seahorse, Sensei, that doesn't work though, dude. Like, I mean, I accept that's what you want this to do, but that's not how subclasses work. You don't get subclass features at first level. Like, in order for this to work, there is a huge element of Dungeon Master needing to approve this thing in a way that makes it completely different. So, here's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to read this because I genuinely think you need to figure out how to make this work without this feature, because this is nothing. This mechanic up here is also nothing. So, I'm going to skip, as I'm reading it, I'm going to skip all of this. Because again, I'm saying this, none of these are features. That being said, I'm going to make an assumption moving forward reading this. And here's the assumption that I'm going to make. The assumption that I'm going to make is to play this barbarian, your dungeon master has to decide that every single feature in the barbarian class that specifies strength, you switch that to intelligence. So their unarmored defense would be their intelligence plus their dex instead of their strength. Or their unarmored defense would be their... actually, no, unarmored defense would still be the same. So you wouldn't change unarmored defense. But their rage mechanics would all be tied to intelligence. They could add their rage bonus to attacks made with intelligence. All of their strength-based attacks could be made with intelligence. So all of those things, I'm going to assume that is what is being explained here, but I'm also telling you, Seahorse, and I mean this so sincerely, genuinely, this intro does not work. You should never be explaining key mechanics in flavor text, and this is fucking way too many words and sentences just before we even start reading the fucking homebrew. This genuinely doesn't work. Don't be sad. You sent it to me. You wanted my feedback. You've been watching this for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Don't be sad. I'm giving you feedback. You don't want feedback, don't send me your fucking homebrew. But yeah. All of this, you have to figure out how to make it actually work in the game mechanics. And I'm going to tell you what. There's some light at the end of this tunnel here. This thing should not be a spellcaster. So all of these features that you don't know how to fit in, you can fit them in because you're going to get rid of this spellcasting. If you don't get rid of this spellcasting, this won't work. I'm sure of it. I have never seen a barbarian that's a spellcaster that works. Maybe once. If you can prove me wrong, I'll be here for it, but let's see. We know artificer spells. Enchantment and illusion. Why? That sells no fiction. Why is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde an enchantment and illusion caster? That makes no fucking sense. If anything, they should be like transmutation or something. But maybe it's because you're trying to pick spells that aren't going to be too powerful combined with barbarian rage. But guess what? Then the plot should be completely different because you can't pick those, because the spells that you're having to pick don't sell the image of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Illusion and evocation, illusion and enchantment, that's not Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So yeah, this spell casting doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. Get rid of it. Just drop it entirely. Okay, so guess what? You're going to build a whole new 3rd level feature from scratch, and you're going to drop the spell casting. At 6th level, and please, for the love of God, make it clear where the features actually start. I can't express to you how frustrating it is that I genuinely didn't understand where we were getting features until it said 3rd level here. I don't know if you can cast spells while raging or not. There's too many fucking words on this page, and there's like a whole 3 paragraphs of bullshit before we get started. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to get. It's not bullshit. I'm being pedantic, and I apologize. But it's like I'm being an honest reviewer, and you have worn me out before I've even started reading it. All right, let's move forward. I don't know if we can cast spells while raging. Let me just see. There's a way to check this. You can cast Sword Burst while raging, but it looks like nothing else. And you can cast damaging spells while raging. Man, this is not, dude, this is not enough work that you've put into this. This is so many words to explain something that just isn't going to work. What transformation? Do you know what's insane? There's not a clear transformation. I guess it's up here somewhere. Yeah, buddy, this just doesn't work. This just doesn't work. This just doesn't work. The rage is the transformation. It would be great if that was written clearly somewhere. Because rage is not normally a transformation. You know, rage is rage. It's a very different feature. I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to go back to the 1st level feature, but I kind of just want to see what the whole thing gets. At 6th level, you can augment your transformation. Again, what you have done such a, there is no, you don't explain what the transformation is anywhere. Transformation is so fucking vague. I'll tell you what we should say. 3rd level. Transformation. You get a special rage that is transformative. Then it makes sense. Then we know what the fuck you're talking about. Sensei. I told you, this is not a fucking feature. This is nothing. It doesn't matter if you explain up here that you do that. If you want to make this a feature, you got to make it a 3rd level feature. At 1st level, you don't get shit. What if your DM doesn't approve? Like, you explaining that you drink a potion while transforming, that is not going to help you improve your homebrew. I'm not saying I don't know why you're transforming because I need you to explain it. I'm saying it because you need to change the way your piece is written so that it explains it. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, so clarify the language here. You can change it with one of the following features, and then at 10th level, you can choose an additional benefit. Don't call something a feature and then also call it a benefit. Is it a feature or is it a benefit? Pick one noun here, because now it makes, now I feel like when you say benefit, I'm like, wait a minute, is that a feature or is that something different? That's a lot. Holy shit. Oh, and it keeps going. We get more at 6th level? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, my God. 10th level doesn't start until here? Okay. I'm going to give you some real feedback right now. It's genuinely not going to be helpful to you for me to read any of these. This is way too much. It's just way too much. So here's what I'm going to suggest to you, Seahorse Sensei. Take the things you like about the hulking transformation feature at 1st level. Figure out how to turn them into a 3rd level feature and make them a 3rd level feature. Completely remove the spellcasting. If you want to give them ways they can grow and evolve, look to other barbarians that get ways where they can grow and evolve. Look to the Totem Barbarian. Look to the Beast Barbarian. Look to the Rune Knight. It's not a barbarian, but it's similarly getting options. Notice how simple and few those options are. Now look at this. Holy shit. So it's totally not. So here's what genuinely, I don't need to read these. These are almost all of these look like they're way too much. This is not as complicated as the Totem Barbarian. This is as complicated as the Totem Barbarian if each of their subclass features did 3 things instead of 1, and they got to be a 3rd level, and they got to be a spellcaster, and they got a massive new feature at level 1. Yeah, spellcasting is so powerful. So, Seahorse, here's what I'm not going to read anymore, that it's not going to be helpful. I would say ground up rework. Drop the spellcasting entirely. Figure out how to make this thing work traditionally, where you start getting features at 3rd level. You get 1 to 2 features at 3rd level. You get 1 feature at 6th level. You get 1 feature at 10th level. You get 1 feature at 14th level. If you can't make it work like that, you have a little bit of wiggle room to add a little bit more, but if you can't make it work like that, it's not going to work. This is just way too much. Because saying that it's as complicated as the Totem Barbarian, I think, is a pretty massive understatement. I think in an ideal situation, you should strive to make this as complicated as a Totem Barbarian. Because I think that that's a reasonable amount of complication. This is like 3 Totem Barbarians. And one of them also happens to be a spellcaster. Do you have any questions, thoughts, concerns before I'm done? Because I don't feel like it's going to be helpful for me to keep going, because this thing needs such an overhaul from the ground up that, like, it doesn't matter what these later features are. Like, there's just absurdly too much going on here. So if you have any questions, concerns, let me know in the chat. Otherwise, we will wish you luck on this journey. Also, Databank is strongly requesting that you post this piece of homebrew in the peer review channel in my Discord and tag him in it. I will say this: Databank and I disagree a lot when it comes to homebrew design. That being said, Databank has a very good eye for homebrew design. You don't always need to agree with me in the direction that you should build things, but he's got a keen eye, so I would take him up on that offer. Anyway, I think it's a noble effort to try to build a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde barbarian. Like I said, I have worked on it many times before. I haven't worked on it. I haven't gotten this far. I've thought about it many times before. I think it's a really cool idea. I think it's worth doing, but I think you have jumped to the shark. And I think you need to start on the ground a little bit more. And that is about it. Those are all my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. And you have not said anything else in chat, so maybe you don't want to, which is also fine. All right, thank you very much for sharing, Seahorse Sensei. I very much appreciate it. As always, I do strongly recommend you to post it again in the peer review channel, because you are going to get much more focused feedback there. When I do these reviews, I might focus in on a couple very specific bits of grammar or things, because I think that's a good lesson to, like, teach the class. But generally, I'm not going to go through your homebrew with a super fine-tooth comb and review every little aspect of it, because I want to be giving you I'm not your editor. That being said, there's lots of people that are down to be your editor in the Discord. So you should take them up on that if you want to. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. The way that I envisioned making a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde Barbarian was sort of similar to yours. I did not have them as a spellcaster, but the way that I had them work was that at third level, when you reached third level, you could choose to switch your intelligence score with your strength score. So you would go from having a very high strength and in theory low intelligence to very high intelligence and low strength. So whenever you were not raging, your intelligence could be high and your strength could be low. But whenever you raged, they would switch back. So the idea was that you could have skills that would be more useful for out of combat, because you would be very high intelligence out of combat. And then you could have skills that would be more helpful for combat in combat. And I never finished it. That was just sort of a brainstorm of an idea. But that was where my head was at as I was trying to solve that same problem. Because it's a hard problem. Yeah, a great takeaway, Thrungler. Great takeaway. The Hulk is probably inspired by Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, you don't need homebrew to be the Hulk. You could just pick the giant barbarian. Boom, done. You're the Hulk. Or the honestly, it's actually probably the berserker barbarian is probably the best Hulk, but I don't want to be the berserker barbarian. I understand your logic, Seahorse Sensei, but in my opinion, I'm not... If you want to do that, where in order for them to work, you give them something special at level 1, I think that is okay, but what's not okay is the special thing you get at level 1 being this long and this in-depth. That's what's not okay. If you need to do something where you're switching strength and intelligence to make the thing work, then having a little note at the beginning that says, hey, Dungeon Masters, in order for this to work, it's nice to let the player switch intelligence and strength at the beginning. Do that. Great. That's fine. I think that's totally fine. This is not totally fine. This is a genuine mountain of features. So, you want to figure out what the problem is that you need to solve, and you want to solve it as quickly and concisely as possible. Alrighty. Thank you for sharing. It should be elegant, especially if you're doing something unconventional. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I'm a moron. The more nuanced and unusual and out of the box your idea is, the more work you have to put in to make it smooth, clear, concise, and elegant. You can be much more chonky and stumbly if you're not really breaking the bank with building something new. But as soon as you're like, I'm changing the mold, you need to do everything you can to make that process as pleasant and simple for the person reading your homebrew as possible. Otherwise, they genuinely aren't going to read it. Like, the reason why I'm giving you such a hard time about this is if you were to share this homebrew on D&D Beyond, or not on D&D Beyond, if you were going to share this homebrew on the Unearthed Arcana subreddit or somewhere else public, I'm pretty confident you would get almost no feedback. I'm pretty confident you would get basically zero feedback. Because I don't think most people would get through reading this. And I think most people would open it up. They would see it's a barbarian that gets 3 paragraphs of features at level 1, including some hidden in the flavor text, and I think they would stop reading it. And doesn't that suck? Like, don't you... I want them to read your brew, dude. So you got to figure out how to express the nuanced idea in a way that doesn't put people off, which is hard. It's really hard to do, but it is definitely worth trying. That's, yeah, moron. Exactly. You don't want, if you want to do something unconventional, you got to present it in a way that the people are like, I trust that this guy knows what he's doing, and this is simple to implement. Those two ideas really need to be clear in order for it to jive. If it's just for your home game, it's kind of like, who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. If your player likes it, your player likes it. But I generally give feedback with the direction of like higher standards, because I think it is worth aspiring for greatness. I see it in you. Okay. Boop 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 ba 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 beep 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 ba dee ba boo ba ba bee ba bee boo bee ba bee bee boo blah 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 blah. Well. If it isn't Mr. Hasn't been reviewed since April 5th. What's up, Data? Data, did you want to join me in a Discord call? A Beast Barbarian subclass? What? You want a better capstone for the Beast Barbarian? Interesting. You're painting on my favorite painting. I'm very sensitive about the Beast Barbarian. It's my favorite subclass. Let's see what this does. Here it is in chat. The Zerg, I mean, that helps me like it more. I like the Zerg quite a bit. StarCraft was my favorite video game for most of my childhood. And the Zerg were my favorite thing. Okay. So everything is the same at 6th and 3rd level. You get claws, you get jumps, you get swims. Things get different at 10th and 14th. So what happens normally at 10th? I believe normally at 10th, you get your special psychic attack. Your reaction forces somebody else to make an attack. And then at 14th, you can pick a number of willing creatures equal to your con modifier. You get a bunch of temp hit points. And until the rage ends, they can each they get a bonus to their attack and damage rolls. No, they get a bonus to their damage rolls. For a minute? For the whole rage. Okay. All right, let me grab you. Hey, Data, what's up, buddy?
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Hi. My roommate, like 1 minute before I was pulled, my roommate walked in and said, well, if you're not going to get pulled, would you like to go play Magic? So, but I'm here.
That's so funny. Tell your roommate I say that you guys can play soon. What color deck are you going to use? Let me guess. Red, green, red, blue, you fuck.
No, maybe I'll default to Urtet. I don't know what I'll be playing. I almost always play Rainbow and stupid stuff.
I like that. I haven't played Magic in so long, but when I did play Magic, people did not like to play with me because I made decks that were not good, but were annoying because I thought it was funny.
Oh, that's beautiful. Then you are playing Magic correctly, I will let you know.
Okay, good. Okay, so everything is the same until 10th level. Let me look at Infectious Creep. When you hit a creature with your natural weapons while you're raging, you can shred their flesh into creep. The creature has to make a con saving throw. On a failure, a purple... You spelled purple wrong. A purple black ooze called creep bleeds from its wounds. Creep spreads on the ground around corners in a 15-foot radius around the creature. Creep is considered difficult terrain for all creatures except you. On your turn, you can move 10 feet on the creep without expending movement. Creep lasts for 1 hour, then fades. You can just feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. And you regain all uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, so let me see if I understand what this is doing. You hit a creature. You force them to make a save. On a failed save, a 15-foot radius of creep erupts around them. And that lasts for around an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that works probably fine. The thing that I would maybe say more clearly is the language around change this language, I think.
I can't see what you're highlighting.
Oh,
Sorry.
I would change the language around the way you express the creep emerging from the creature. I think that you do get around to it with the 15-foot radius, but I think you guys got to say it on the bat. Like, on a failure, purple-black ooze erupts from the creature in a 15-foot radius and lands on the ground. Like, write it in that way so it becomes very clear that how it's working in that way. I think it's probably fine. The only real issue here is that and it's not a huge issue, but I do think it's worth mentioning, is that the only way the Beast Barbarian kind of falls flat is its damage output does not keep up. The only thing that really makes its damage output keep up is the ability for them to essentially smite, which is the 2d12 psychic damage, or to force someone to reaction to hit each other. Like, both of these are really heavy damage dealing features that are added onto attacks. So Infectious Fury, in the way that's written right now, kind of is a smite mechanic. And I think that this alternative is interesting, but it does leave a pretty big gap for the Beast Barbarian in terms of its damage output. And I think that that is something that is worth thinking about. That being said, it's a cool feature.
Okay.
Let's take a look at hunting form. When you enter your rage, you can transform into a final Zerg form. Well, there's only one thing I don't like about that, which is that you can't say this isn't even my final form. Which is because I accept that though, I guess. Okay, choose one form. It lasts for the duration of your rage. So this functions similarly to the level 6 feature or level 3 feature where you're picking each time. Makes sense. Apex. Each limb and muscle doubles in size. You and all you are carrying grow to the size large if you are smaller than large. All right. I would maybe. That's probably fine. The mechanic is fine. I think the wording feels odd. Did you pull that from something or did you write that?
I tried to pull it. I'll go back and double check, but I tried to pull it from Giant Barbarian.
Cool. If it's pulled from that, it's fine. And then we get wings, where you get a 50-foot fly speed, and then you get blades, where you get reach on your weapons. Okay, I have a couple thoughts. Is there more down here? Is this is something else? Okay.
That's an extra magic item, which is kind of looped in if you want to review it right afterwards.
No, we're not going to. Let's talk about this first. Maybe I'll look at it afterwards, but I want to finish talking about this first. Okay, so I have a couple thoughts. My first thought is I think Infectious Creep is a really cool mechanic. I like it a lot. I do think that there's something to think about for damage output there, but I like it a lot. I think you missed the mark with Hunter's Form. And the reason why I think you missed the mark for Hunter's Form is that, while, yeah, it is being cool in that it's making you continue to be modular, and all of these features seem totally balanced, but none of them are original. We get a feature that the Giant Barbarian gets, we get a feature that the Totem Barbarian gets, and then we get Reach, which is boring. So I think that it is worthwhile to re-examine these and maybe either not make it something where it's on all the time or change the options or something, but these are all just things you can find other places. None of these are doing anything new or unique, and I think that that is a bit of an issue here. It's the capstone. We want it to do something, and I would maybe feel differently about it if the things that these did were unique but not unique to... but still other barbarians couldn't do them. But all of these things exist in other barbarians. I guess the reach doesn't, but the reach exists in a billion other directions. So
no, the reach exists in Giant Barbarian as well.
Oh, so yeah, so it's nothing. So this is a nothing burger. So it's not a subclass. So you've created a non-subclass feature. So I would say try to make this.
Yeah.
I would say make an original feature here.
I'll look around and think about it.
Can I make some suggestions?
Well, I know one thing that I'm keeping is definitely going to be keeping wings, but
okay,
I
still
that as a thing, but
it's a great thing. I think this is a really shitty way of expressing it. You know why it's also a really shitty way of expressing it? Because it completely negates your 6 level features. Who gives a fuck if you have a jump speed or a climb speed if you have fly speed?
I suppose.
You don't suppose, you know. You know that it makes that feature redundant. So keep it if you want, but it makes one of your only 4 subclass features completely redundant. That being said, that you can if you want, but it does. That being said, I think that if you want to make these hunting forms feel unique and feel like you're actually making something new, you should lean into Zerg stuff. Do some weird things with acid. Zergs aren't normal beasts. They're crazy insectoid psychic alien beasts. Lean into that. Lean into the types of things that Zerg get that a normal beast wouldn't, and give you some. Give them the ability to punch the ground to make a spike shoot up somewhere else, like a lurker. I don't know. There's lots of stuff you could do. But I would say, what's the point in changing the Beast Barbarian into something specific if you don't give it features that feel specific?
Fair enough.
This is a feature that feels very specific. None of these feel specific. So those would be my thoughts. Do you have any questions, feelings, thoughts, concerns?
No, do you want to look at the lower one? You were mentioning
Yeah, I'll skim it.
earlier about damage not improving.
Oh, is this... I don't care. If this magic item is designed to solve that problem, that doesn't solve that problem. That solves that problem for your game. It doesn't solve that problem from a design perspective.
Yes, it's just also just a neat thing that I made.
Let's see. I'll take a look. We got false teeth. I'm going to skim it because I don't really like reviewing more than one piece from a person.
Okay.
Well,
actually, you know what? In that case, save it because I've actually been waiting to show it to Smolder. I think he.
Okay, then I'll look at it. Then I'll look at it later. But I love creep. I like infectious creep a lot. I think just tweak the language a little bit in the way you describe the area appearing, and it's solid and it's fun and it'll be cool.
You and I never will agree on anything because you keep on going. Man, I really like this feature that you spent 10 minutes on because you weren't thinking really hard on it. But the one that you really like, nope, not for me.
I don't think
I really like hunting form. But you have valid.
You did hunting form isn't anything. It's nothing. You didn't make it. You deserve 0 credit for this. You literally did nothing. You did fucking nothing. So no, it's a shitty fucking feature. It's a waste of space. It's a fucking waste of space. This is not homebrew. You didn't make this.
I'm laughing because this isn't even the first time that we've had this problem because you've done it on like other brew.
Well, sometimes when you design something, the amount of time it takes to come up with an idea does not necessarily correlate to the idea being good or not. If this only took you 10 minutes, it's still good. That doesn't really matter. What matters, I think, is where the originality comes from and where the evocativeness comes from and where the flavor comes from. This is overflowing with evocativeness and flavor. This is, hey, can I make a Battlemaster fighter? Well, they already exist. That's what this makes me feel like. This makes me feel like you're just making a Battlemaster fighter.
I briefly had an idea of doing a plating or a shell on hunting form, but that's just an AC increase, so I don't think that one's good as well.
You know what you could do if you didn't want it to be an AC increase? You could make it a damage threshold.
It could be a damage threshold. I could also implement burrow because that's from the original game. That itself would
be fucking awesome. No. If you can figure out how to do it, if you do burrowing like it works in StarCraft where they can't move when they're burrowing, they can just burrow and then pop up. I think that would work really well.
Oh yeah.
Because that eliminates every problem with the burrow speed. I guess technically you can have full cover so long as you're on the ground, but who cares? You can't move. Everyone knows exactly where the fuck you are. It won't matter. I think burrow is the move. I think burrow could work well. But anyway, I love the idea of turning the Beast Barbarian into a Zerg. And here's what I would even add. I would even say I think it would be worthwhile, especially if you really like wings here, which it sounds like you do. I think it would be worth your time to go back into the 3rd level feature and the 6th level feature and tweak them a little bit so that they lead up to infectious creep and hunting form a little bit better. Like if you changed, like if you tweaked the damage output a little bit or other things or just what sort of extra moves, like maybe at 6th level instead of you getting 3 different movement types, it would be other things. So that the movement types would feel more impactful later.
See that. Especially now that you've come through and given me a lot more ideas for it, because I tend to leave things alone if I think they're done right.
Well, they are done right. They're done right, but I think that there's better way. Like I think that if you, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, I think if you change the 6th and 3rd level feature, it will make hunting form stand out more. And I think it will also, depending on what you do at 3rd and 6th level, you might be able to make... There might not be that feeling of this thing doesn't have a good way to punch really hard.
Yes.
But also, the Zerg are fucking cool, and they're not beasts. I love the Zerg. They're my favorite StarCraft thing. I love them. I love them so much. They are almost as close to my heart as the Beast Barbarian is, which is why I really want to push you to make some fucking Zerg feeling features. Like, just go through the Zerg sheets and be like, what's cool? Okay, burrowing, fucking cool. What about that one thing that could, like, infect a guy and then he explodes later and a little Zerg comes out? Maybe I want that. That could be cool. You know, there's so many gross, weird things the Zerg can do. Use them. Wield them.
So many insta-kills. So many insta-kills. Anyway.
Wield them.
Do I have... Yeah.
What if I'll tell you, I don't like doing this, but I don't care about doing this to you because we defy each other and it's fine.
Yes.
so like what about this? What if you had a feature where you could hit a creature and infect them, and if they died within a minute of being infected, a little monster would explode out of them and fight with you for a little bit,
similar to Hexblade,
or like a brood stalk. Yeah, like the Hexblade. But short form and much more explosive, like
that would really change the vibe of this.
Like the brood lord that shoots down the little things that make the little guys explode out. Is that called the brood lord? There's called the queen. The queen. Yeah. So like, that could be something. You could also look into like the brood lord is the one that doesn't make things explode. It just shoots little guys down. It looks like a big manta ray, I think. Unless I'm misremembering it. You looking it up?
Oh, shoot, yeah.
Am I right? Isn't the Broodlord look kind of like a big manta ray?
No, they have two little pals and them down. That's from StarCraft 2.
Yeah. I played more StarCraft 1 than StarCraft 2, but I played a little StarCraft 2.
Yeah, they kind of replaced the Guardians anyway.
Yeah. You don't need to take any of that advice, but I do think that it will be more fun, maybe not even more fun, because this is going to be fun. I think it will help sell a specific and more Zerg-y feeling fiction if you try to get more Zerg in there at level 3 and level 6. Excuse me.
I'm probably also going to keep things like claws because...
Oh, yeah. No. I don't think you should change... I don't think you should change... I honestly, I don't even think level 3 needs to change. If anything, I would just make it level 6, and I would be like, okay, which of these things works for the Zerg, which don't? Get rid of the ones that don't. Keep in mind you're getting flying later, so maybe instead of getting jumping, or instead of getting climbing, instead of one of them, you get a little burrow option too, or something like that, you know? Or whatever. I don't know. What other weird things that Zergs can do that I'm not thinking off the top of my head? I like the... Listen. But your heart's in the right spot. You've picked my favorite subclass and one of my favorite subspecies of aliens from a video game and mushed them together. So I'm not going to not like it. You're giving me chocolate and peanut butter. I like chocolate and peanut butter. But I just think I want you to shape the chocolate and peanut butter a little bit more. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. Like this, yeah. This will work. This will work. It will. Everything here is fine. But I do think that you could take this from a scoop of chocolate and a scoop of peanut butter, and if you tweak it a little bit, you might find yourself with like a chocolate peanut butter ice cream, which is much more elevated than just a scoop of chocolate and a scoop of peanut butter.
I could do so many things. My brain's already had a...
Can I make a request? Can I make a request? Can I give you a challenge?
I did it on my own choice.
All right, I'm going to give you a challenge. You don't need to accept it. I would keep going with this vibe, and I would ask myself, if I was going to make another Zerg subclass for another class, what would it be? And I would ask that same question to myself about the Protoss. And I think you should use... If you like StarCraft, I think there is so much in the Zerg and the Protoss that you could use to build some really cool stuff. A lot of it you could just do in D&D right now. I think like you could reflavor a lot of... Like, the Zealot Barbarian is basically a Zealot, for example. Like, even from like the energy punches and stuff. But
Zerg.
but I do think
I suppose
if
I've been
you
meaning
have
to make a path of abomination, or not path, what is it?
if you
Circle of abomination for druid.
I think can you imagine how cool can you imagine how cool
There
a
was one in the
druid
Discord a long
Zerg
time
would be?
ago.
Dude, you could take
Yeah,
this creep mechanic and you could make it explosive. Like you could make it like a 60-foot area, you know? Like there's so much you could make it like I don't know, there's a lot of stuff you could do. But if you like the Protoss and you like the Zerg, even if you like the fucking Terran cuz you're a nerd. Terran are fine, but they're boring. I think it's a really good place to pull from for inspiration for coming up with some like cool ideas, especially if you're trying to lean into more like otherworldly alien sci-fi type stuff. I think it would work really well for that. Because StarCraft kind of sits in that place that it's sci-fi, but it kind of also has fantasy world logic to it in terms of like the way the creatures interact with each other a lot of the time.
Very good. Oh, and by the way, since someone called it out in chat, they said they wanted an Ultralisk. That was the Apex thing, was that you're supposed to grow like really big. So.
Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of the Zerg in this. The Ultralisk is also, you need bigger tusks if you want to be an Ultralisk.
Oh, I have ideas. I have plans.
I
have plans.
Ultralusks are not my favorite Zerg monster. They're good, but they're not as cool as Lurkers. Lurkers are the coolest. Lurkers are the coolest Zerg monsters. You can't beat a Lurker. Giant spooky spider thing. It's invisible when it's attacking. It's shooting spikes into the ground. Oh, it's so cool. All right, cool, man. This is really fun. I'm sorry I yelled at you for a hot second, but I also don't care.
I don't care either.
This is cool. It's cool. I want you to keep doing it. I want you to make it weirder.
We love you so much. You're the best.
I'm hanging up on you. I'm hanging up on you. I'm hanging up on you. Where's Discord? Where's Discord? Fuck. There it is. Okay, I love you. Bye. That was Databank. Dude, what a good fucking idea. StarCraft? Okay. I'm going to talk about this for a second. First of all, thank you, Databank, for sharing your monster. All right, let's talk about this for a second. So often, we try to take inspiration in D&D from very complicated, nuanced characters and concepts. Units in real-time strategy games, like Zerglings or Ultralusks, are so evocative and also so simple. That's such a good idea. Here's something for all of you. Anybody out there that is trying to build some new homebrew and you want to use some fiction to inspire it, don't use the main character from a TV show that you like. Use a minion from a video game. Use a monster from a video game. Oh my god, that's going to help you so much. It's such a good idea. StarCraft is not an anime. So StarCraft was actually a book series that first came out, I want to say in 1986 or 87. I think it was 87. And it was sort of like it came out similar. It came out around the time that the Starship Troopers books were doing stuff. And it was like an alternative sort of anti-authority war, very grimdark type books. And the first StarCraft books eventually split off. So the people that started writing StarCraft books, they went into two directions. One of those directions, it's actually earlier than 87, I think. One of those directions went into like the video game world, and that's where StarCraft comes from. But one of those directions went into the TTRPG world, and that's where Warhammer comes from. Which is why Stark, the Terran, and like Space Marines look exactly the same. Because they both come from the same source. And you know what the best thing is? I'm pretty sure none of you know if I'm telling the truth or not. Nakoni Steel, thank you for becoming a member. That's very kind. Alrighty. Alright, folks. We are going to start wrapping up here. It is 12:30. We've gone a little bit later than I normally like to go. But that's okay. As long as everybody had a good time. So, tomorrow, I will be on Twitch. Not on my channel, but tomorrow I will be playing in a D&D game. I will be playing a level 15 Warlock, which should be cool. In the meantime, you guys are all amazing. Thank you very much. Thanks for everybody that subbed and supported and things tonight. I really do appreciate it. You guys are absolutely the best. Everybody new that submitted stuff today. Seahorse Sensei, thank you so much. There were a couple other new people. Anyway, you're all the best. And now let's let the credits roll. Credits? Are you gonna roll? There you go. Oh, new follower. Look at all these new subscribers. Let's go. New members. We got Pretzel King, Relevant, Anomia, Joey, Seahorse, Florin, Nikoni. Moderators. Stream Elements, thank you. And some super chat-ins from Calvin, Seahorse, and Philip. You guys are the best. Thanks again for being here. I love you. I appreciate the support. Take care of yourselves. Have a good night.
Hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.